Chapter 1. Just crossed over and jumped off the cliff. Jump already. Hurry up and jump. The others are waiting. Jiang Xiaofei was urged by his companions from behind, yet he was unwilling to take a single step forward, for another step ahead would lead to an abyss. And as he gazed at the unfathomable cliff, his legs had already turned to jelly. Behind Jiang Xiaofei stood a group of boys, all of a similar age as him, each face beaming with radiant smiles, brimming with vitality, their eyes fixed on the distant cliff, filled with anticipation. Turning to face this fearless group of youths, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of melancholy, convinced that aside from him, there was not a sane person among them. They were all madmen. Jiang Xiaofei was merely a newly admitted student at a prestigious university, having embarked on a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend. Unable to bear the agony of longing, he resolved to take a flight to the city where his girlfriend resided. With nostalgia in his heart, Jiang Xiaofei boarded the plane. However, little did he expect this would be his final journey by air. As the plane neared his girlfriend's city, Jiang Xiaofei closed the Dragon Ball comic in his hands, envisioning their reunion. Yet, he heard the captain's voice resonate. "Dear passengers, due to weather conditions and a technical malfunction, the aircraft is unable to land normally. Please remain patient." The cabin erupted into a cacophony, and Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. Why was it so difficult to meet his girlfriend? He felt as if the plane was endlessly circling above the city where his girlfriend lived, ultimately diving towards the distant mountains. This moment marked Jiang Xiaofei's last memory of his previous life. When he next opened his eyes to the light of day, he found himself in this new realm. Yes, he had crossed over. Before Jiang Xiaofei could grasp the rules of this unfamiliar world, he was dragged to the edge of a cliff by a throng of people. Upon a smooth, massive rock, he saw a figure dressed as a priest, fervently praying for something. The priest slowly turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and the others, bellowing, "My faithful followers, do you wish to become heroes like Kakarot? Do you desire a wife like Bulma?" "Yes, yes, yes." The exuberant youth shouted with fervor. Only Jiang Xiaofei, bewildered, questioned, "Kakarot? Bulma? Aren't they characters from the Dragon Ball series? Could this be the world of Dragon Ball?" He shook his head at the motley crew before him. The priest continued, "Today your opportunity has arrived. Guided by the divine, I am here to redeem you. You are the favorite of the gods. Blessed by their grace, today is the moment you break free from your cocoon and soar into the skies." As a successor of science, Jiang Xiaofei understood what the priest was attempting to do, yet he refrained from voicing his dissent, fearing the fervent youths would tear him apart. "Follow the divine guidance and forge ahead. You shall gain immense power and become warriors like Kakarot." The priest extended his hand towards the distant cliff. Thus, the group of boys formed a line, eagerly leaping towards the precipice one after another, vibrant lives plunging into the abyss. Witnessing this frenzied spectacle, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine, and soon it was his turn. This led to the scene at the beginning. "Coward!" A boy behind Jiang Xiaofei looked at him, trembling in fear, with a face full of disdain, before leaping over him and plunging into the unfathomable chasm. Jiang Xiaofei sank to the ground, having witnessed cues for ordering food and waiting to play games. Yet now he found himself in a line for certain death. At that moment, reason screamed at him that it was utterly unacceptable to jump without any safety measures. The priest squinted at Jiang Xiaofei, his lips curling into a peculiar smile, without any further gestures. "Coward!" One by one, the boys passed by Jiang Xiaofei, echoing the earlier taunt, vanishing from his sight. Jiang Xiaofei felt a deep sense of humiliation as his rationality was gradually overtaken by impulse. "I'm not a coward. Today, I shall show you who the real coward is," Jiang Xiaofei declared, rising from the ground, his trembling legs propelling him towards the cliff. All eyes were on Jiang Xiaofei as he leapt, becoming a striking sight at the cliff's edge. With his eyes tightly shut, he hurtled downwards, the mountain winds howling past his ears. Regaining his senses, Jiang Xiaofei began to regret his decision, but it was too late. In his previous life, he had read various novels where protagonists, upon crossing over, gained exceptional abilities, ascending to the pinnacle of life yet. What of him? As a fellow transmigrator, why was he met with such dismal circumstances right after his arrival? His journey in this new life was painfully brief and tragic. Thinking of his beautiful girlfriend from his previous life, Jiang Ziafia's heart ached like a knife. But what could he do? Now, he could only resign himself to fate. A foul stench crept into Jiang Ziafia's nostrils, traveling down his respiratory tract and esophagus, reaching his lungs and stomach. Before his brain could process the situation, he vomited the remnants of his last undigested breakfast from before the crossover. The stench intensified, and when Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes to look down, he saw a gigantic dinosaur, its gaping maw wide open, eagerly awaiting its meal. Damn! Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. Suddenly comprehending the entire situation, he did not wish to end up as the dragon's dinner like the others. He glanced at the trees, sprouting horizontally from the cliff, desperately waving his arms, hoping to halt his descent. Thud crack! Under the influence of gravity, as Jiang Xiaofei brushed past a tree, it was abruptly severed in two. Clang! In that instant, as Jiang Ziafia's body collided with the tree, another sound echoed in his mind. Yet at that moment, he paid it no heed. One tree after another fell victim to his descent, inflicting various degrees of injury upon him. Finally, just as he was about to plummet into the dragon's maw, one tree bore the weight of his falling body. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the dragon below, his heart finally finding some solace. Come my mouth, the dragon spoke, addressing Jiang Xiaofei, who was hanging from the branch. I refuse to go into your mouth, Jiang Xiaofei retorted defiantly. Roar! The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its foul breath making Jiang Ziafia's stomach churn once more. Yet, he clung desperately to the lifeline in his grasp, refusing to loosen his grip. I will become a hero. An ill-timed voice echoed from directly above Jiang Xiaofei, causing his expression to freeze, words of beauty escaping his lips. Looking down at the dragon, he noticed it wearing a sinister grin, seemingly asserting that this time he must become its meal. This thought revolted Jiang Xiaofei. The voice drew closer, ultimately colliding with Jiang Ziafia's body. A simultaneous scream erupted from both Jiang Xiaofei and the falling boy, as Jiang Xiaofei felt as if his very insides had been shattered by the impact. Looking at the branch that had previously supported him, it was now unable to withstand the added weight of another boy. Crack! The sound of splintering would signify the end of Jiang Ziafia's support, as he and the boy plummeted towards the dragon's gaping mouth. The dragon below, witnessing this scene, had already opened its jaws wide, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, eagerly anticipating its meal. Jiang Xiaofei, devoid of hope, closed his eyes, no longer believing in the occurrence of miracles. Clang! Clang! Congratulations, host! You have activated the critical hit system. Chapter 2. Critical hit system. Strike the dragon. Jiang Xiaofei abruptly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance illuminating his gaze. It was a joy unlike any he had ever experienced. Indeed, the system within him had awakened as a transmigrator. He, too, possessed a golden finger. He was the protagonist. Hearing the system referred to as the critical hit system, Jiang Xiaofei believed he would acquire the skill of delivering critical blows, which greatly bolstered his confidence as he neared the dragon's jaws. He clenched his fist, resembling a bag of sand, channeling the spirit of a hero, his eyes brimming with determination as he aimed to strike the dragon below. It was time for a comeback. Jiang Xiaofei thought, having endured so much, his protagonist aura should finally manifest. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Xiaofei had envisioned. The moment his fist made contact with the dragon's forehead, there was no cataclysmic event, nor did the promised critical hit materialize. Rather, the sound of his own bones fracturing echoed painfully in his hand. The intense pang of pain jolted Jiang Xiaofei from his previous exuberance. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 5 critical hit points. Your current strength has reached 50. Keep it up. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Ziafia's mind. Damn! Wretched system. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, still in a daze were the promised critical hits. However, he could not afford to ponder the critical hit system any further, as the enraged dragon below had already been provoked by him, its roar reverberating, threatening to pierce through his eardrums. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jiang Xiaofei sprinted into the distance he had to survive, no matter how arduous the journey. Yet, how could Jiang Xiaofei's speed possibly compete with that of the dragon? The distance between them diminished gradually. Overwhelmed by fear, Jiang Xiaofei quickened his pace upon spotting a small cave not far ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed inside. The dragon, being of considerable size, could not enter the cave and could only ram its body against the mountainside in frustration. Inside the cave, Jiang Xiaofei panted heavily. The pain in his arm had subsided, and as he slowly raised the arm he had used to strike the dragon, he discovered it was perfectly intact. This realization filled Jiang Xiaofei with elation, yet he did not attribute it to his own abilities, but rather turned his thoughts to the system. You say this wretched system promised critical hits? You nearly got me killed. Jiang Xiaofei continued to grumble. Ding. Host grievances detected. How may this system assist you? The system's humanized voice chimed in. Sigh. Jiang Xiaofei sighed deeply. Pray tell, what purpose do you serve? This system pertains to critical hits, enabling the host to enhance their strength through enduring continuous critical hits. The stronger the hits endured, the more critical points will be gained, resulting in a significant boost in power. Jiang Xiaofei finally comprehended why his earlier punch against the dragon had borne no effect. It turned out the system did not grant him the ability to deliver critical hits, but rather to withstand them. What if I cannot endure the critical hits? Jiang Xiaofei fretted at the thought of encountering a formidable foe who might deliver a devastating blow, causing him to perish instantly. Would that mean the end of everything? Rest assured, host, this system possesses supreme restorative capabilities. As long as you draw breath, you will fully recover within 30 seconds. Aside from that, what other functions do you possess? Current host strength is insufficient. Permissions are limited. It is advised that the host enhance their strength to unlock greater privileges. You, Jiang Xiaofei, felt exasperated. How am I to defeat the dragon outside? The system recommends the host elevate their strength to above 100. With the system's suggestion in mind, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of motivation. It was merely about critical hits. After all, he unleashed his fist against the rocky wall, though he refrained from exerting too much force, fearing the pain. Ding! 0001 critical hit points. It works. Seeing the changes on the system panel brought a sense of relief to Jiang Xiaofei. However, at this rate, it would take an eternity to increase from 50 to 100, and the dragon outside showed no signs of retreating. He wondered how long the cave could withstand the onslaught. With this thought, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to strike harder. 001 critical hit points. After several attempts, Jiang Xiaofei grasped that the greater the critical hits he endured, the more critical points he would accumulate, whether actively or passively. Moreover, he need not worry about his injuries. The system was rapidly healing him. With this newfound understanding, Jiang Xiaofei felt emboldened, and the rate at which critical points increased accelerated. In no time, a bruised and battered Jiang Xiaofei emerged, his critical points having risen to 95, which he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Throughout this process, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly felt a transformation in his physique, and with the increase in strength, acquiring critical points became more effortless. Outside the cave, the dragon was utterly enraged, using its powerful tail to batter the mountainside, causing boulders to tumble down and the cave to begin collapsing. Panic set in for Jiang Xiaofei. Being buried in the cave was hardly preferable to being devoured by the dragon. A massive boulder plummeted, striking Jiang Xiaofei's right foot. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have achieved a strength of 100. Jiang Xiaofei felt invigorated once more and bolted out of the cave, unleashing a punch at the dragon's thrashing tail. This time, he felt neither the shattering of bones nor the intense pain. Instead, the dragon, after enduring Jiang Xiaofei's punch, flew back as if struck by a pebble. Delightful! Jiang Xiaofei was overjoyed, All the pain he had endured moments prior was worth it. Eh, is Master Yiyu a rival of Frisia? Asked Tess. Upon hearing Tess' words, Lap found himself momentarily at a loss for a response, although he thought to himself that there was no way they could win. He was currently a subordinate of Yiyu, and as a young admirer of him, he truly didn't know how to answer. Chapter 03. Arrival at Namek. A brilliant white light streaked across the vast and dark universe. Reminiscent of a comet trailing a long-tailed as the view zoomed in. A massive spaceship emerged from within that luminous sphere. This spacecraft was as colossal as Frisia's ship, yet its form resembled that of a tank. This spaceship belonged entirely to Yiyu. Over the years, in addition to enhancing his combat power through the attribute collection system, Yiyu had secretly established his own influence across the cosmos. This faction had an intelligence division dedicated to monitoring Frisia's movements, while the combat department aimed to bolster Yiyu's combat attribute through battles. Presently, the power Yiyu commanded bore some resemblance to the forces of Dales in the Dragon Ball movie series. However, while Dales enhanced his strength by cultivating neural fruit trees on other planets, Yiyu elevated his might through the attribute collection system that the perspective shifted to the interior of the spaceship. A vast control room came into view while Yiyu was seated upon a throne, surrounded by a dozen warriors of various shapes and sizes. These warriors, much like Lap, were there to augment Yiyu's combat power, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. If one were to observe them with a detector, they would find that each of these warriors possessed a combat power exceeding 10,000 to Master Yiyu. We will arrive at Namek in 15 minutes. At that moment, a dog-headed alien approached, speaking reverently to Yiyu on the throne. As he spoke, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Of course, he was not afraid of Yiyu. Rather, he was terrified of Frisia. The closer they drew to Frisia, the more anxious the dog-headed alien became. Yet, he dared not contradict Yiyu. You need not be so fearful. The spaceship can halt near Namek. Your intelligence division need not accompany me. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the dog-headed alien was instantly overjoyed. Then what about us? Lap interjected, addressing Yiyu. You only need one person to accompany me. As Yiyu spoke, his gaze scanned the crowd, seemingly selecting a suitable candidate. Those warriors who felt the weight of Yiyu's gaze appeared increasingly apprehensive, fearing they might be chosen. After all, they understood that this mission was unlike the others. This time, Yiyu was preparing to confront Frisia. Who was Frisia? The Emperor of the Universe, a fearsome being. Despite their combat power exceeding 10,000, they all felt intimidated in Frisia's presence. Lap, it shall be you. Ultimately, Yiyu's gaze settled on Lap. Why me? Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Lap felt a wave of discontent wash over him, while the other warriors collectively sighed in relief. Lap, have you not often complained about not being able to execute missions alongside Master Yiyu? This splendid opportunity is now yours. The taunts from the other warriors left Lap gritting his teeth in frustration. Master Yiyu, I want to go too. At that moment, the small figure of Toes approached, eagerly volunteering to accompany Yiyu. You cannot. Yiyu immediately rejected Tess' request. This time, we are going to confront Frisia. It is highly likely we will engage in battle with him and his subordinates. With your combat power of over 3,000, you would be of no assistance and would only hinder me. I have no intention of carrying a dead weight. Master Yiyu, I won't be a burden. If I am killed, it is solely due to my own insufficient strength. Upon hearing Tess' words, Yiyu raised an eyebrow, while the other warriors regarded the young boy with newfound respect, despite his tender age. He displayed remarkable resolve. Very well, but I must make it clear that if you encounter danger, I will not intervene to save you. In Yiyu's eyes, this was an opportune moment to rid himself of this clingy follower. Upon hearing Yiyu's resolute words, Tess' face lit up with joy rather than fear. Thank you, Master Yiyu, for your support. Such eloquence from one so young was indeed impressive. Yiyu could only shake his head in exasperation. As time passed, they drew ever closer to Namek. Soon, a massive planet emerged in their view, and it was indeed Namek. Master Yiyu, we have arrived at Namek, the dog-headed alien remarked, gazing at the enormous green planet ahead. Upon hearing this, Yiyu immediately rose from his throne and called out to Lap. Lap, come with me. The rest will remain here on standby. None are to depart without my command. Yiyu believed that victory on Namek would not be determined by sheer numbers. He needed only Lap to assist him in battle while he collected combat power attributes. Hearing Yiyu's words, Lap swiftly took a detector handed to him by one of the warriors. Thank you. With the detector in hand, Lap hurriedly joined Toes in following after Yu. Don't get yourself killed, a warrior called out, watching Lap's retreating figure. Once Yu, Lap, and Tos had completely vanished from sight. An air of silence enveloped the control room. After a long pause, the dog-headed alien broke the stillness. I wonder if Master Yu will return alive this time. Upon hearing this, the other warriors displayed a variety of expressions. In their hearts, they acknowledged Yu's strength, yet they were acutely aware that Frisia was even more fearsome. If Yu were to encounter Frisia, the odds were decidedly against him. After departing from the control room of the spaceship, Yu, Lap, and Tos arrived at the cargo hold of the ship, where numerous landing pods awaited. Master Yu, are we really just going to descend directly without any preparations? Lap inquired as they entered a landing pod. No need. Yu responded succinctly, stepping into the pod first. Huh. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lap was left utterly bewildered. If they were to descend like this, they would surely be discovered by Frisia and his forces. No, it was inevitable that they would be detected. At that moment, Lap began to worry for his life and future. Was there truly any prospect of success following such a leader? Chapter 04. The ambition of Jinyu in stark contrast to Earth. The planet Namek is graced by 3 stars that rise and set in succession, resulting in a perpetual daylight devoid of night. As the focus shifts to a towering mountain on Namek. Its peculiar shape resembles that of Earth's Corinta, rising sharply into the sky. Atop this mountain stands a structure. The residence of the Grand Elder of Namek, Asu, and his entourage approached the vicinity of Namek. The Grand Elder, endowed with formidable sensory abilities, immediately detected the presence of these potent auras. Grand Elder, what troubles you? Inquired Neru, a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, as he noticed the Grand Elder's unusual reaction. A multitude of substantial auras is converging upon Namek, and one of them is particularly immense. The Grand Elder, with his eyes closed, spoke in a voice tinged with age. Quite immense. Neru's heart sank upon hearing this description. The Grand Elder seldom used such a term. Just recently, when he sensed the approach of the Jinyu force, he merely characterized their energy as large and malevolent. Yet now, he described it as quite immense. Neru deduced that the approaching entity likely possessed strength surpassing that of the Jinyu force. Grand Elder, is the aura of our adversary purely evil? Neru asked, after a moment of contemplation. Previously, the Grand Elder had instructed him to accompany Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others to confront the Jinyu force. However, loyal to his duty of safeguarding the Grand Elder, he refrained from joining them. Now, with another formidable aura manifesting on Namek, Neru's resolve wavered, both righteous and wicked. The Grand Elder replied. Upon hearing this, Neru breathed a slight sigh of relief, silently praying that these newcomers would not turn their aggression towards the Namekians. The immense energy sensed by the Grand Elder belonged to none other than Yu. Presently, Yu was unable to modulate his aura with the finesse exhibited by the Z warriors. Thus, his colossal energy, boasting a power level of 43,150,000, loomed over the skies of Namek like a terrifying shadow. In the Grand Elder's perception, Yu's aura surpassed even that of Frisia, who, at this moment, had not yet transformed and possessed a mere power level of 530,000, beep beep beep. Shortly after the Grand Elder detected Yu's overwhelming presence, Jinyu, who was busy handling the 7 Dragon Balls while moving at high speed, suddenly received a response from his scouter, an indication of high combat power. Jinyu glanced at the scouter and promptly poked it with his finger. Beep 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 beep. Once Jinyu adjusted the scouter to its detection mode, the readings began to surge at an astonishing pace. 10, 000, 100, 000, 180, 000. As the figures reached 180, 000, Jinyu's state-of-the-art scouter exceeded its limits and exploded. In that instant, the rapidly moving Jinyu halted abruptly, suspended in midair. His mind was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. 180, 000. A combat power exceeding 180, 000. This is impossible. Apart from Lord Frisia, how could anyone possess a combat power greater than 180? 000? What a jest. Unable to accept this reality, Jinyu initially suspected a malfunction in his scouter. However, he was acutely aware that his scouter was functioning correctly. Just recently, he had utilized it to locate Vegeta and seize the 7 Dragon Balls from him. Ha! Jinyu's mood underwent a dramatic shift, transforming from shock to unrestrained laughter. If anyone were present at that moment, they would undoubtedly conclude that Jinyu had lost his sanity. One moment contorted with disbelief. The next bursting into laughter. Was this not the hallmark of madness? Yet, Jinyu was not deranged. He was exhilarated. Jinyu possessed a unique ability to switch bodies at that moment. His mind raced with the thought that if he could exchange bodies with this individual boasting a combat power exceeding 180,000, he would be able to accomplish even greater feats for Lord Frieza. Just wait. Your body will soon be mine, Jinyu declared, pointing skyward with a maniacal laugh before swiftly propelling himself forward, with his scouter destroyed. Jinyu lacked the ability to sense energy like the Z warriors, that he could only rely on the detection department within Frieza's spaceship to locate this formidable power. Meanwhile, as Jinyu sought to acquire Yiyu's body, Yiyu and his companions had already landed their capsule on the surface of Namek. Lord Yiyu, what shall we do next? Asked Lap as he stepped out of the capsule. Yiyu did not respond immediately, but began calibrating his scouter. Soon, numerous high-power readings appeared on the scouter's display. Could it be that the Jinyu force has already arrived on Namek? Initially uncertain of their arrival, Yiyu recalled that the Jinyu force was summoned only after Frieza's scouters were destroyed by the Namekians. However, upon detecting several power levels exceeding tens of thousands, Yiyu realized that the Jinyu force had indeed reached Namek. At that moment, Yiyu's heart tightened slightly. He quickly began to ascertain the location of the Jinyu force. For Gudo was the first to perish among their ranks. Yiyu's primary purpose for coming to Namek was to confront Gudo and his time-stopping ability. If Gudo had already been dispatched by Vegeta, it would spell disaster. Chapter 05. The Super Saiyan? Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through a hilly region of Namek. Looking towards the sound, one could see thick smoke billowing and dust swirling on the land ahead. As the view zoomed in, 7 figures emerged from the haze. These 7 individuals were none other than 4 members of the Jinyu force, along with Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. After Jinyu snatched the 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta, the remaining 4 members of the Jinyu force decided their opponents through a game of chance. Ultimately, the weakest among them, Gudo, triumphed and chose Sun Wukong and Krillin as his adversaries. The explosive sound that had just resonated was the result of Sun Wukong and Krillin unleashing their respective techniques, Mystic Flash and Kamehameha, in an effort to confront Gudo. I never anticipated that fellow could run so far. Sun Wukong, suspended in the sky, gazed down at Gudo in the distance, his expression one of astonished disbelief. That guy must have employed the time-stopping technique that Vegeta mentioned. Not far away, upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Krillin also directed his gaze towards the ancient figure of Gudo, speaking in a low voice, just as the powerful aura erupted from Son Gohan and Krillin. Preparing to pursue Gudo, a formidable lightning bolt suddenly flashed through their minds. In truth, this was not actual lightning, but rather a profound sensation that Son Gohan and Krillin had perceived through their ki. At that moment, the energy emanating from both of them vanished without a trace. Unanimously, they turned their attention towards a specific point ahead. Uncle Krillin, Son Gohan said, his body rigid and voice trembling. Although he did not elaborate further, Krillin understood immediately, responding with a tone of sheer terror. Ah, what a terrifying aura! It's even more horrifying than that being called Frieza. As he spoke, a chill ran down Krillin's spine, and his limbs felt as though they were ensnared by a demonic grasp, making it difficult for him to breathe. When they had first arrived on Namek, Krillin had been left speechless by the overwhelming ki of Frieza. Yet now, the aura he sensed was even more immense, far exceeding mere measure. If Frieza's ki was akin to an endless ocean, then the aura Krillin perceived now resembled the vastness of the cosmos itself, despairing and fearsome. Hey, you too! At that moment, Vegeta, noticing Krillin and Son Gohan, suspended motionless in the air, furrowed his brow and uttered a sharp reprimand. However, before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Vegeta, who had initially lacked the ability to sense ki, had acquired this skill after the battle on Earth. In this instant, he too perceived the astonishing and immense aura. How is this possible? This ki belongs to a Saiyan. Vegeta followed the direction in which Son Gohan and Krillin were looking, his expression shifting rapidly, his dark eyes flickering with intensity, while tumultuous waves surged within him. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta instantly deduced that this overwhelming ki belonged to a fellow Saiyan. Could it be Kakarot? This is impossible. Kakarot's ki cannot be this immense. Yet, aside from Kakarot and himself, there should be no other Saiyans in existence. But could this ki signify the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Fixated on the source of the colossal aura, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, fear, and resentment. Vegeta, was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he accept that another Saiyan could surpass him, and not just by a small margin? At that moment, in the sky above, the members of the Ginyu Force, Raikum, Jeez, and Berta, looked on in confusion at Vegeta's and the other's strange reactions, completely unaware of the unfolding events. However, in the next second, their scouters began to respond. Beep, beep, beep. High energy reading ahead. After the scouters emitted a series of alerts, Berta casually remarked, "Let me see just how much battle power it is." As he spoke, Raikum was the first to poke at his scouter. 10, 000, 100, 000, 180, 000. Just like before with Ginyu, Raikum's scouter instantly exceeded its limits and exploded. Hey, what happened, Raikum? What was the enemy's battle power? After noticing this anomaly, Berta and Jeez turned their gazes towards Raikum. This is impossible. Raikum, who usually wore a confident smile, now appeared utterly shocked as he declared, "The battle power exceeds 180, 000. Hearing Raikum's words, Berta and Jeez were taken aback, instinctively retreating a step, cold sweat forming on their brows. 180, 000. How is that possible? Aside from Lord Frieza, how could anyone in this world possess such battle power? Exactly. Even Captain Ginyu doesn't have 180, 000. Your scouter must be malfunctioning. Let me give it a try." Jeez insisted, beginning to recalibrate his device. Bang. However, the result was the same. The scouter exploded within a second. Once might be a coincidence, but twice. In that moment, Raikum, Jeez, and Berta felt as though they were sinking into a quagmire. What did a battle power exceeding 180,000 signify? It meant that even if they joined forces, they would not stand a chance. This information had to be relayed to Captain Ginyu immediately. Meanwhile, not far away. Upon hearing the conversation between Raikum and the others, Vegeta, in a typical situation, would have laughed derisively. Yet faced with this overwhelming aura, he could not muster any mirth. "Fine, Ginyu. You might as well seek out Frieza. It would be of no use. This aura is clearly more powerful than Frieza." At this moment, the immense ki that Vegeta, Son Gohan, and the others had detected was none other than that of Yayu. Indeed, Yayu's battle power of 43,150,000 was far superior to Frieza's first form. Though Vegeta remained unaware of the true extent of Frieza's 3 transformation capabilities that I found you. Ginyu Force, just as Vegeta and Raikum were contemplating how to confront this formidable opponent. A sinister breeze swept through, and in the next moment, a figure stood before their eyes. This figure was none other than Yayu himself. Chapter 6. I am a Saiyan. Although Yayu was situated somewhat distant from the battlefield where Son Gohan and the Ginyu Force were engaged. His speed, while fully unleashed at a battle power of 43,150,000, reached a terrifying level. A mere flash of light in the distance, and Yayu had already appeared within Son Gohan's line of sight. Due to Yayu's astonishing velocity, as he came to a halt, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of his arrival, rapidly expanding outward. Here, suspended in the sky, Son Gohan and Krillin felt as though they were vessels navigating against the tide of a stormy sea. At risk of being capsized at any moment in an instant, to withstand the impact of this formidable shockwave, Son Gohan and Krillin raised their arms defensively, striving to keep their bodies grounded against the force. The shockwave came swiftly and dissipated just as rapidly. Once the turbulence subsided, Vegeta and the others clearly beheld Yayu, who hovered in the sky, not Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Yayu above. A Saiyan. At this moment, Krillin and Son Gohan immediately recognized Yayu's identity as a Saiyan. In a synchronized gesture, they turned to look at Vegeta, who, with clenched fists and gritted teeth, wore an expression of envy and resentment. "I found you, Ginyu Force," as Vegeta and Son Gohan, along with the others, stared at Yayu with a vigilant gaze. Yayu, suspended in midair, cast a sweeping glance over the group. Upon noticing that Goku had not yet been vanquished by Vegeta, A quiet sense of relief washed over Yi Yu's heart. That moment, the atmosphere in the sky grew extraordinarily tense. Under this oppressive ambience, beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the onlookers. Their hearts pounding furiously, and even their breaths became labored. None were privy to Yi Yu's identity or the purpose of his arrival. However, due to the overwhelming aura emanating from him, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and the others could only fix their stiff expressions upon Yi Yu. Refraining from making any sudden moves, they understood that if this scion before them wished to eliminate them, it would be a matter of mere whim. "Who on earth are you?" At last, after a prolonged silence, Vegeta erupted, his fists clenched tightly as he shouted at Yi Yu with palpable animosity. "Hey, Vegeta." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin felt a surge of urgency. He feared that if Vegeta provoked this formidable being, they would all meet their doom. Why Yu did not respond to Vegeta's inquiry immediately. Instead, he focused his gaze on the Saiyan Prince, having spent over 20 years in the Dragon Ball universe. This was his first genuine encounter with Vegeta. After meticulously surveying the Saiyan Prince, a slight smirk crept across Yi Yu's lips, and he eventually spoke. "As you can see, I am a Saiyan." "A Saiyan?" The moment Yi Yu uttered these words, the members of the Jinyu Force, GIs, Bart, Raikum, and Gudu, were taken aback. Could a Saiyan possess such strength? Is this what the legends refer to as a Super Saiyan? The Jinyu Force had heard of the Super Saiyan from Frieza, though he had dismissed it as a mere myth. Just as Vegeta was about to articulate further, two beams of white light streaked through the sky. As the luminous orbs dissipated, two figures emerged. These individuals were none other than Lap and Tors, who had descended alongside Yi Yu. "Truly impressive, Lord Yi Yu. Your speed is unparalleled. I can hardly keep up." Lap stabilized his position, first surveying the assembly before extolling Yi Yu's prowess. "Why Yi Yu?" Though Lap's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present upon hearing the name. Vegeta and the others subtly shifted in demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, they expressed their unfamiliarity with him. Despite Yi Yu's combat prowess exceeding 40 million, he lacked Frieza's ostentation. Over the years, he had quietly expanded his influence, recruiting powerful warriors to bolster his might. It was not surprising that Vegeta and the others had not heard of Yi Yu. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the members of the Jinyu Force were cautiously observing Yi Yu, Lap's scouter began to beep erratically. Instantly, a plethora of data appeared on the device. "What is this?" Upon realizing that the combat power of everyone present far surpassed his own, Lap's expression fell. "Your combat power is too low." At that moment, Lap recalled Tors's earlier words that it was evident that his combat power of 12,000 was indeed insufficient. "Lord Yi Yu, do you wish for me to engage them in battle?" Lap inquired cautiously. Yi Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lap and replied, "If you desire to fight them, I shall not impede you. On second thought, perhaps I should refrain." Lap responded awkwardly. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Vegeta, Son Gohan, and the others, Yi Yu gradually descended toward the ground, finally taking a seat atop a massive boulder. Observing this, Son Gohan and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by Yi Yu's intentions. "What are you doing?" "I am here to collect attributes. Rest assured, continue your battle as though I am not present. I will not interfere." Yi Yu perceived the confusion among the group and promptly clarified. There was one thing he refrained from voicing. "If you do not engage in battle, how can I collect attributes?" Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the others remained largely perplexed, but Gudu was elated. He had no inclination to ponder further. His sole focus was to eliminate Son Gohan and Krillin. Given that this immensely powerful Saiyan did not intend to involve himself in their skirmish, it was nothing short of fortuitous. Yash, as Gudu noted that Son Gohan and Krillin's attention remained fixated on Yi Yu. A cruel smile spread across his rotund face. In the next instant, a beam of azure light erupted from the singular eye upon Gudu's forehead, resembling a laser as it hurtled towards Son Gohan. Danger! Sensing the imminent threat, Krillin's expression paled, and he dashed forward, pushing Son Gohan aside. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired combat power attribute 100. The moment Gudu launched his attack, a combat power attribute fell from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the mechanical prompt echoed within Yi Yu's mind. "Finally, let us commence. Gudu, quickly utilize your time-stopping ability." As the system's notification resonated in his mind, Yi Yu's gaze fixed intently on Gudu. his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Chapter 07. Acquiring the Time Pause Attribute. Chapter 07. Host. Yu Combat Power. 43.15 million abilities. Shockwave, Energy Sphere, Flight Technique. At this moment, a virtual screen materialized before Yu, displaying his system attributes, which only he could perceive. That Yu's attribute acquisition system allowed him to collect two primary types of attributes. The first is combat power attributes, which are directly augmented when the system absorbs combat power dropped by others during battle. The second type comprises ability attributes, which are dropped alongside combat power during a fight. These abilities include techniques such as the Kamehameha, time freezing, and instantaneous movement. Thus far, Yu had amassed a considerable number of abilities through the system. However, many of these abilities remained unused, as they were not necessary. For instance, the large-scale destructive energy sphere could effortlessly obliterate a planet like Nameke. Yu did not share Frisia's penchant for flamboyant displays of power. Nevertheless, it is not to say that Yu could acquire any ability he desired at will. Combat power attributes were guaranteed to drop, while ability attributes were subject to probability, akin to treasure drops in a game after defeating monsters. According to the system's description, the probability of obtaining an ability attribute was 1 in 5. For instance, when Gudo had just executed his I-beam, he did not drop the I-beam attribute. Although the drop rate was not absolute, repeated attempts significantly increased the likelihood of acquiring the desired ability attribute. For example, Yu aspired to obtain Gudo's time freeze ability, although Gudo's single execution might not yield the time freeze attribute. Multiple attempts would greatly enhance the chances of acquiring the skill. Of course, there were instances of extraordinary luck where one might secure the time freeze ability on the first try. However, Yu did not harbor such lofty expectations. If all else failed, he planned to capture Gudo and compel him to demonstrate the time freeze skill repeatedly until the system finally dropped the desired attribute. This, of course, was merely a last resort for Yu. Should it come to that, the system would likely chime in with a sarcastic comment. Shameless. As Yu anticipated Gudo's display of the time freeze skill, the figures of Jess and Bart in the sky exchanged complaints. Did Gudo even comprehend the gravity of the situation? Even at this critical juncture, he was still preoccupied with these earthlings. Regardless, as long as this Saiyan refrained from intervening, Gudo could entertain himself as he pleased. After Krillin rescued Son Gohan, Gohan let out a huge sigh of relief. We're saved. Gohan, let's go. Krillin glanced at Yu and, upon realizing Yu had no intention of intervening, called out to Son Gohan. Oh. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted around both Son Gohan and Krillin, enveloping their bodies as they charged directly towards Gudo, who was engaged in battle. How swift! At that moment, Tosi, standing behind Yu, displayed a look of astonishment upon witnessing the speed of Son Gohan and Krillin. That little brat seems to be about your age, doesn't he? Lap commented teasingly, noticing Tosi's expression shift. Indeed, Son Gohan is only about 5 years old. Yet his combat power far surpasses Tosi's. Seeing a peer excel beyond him naturally irked Tosi. He clenched his fists and retorted, his combat power seems to be greater than yours. Originally, Lap had intended to poke fun at Tosi. But upon receiving Tosi's counter, his expression froze. Yu paid no heed to the banter between Lap and Tosi. His focus remained solely on the battle unfolding before him involving Gudo, Son Gohan, and Krillin. After the Grand Elder unlocked their potential, both Son Gohan and Krillin experienced a dramatic increase in combat power, and their speed surged as well. How fast? Upon witnessing Son Gohan and Krillin approaching at an astonishing speed, Gudo's expression changed dramatically. Time pause. While running, Gudo suddenly held his breath. With the activation of the time pause skill, Son Gohan and Krillin, who had been rushing towards him, instantly froze in place, as if the play button had been pressed during a movie. Have they really gotten this close? After pausing time, Gudo was startled to find Son Gohan and Krillin had closed in on him. Instinctively, he began to flee rapidly, seemingly intent on creating distance between himself and the two. However, in his haste, he suddenly remembered that time had been paused, and this was his domain. Why am I running? I don't need to run at all. Calming down, Gudo ceased his flight and opted for a counterattack. With his hands outstretched, he immediately activated a skill. Following this, he released the time pause effect. As the time pause was lifted, the world returned to its normal state. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the time pause attribute. At that moment, the mechanical notification from the system echoed in Yiyu's mind. Hearing this, Yiyu was taken aback, a mix of surprise and joy flooding over him. What? I obtained the time pause skill just like that. He was astonished because he had no idea how he had acquired the time pause skill. From a god's eye view, it seemed that Gudo had executed the time pause skill, leading to the drop of the time pause attribute. And the system notified Yiyu. Everything appeared so seamless and natural. However, from Yiyu's perspective, it was an entirely different matter. When Gudo activated the time freeze, Yiyu's time was also halted, leaving him oblivious to whether Gudo had indeed executed the skill. It was akin to being on a train. One only perceives forward motion by comparing the surrounding scenery. In this case, during the instant time was paused, Yiyu could only determine that time had been frozen by comparing Gudo's position before and after the pause. Naturally, Yiyu was elated at his extraordinary fortune in acquiring the time freeze attribute so effortlessly. Does the host wish to accept the time pause attribute? Accept. Yiyu replied without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 08. The Tsundere Vegeta Chapter 08. Does the host wish to accept the time pause attribute? Accept. Yiyu, without a trace of hesitation, addressed the system directly. As soon as his words fell, the time pause attribute beneath Gudu's feet converged towards Yiyu like golden tadpole scriptures, merging seamlessly into his being. In the next instant, the virtual screen before Yiyu illuminated with the words time pause. At that moment, Yiyu's heart swelled with joy. To acquire the desired ability without any foreknowledge was an exhilarating sensation, akin to purchasing a lottery ticket only to discover one has won the grand prize. Having obtained the time pause skill, Yiyu no longer paid heed to the battle between Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Gudu. Even if Vegeta were to eliminate Gudu in a heartbeat, he would not intervene. After all, the time pause attribute was now firmly in his grasp. Without any further delay, Yiyu was eager to experiment with his newfound ability, much like someone would be excited to try out a new mobile phone. The time pause, akin to Gudu's own time manipulation, enveloped the world in stillness as Yiyu held his breath, the scene around him seemingly frozen in time. Is this what the world looks like after time has been paused? Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. Sun Wukong was halted mid-action. The magical flash emanating from his hands was also suspended. Vegeta, Krillin, and the 4 members of the Jinyu force were all rendered immobile, not only living beings, but also the water, the air, and everything in the space was frozen. Yiyu was the sole entity capable of movement. After a few seconds, Yiyu began to experience discomfort in his body, compelling him to release the time pause. As he resumed breathing, time flowed back into the world. The air stirred, the water resumed its course. Sun Wukong moved once more, and the magical flash he had launched began to travel again. Since Yiyu had been seated prior to the time freeze and remained so afterward, no one noticed that time had been paused at all. With a thunderous sound, the magical flash from Sun Wukong struck the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave accompanied by an explosion that engulfed the arena. Perhaps it was merely 5 seconds? Yiyu paid little mind to the explosion. Instead, he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. His intention was not solely to experience the time pause skill. He had also calculated its duration. 0.5 seconds, though seemingly brief, was ample time for Yiyu. After all, in a duel between experts, a mere second could determine life or death. Furthermore, 5 seconds was a staggering 50 times longer than Hit's 0.1 seconds, which could yield significant results in Hit's hands. Thus, 5 seconds afforded Yiyu a multitude of possibilities. Of course, the duration of Yiyu's time pause skill was not fixed. Currently, he could sustain it for a maximum of 5 seconds. He could also choose to terminate it at 4 or even 3 seconds, necessitating a continuous exploration of its application in combat to maximize its potential. Much like Hit's time skip technique, given my current battle power, combined with the time pause, I wonder if I could defeat Frieza at full power. Yiyu clenched his fists, a powerful confidence radiating from his eyes. Although his battle power stood at 43.15 million, once he activated the time pause, it was as though Frieza were merely a target to be struck. Yet, he knew that if he failed to eliminate Frieza while employing his strongest move, it would be his own demise. While Yiyu pondered the implications of Frieza's existence, Gudu was busy ensnaring Sun Wukong and Krillin with his binding technique. Their bodies were immobilized, suspended in midair. Krillin and Sun Wukong resembled prey caught in a spider's web, unable to move regardless of their struggles. Don't waste your energy. Gudu's chubby face twisted into a mocking grin as he observed the two trapped fighters. In the next moment, he gestured with his hand, causing the surrounding trees to uproot and transform into four sharp stakes resembling spears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the superpower of object manipulation. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yiyu's mind. As an attribute dropped beneath Gudu's feet, would the host like to acquire the superpower of object manipulation? To be candid, the superpower of object manipulation had limited utility in combat. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Yiyu ultimately responded, acquire. As soon as his words fell, the object manipulation attribute flew towards him, merging into his body. Meanwhile, Gudu's murderous intent had surged. Die, just as Gudu prepared to wield the four sharp stakes to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong and Krillin. A figure with astonishing speed suddenly darted past him in the next instant. Before Gudu could launch his stakes, his round head was severed from his neck, soaring into the air amidst a spray of crimson blood. The crowd soon beheld Vegeta's figure materialize behind Gudu. Vegeta, Bart, and Jisu's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing Vegeta's lethal strike against Gudu, though they felt no sorrow for Gudu's demise. It was evident that Vegeta's actions had disrupted the rules of their game. They had previously agreed that Gudu would handle Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Humph, I never said I would abide by your rules. Vegeta retorted coolly as he landed. Thank you, Vegeta. With Gudu's death, the bindings on Sun Wukong and Krillin automatically lifted. Seeing that Vegeta had come to their rescue, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Don't misunderstand. I did not act to save you, I merely wished to weaken their battle power. Hearing Vegeta's proud declaration, Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged amused glances, while Yiyu's brow arched slightly. Chapter 09. The Universe's Fastest Speed? Chapter 09. Damn it, that cursed Vegeta. After Vegeta had slain Gudu, Jisu and Bart glared at him with clenched jaws. Had it not been for Yiyu's presence, Gudu's death would have been inconsequential. After all, Bart and Jisu believed that defeating Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Krillin would be a matter of mere moments. However, with Yiyu in the mix, everything had changed. Previously, when they used their scouters to measure Yiyu's battle power, all three devices had exploded from overload. The only scouter remaining intact belonged to Gudu. They had initially planned for Gudu to contact Jinyu, summoning him to confront Yiyu together. Yet now, with Gudu eliminated by Vegeta and his scouter destroyed, their well-laid plans had been shattered, inciting their ire. What shall we do now? Bart gazed nervously at the enormous rock in the distance. Turning to his companion Jis with a worried expression, with their plans thwarted by Vegeta, they were left to devise an alternative strategy. Bart, isn't your speed the fastest in the universe? Jis cast a sidelong glance at Bart before returning his gaze to Night Feather. Under normal circumstances, Bart would have confidently declared, of course, my speed is unparalleled in the universe. However, having witnessed Night Feather's astonishing velocity just moments ago, Bart found himself lacking in self-assurance. Yet, in a bid to save face, he muttered, well, yes, it is the fastest. So what? Excellent. You must dash out at your utmost speed and inform Captain Jinyu of the situation here, allowing him to deal with this foe. Jis whispered urgently in Bart's ear. Night Feather, they intend to seek reinforcements. As Jis spoke, Toph, standing behind Night Feather, perceptively caught wind of their conversation and promptly relayed the information to Night Feather. Upon hearing Toph's words, Night Feather raised an eyebrow. Harboring no doubt about Toph's report, he understood that Toph's auditory structure bore similarities to that of the Namekians, allowing him to hear sounds from great distances, much like Piccolo could eavesdrop on Trunks and Goku's discussions from kilometers away. Buzz, indeed, shortly after Toph conveyed the information, a powerful energy surged from Bart's body. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the sky, leaving a white trail as he soared towards the horizon. Don't even think about escaping. Vegeta recognized Bart's intentions to summon AID. In his view, if Bart managed to fetch Frieza or Jinyu, their demise would be inevitable. Just as Vegeta prepared to pursue Bart, the imposing figure of Raikum appeared before him, effectively blocking his path. Little Vegeta, your opponent is me. Raikum's massive physique loomed like a wall, sealing off Vegeta's escape. Damn it. Watching Bart depart, Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with frustration. Yet, at that moment, Night Feather, who had been seated upon the rock, had seemingly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, He hovered hundreds of meters above ground. Although Night Feather bore no fear of Bart fetching Frieza or Jinyu, he could not abide the thought of someone slipping away from his watchful gaze. Buzz. Night Feather did not immediately pursue Bart. It seemed he intentionally allowed Bart a 50-meter head start. After a few breaths, a tremendous and ferocious energy erupted around Night Feather. Whoosh! In an instant, Night Feather's form darted forth like a beam of light, accelerating towards Bart's direction with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave erupted beneath him, resembling a rocket launch. Soon, the shockwave engulfed the entire area, impacting Vegeta, Gohan, Raikum, and others below. Cough, cough. What's happening? Amidst the swirling dust, Krillin coughed several times, his expression one of complaint. Krillin, that Saiyan seems to be pursuing the alien who just left. Gohan interjected. Heh, good luck catching Bart. His speed is the fastest in the universe. Raikum looked up at the sky, observing Night Feather's retreating figure, and a smirk spread across his face to Tio Raikum, despite Night Feather's formidable combat prowess. He was certain he could not catch Bart. Night Feather. Just then, Raikum heard the cheerful voice of Lap, who pointed towards Night Feather, who was now racing towards them, holding a lifeless body in his grasp. The deceased was none other than the renowned Bart, the fastest in the universe. Huh. In that moment, Raikum felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His face contorted in horror. The fastest in the universe was caught and dispatched so swiftly. This individual, beside him, just wore a complex expression, a mix of shock and terror. He was astonished that even Bart's speed had been outmatched so quickly. He was terrified at the realization that if this Saiyan wished to kill them, they would have no chance to escape. Death was not frightening. The prospect of awaiting death was. The looming threat of an unknown demise tormented Jiss's mind, leaving him anxious about when Night Feather might decide to end their lives. Remarkable, this Saiyan, just thought, astounded that Night Feather had caught up to that alien so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they too processed the astonishing scene. They had witnessed Bart's speed firsthand when Vegeta, in an effort to prevent Frieza from acquiring the 7 Dragon Balls, had hurled one with all his might before Jiss and the others could react. Yet Bart had already raced off to retrieve the Dragon Ball. At that moment, Bart's speed had left Vegeta and his companions in utter disbelief. Now, however, this Saiyan had effortlessly overtaken Bart. Chapter 10. The Method of Controlling Power. Chapter 10. Truly, Night Feather's speed is unparalleled. As Night Feather hovered mid-air, Lap gazed up at him with an obsequious expression. Toph, with eyes gleaming in admiration, regarded Night Feather with reverence. He had followed Night Feather out of deep respect for his formidable strength, viewing him as the pinnacle of his aspirations. Thud. Night Feather paid no heed to Lap's flattery, casually discarding Bart's lifeless body before gradually descending. Jiss, Raikum, and Vegeta regarded Night Feather with flickering eyes. Jiss and Raikum were filled with trepidation, while Vegeta seethed with indignation. Was this truly the extent of that individual's power? How infuriating. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, yet I have been left far behind by an unknown Saiyan. As Vegeta observed Night Feather's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, frustration etched across his face. Though he had not witnessed the clash between Night Feather and Bart, he was aware that Bart's strength was not inferior to his own, and his speed far surpassed it. Yet now, Night Feather had caught Bart and returned in less than half a minute. What kind of power was this? Vegeta found it difficult to comprehend. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Buzz, consumed by frustration, Vegeta erupted, unleashing a powerful energy that surged forth, creating a formidable shockwave radiating outward from his center. As the shockwave impacted, Krillin and Gohan found themselves involuntarily stepping back, caught off guard by the force of Vegeta's power. Upon sensing the astonishing energy radiating from Vegeta's body, Krillin's heart was filled with a complex array of emotions that in the immediate context, to confront the Jinyu force and the potential adversaries, Yu and his companions, the stronger Vegeta became, the greater Krillin's elation. However, considering the long-term implications, if Vegeta were to launch another assault on Earth, the planet would be in grave peril. Is this truly all of my power? Vegeta seemed to be showcasing his formidable strength to Yu, continuously unleashing the energy within him. Although Vegeta's power appeared overwhelmingly potent in the eyes of Krillin, Gohan, and others, it paled in comparison to Yu's battle power of 43,150,000 initially. Yu displayed no discernible reaction. But as Vegeta's energy surged, A flicker of intrigue crossed his visage. Of course, Yi was not astonished by Vegeta's might. Rather, he was moved by the sudden recollection of the system's mechanical notification echoing in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the control power attribute. Upon hearing this notification, Yiyu's countenance brightened with delight. While the control power did not enhance his battle strength, its adept application could yield remarkable results. Its most significant advantage was the art of deception. For instance, Goku, with a battle power of over 100,000, would feign weakness by suppressing his energy to 5,000, thereby lulling his opponents into a false sense of security before unleashing his true strength in a stunning display. Moreover, it could also serve as a means of escape. For instance, Krillin and Gohan, unable to match Vegeta's strength, could completely suppress their energy to evade his relentless pursuit. Does the host wish to acquire the control power attribute? Upon hearing this, Yiyu promptly replied, acquire. No sooner had he spoken than a golden tadpole, representing the control power attribute, soared towards him. Merging seamlessly with his being. It was at this moment that the system's attribute panel reflected the addition of the control power. Immediately after gaining this attribute, Yiyu began to harness its capabilities, swiftly retracting the immense energy within him. Beep, beep, beep. At that juncture, the scouters worn by Tors and Lap behind Yiyu began to register fluctuations. Ultimately, Tors and Lap exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing the readings on their scouters. 12,000. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin also sensed the unusual transformation within Yiyu. Just a moment ago, Yiyu had exuded an energy as vast as the cosmos, only for it to vanish instantaneously. Although Tors and Lap were oblivious to the cause of this phenomenon, Gohan and Krillin, possessing the ability to control their energy, understood that Yiyu had suppressed his power. Could it be? In that moment, Krillin and Gohan regarded Yiyu as if he were a creature of legend. Could this Saiyan have learned the technique of energy control simply by observing Vegeta's display? It seems so, Krillin exclaimed. To learn it after just one glance. That surpasses the bounds of genius. It is nothing short of monstrous. It is essential to note that Krillin had spent several arduous years mastering the control of energy. Even Vegeta, a natural prodigy, had taken considerable time engaging with Goku on Earth before grasping the method of energy control. Yet, Yiyu had achieved mastery after a single observation. Learn? I did not learn. I merely picked up an attribute casually. Indeed, aside from Yiyu, such prodigious talents did exist within the universe, capable of grasping techniques after a single viewing. Majin Buu was a prime example. Having observed Vegeta's attack wave just once, he effortlessly adapted it for his own use. After witnessing Goku's Kamehameha, he immediately replicated the technique. In those days, figures like Majin Buu and Yiyu were akin to beings with cheat codes. Why has your battle power suddenly diminished so drastically, Yiyu? Lap inquired cautiously, perplexed. Wanna know? Fight that individual, and I shall enlighten you. Yiyu gestured toward Vegeta. Hearing this, Lap's expression turned pained. He was well aware that Vegeta's battle power far surpassed his own, and confronting him with a mere 12,000 would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 11. The escalation of battle power, perhaps due to the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, Yiyu had harbored an insatiable thirst for combat since childhood. This yearning was akin to the cravings of a chain smoker, perpetually longing for a cigarette. Whenever he encountered formidable opponents, the Saiyan essence within him seemed to beckon him toward battle like a devilish temptation. Yet, in the present moment, neither Vegeta nor Riku was perceived as a true threat. Lacking the exhilarating challenge he sought, Yiyu felt little desire to engage in combat with Vegeta or Riku. Instead, he preferred to await their clash, collecting the battle power attributes that would inevitably drop as a result of their skirmish, anticipating that the resultant spoils would be substantial. As Yiyu conversed with Lap, Vegeta continued to roar, relentlessly amplifying his energy. The ground beneath him appeared to buckle under the weight of some mysterious force, erupting in sporadic explosions. Fine grains of sand began to rise into the atmosphere. Once Vegeta had maximized his energy, he stood tall, fists clenched, exuding confidence as he faced Riku. Ha! Without so much as a greeting, Vegeta surged forward, launching himself at Riku. He struck first with a powerful punch to Riku's jaw, sending him hurtling into the sky. Without missing a beat, Vegeta pursued, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Riku with a ferocity reminiscent of a machine gun's fire, leaving only a flurry of afterimages in his wake. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 350. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 370. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 410. As Vegeta's relentless assault continued, the mechanical notifications from the system echoed ceaselessly in Yu's mind. With each of Vegeta's strikes, battle power attributes rained down from the ground, each exceeding 300 and gradually increasing over time. Bang! As Vegeta's assault on Riku reached a certain crescendo, he leapt high above Riku's head, interlocking his hands and raising them aloft. With tremendous force, he struck down upon Riku, treating him as if he were a volleyball. In an instant, Riku plummeted like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble and dust to billow. Below, upon witnessing Vegeta's ferocious onslaught, Gohan stood frozen in astonishment, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Krillin exclaimed in awe, "Incredible! Vegeta!" As Sun Wukong and Krillin marveled at the spectacle before them, Night Feather's mind was once again graced by the chime of the system's prompt. Does the host wish to collect battle power attributes? Collect. As soon as Night Feather's words fell, the battlefields occupied by Vegeta and Lycum witnessed a swift influx of battle power attributes, flowing towards Night Feather's body like a stream. Once all those attributes converged within him, Night Feather observed the virtual screen before him reflecting a rise in battle power from 43.15 million to 43.16 million. This incremental increase indicated that Vegeta's recent fierce combat had elevated Night Feather's battle power by over 10,000. Although it may seem modest, it is noteworthy that Vegeta had only engaged Lycum for less than 10 seconds. Such a rate of increase was indeed commendable, and this was merely the beginning. For the clash between Vegeta and Lycum was far from over. Boom! Shortly after Vegeta slammed Lycum into the ground, a dazzling burst of light erupted from the spot where Lycum fell. The rocks that had buried Lycum were instantly sent flying, revealing him once more to the spectators. However, Lycum now bore numerous wounds, and his attire was tattered, spitting out broken teeth and blood with a dismissive scoff. Lycum addressed Vegeta nonchalantly. "Vegeta, your punches actually have some force behind them. It's been ages since I've felt this exhilarated." As he spoke, Lycum twisted his neck and stretched his legs to that moment. The expressions of Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Krillin shifted dramatically. Surely, this creature, having endured so much of Vegeta's onslaught, appeared utterly unfazed. Krillin recognized that Lycum was not merely boasting. Despite his battered appearance, Lycum's injuries were superficial, merely flesh wounds that posed no significant threat to him. "Damn it, monster," Vegeta muttered in frustration, unleashing another surge of energy around him. In an instant, he descended from the sky, charging directly at Lycum on the ground. Bang! Just as Vegeta was about to strike Lycum, the latter chose not to absorb the blow this time, but instead launched a counterattack. With a swift motion, Lycum firmly caught Vegeta's punch. The two then engaged in a flurry of back-and-forth strikes. From Krillin and Sun Wukong's perspective, the two appeared evenly matched, but Night Feather discerned that Lycum's strength surpassed that of Vegeta. Yet, Night Feather remained unconcerned with this disparity. Rather, he was focused on how much battle power attributes the duel between Vegeta and Lycum would yield for him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 410 battle power attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 520 battle power attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 430 battle power attributes. As Lycum and Vegeta continued their fierce engagement, the system's prompts echoed relentlessly in Night Feather's mind. Perhaps these notifications were akin to background noise. Yet Night Feather felt no annoyance. Instead, he was invigorated by the continuous influx of battle power attributes. Witnessing his own battle power escalate, Night Feather was far from displeased. Chapter 12. The Arrival of Jinyu Bang. After a considerable exchange of blows between Lycum and Vegeta, Lycum suddenly unleashed a devastating punch, striking Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. With a gasp, Vegeta spewed forth a mouthful of blood, clutching his midsection as his body bent forward. Staggering backward, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Krillin's expressions turned grave upon witnessing Vegeta's plight. Meanwhile, Lycum sauntered over to the doubled-over Vegeta, a pained expression etched on his face. "Little Vegeta, not bad at all. You withstood my punch and are still on your feet," Lycum remarked, rubbing his nose as he approached Vegeta. "But can you endure the next one?" As he spoke, Lycum raised his colossal fist, preparing to deliver another crushing blow at that moment. Krillin had already gathered a disc of energy in his palm. Night Feather's attention sharpened at the sight of Krillin's energy disc. Energy disc, Krillin shouted, hurling the disc towards Licum.in that instant. The system's mechanical voice resonated within Night Feather's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired energy disc attributes. At that moment, the energy disc, propelled with tremendous force, surged towards Licum. Just as it seemed poised to strike, Licum bent backward at an impossible angle, narrowly evading the attack. What a pity! Krillin lamented silently as he witnessed the disc miss its mark. However, the energy disc continued its trajectory, slicing through a distant mountain with a clean, mirror-like cut. Upon witnessing the formidable power of the energy disc, both Lap and Toss, who stood behind Night Feather, were taken aback. Night Feather's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He pondered the potential of combining Time Pause with the energy disc. The energy disc possessed immense power capable of severing objects, yet its drawback lay in its ease of evasion. However, if Time Pause were employed first to halt Licum's movements, followed by the energy disc, it would render the enemy akin to fish on a chopping block, awaiting their fate. That, of course, Night Feather was uncertain if he could utilize energy after executing Time Pause. A question only experimentation could answer. After all, Goku had refrained from launching an energy wave post-Time Pause when attacking Sun Wukong and Krillin. Does the host wish to collect energy disc attributes? Just as Night Feather contemplated this, the system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Collect. As Night Feather accepted the energy disc attributes, Krillin had already rescued the severely injured Vegeta. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of small energy blasts, akin to a machine gun, relentlessly assaulting Licum on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. As Sun Wukong continued his onslaught, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions, while the system's prompts echoed incessantly in Night Feather's mind, announcing his acquisition of battle power attributes. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Toss Scouter behind Night Feather suddenly registered a reaction. After a moment of surprise, Toss poked at the Scouter. The next second, a terrifying data readout appeared on the device. Upon seeing this data, a grave expression enveloped Toss' small face, and without hesitation, he relayed the discovery to Night Feather. Teacher Night Feather, an extremely high battle power reading is approaching us. Before Night Feather could respond, Lap interjected with a teasing tone. Getting so worked up, it seems you've never seen such a sight before. As the conversation unfolded, Lap had already begun to calibrate his detector. Upon observing the data displayed on the device, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. However, when he noticed Tess casting a disdainful glance in his direction, he quickly concealed his surprise, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "It's merely 120,000. He is by no means a match for Lord Yu. 120,000? The moment those figures escaped Lap's lips, an intrigued smile curved upon Yu's face. He had already deduced the identity of the individual boasting such combat prowess, simultaneously, as Yu recognized the source of the formidable energy. Klin, who was engaged in battle with Licum, also discerned an overwhelming, malevolent aura rapidly approaching their vicinity. Gohan, Klin called out to Son Gohan, who, upon understanding, promptly soared over, gazing intently at a point in the distance. At that moment, both Klin and Son Gohan wore expressions of profound concern. It's the presence of that individual from before. Gohan spoke, and in his mind, 5 figures immediately materialized. These 5 were none other than the members of the Jinyu force. The person Gohan referred to was undoubtedly Jinyu, the leader of the Jinyu force. Meanwhile, the severely injured Vegeta also felt the weight of the immense energy. Damn it, Jinyu has arrived. Although Gohan and Klin were oblivious to Jinyu's name, Vegeta was well aware. Lacking the ability to sense energy and devoid of a detector, Licum and Jaisus exchanged puzzled glances upon observing that Vegeta and Yu were both staring intently in the same direction. However, the next moment, upon spotting a figure racing toward them, their expressions shifted to one of elation at It's Captain Jinyu. Indeed, it was Jinyu who approached. He had previously sensed Yu's extraordinary combat power and, while returning to Frisia's spaceship with the Dragon Balls, had utilized a new detector to ascertain Yu's location. Although that detector had subsequently overloaded and exploded, Jinyu had committed the direction of Yu to memory. Now, equipped with another detector, Jinyu made his way toward them. Chapter 13. confrontation with Jinyu with a powerful burst of white energy enveloping him. Jinyu surged through the sky like a shooting star, ultimately halting above Vegeta, Lycum, and the others. As they beheld Jinyu hovering in the air, Vegeta, Klin, and Son Gohan felt a palpable sense of dread wash over them. Meanwhile, Lycum and Jaisus, members of the Jinyu force, were overjoyed at Jinyu's arrival. "Captain Jinyu, your arrival is splendid," Jaisus exclaimed, pointing furiously at Yu. "This is the one who killed Berta." Jinyu had not initially come to assist Jaisus. Rather, he had detected a power exceeding 180,000 in this direction and had come to investigate. However, upon arriving and sensing Yiyu's power at a mere 12,000, he had chosen to disregard Yiyu entirely. Upon hearing Jaisus's words, Jinyu's gaze once again fell upon Yiyu. "Oh," he observed Yiyu with astonishment. "Can a combat power of 12,000 truly eliminate Berta? It seems implausible." Jaisus could not be lying, and Berta's corpse lay evident before them. Thus, the only explanation was that this individual possessed a transformation ability akin to that of King Frieza, which enhanced combat power. With a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Jinyu pondered, "Captain Jinyu, exercise caution. This fellow's combat power exceeds 180,000. At that moment, Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, but then elated. As he began to laugh maniacally, Jaisus and Lycum exchanged bewildered glances. "What is happening? Is Captain Jinyu losing his mind? Shouldn't he be worried? Shouldn't he be contemplating how to confront this individual?" Unbeknownst to them, Jinyu had come specifically for Yiyu. Initially, Jinyu had feared he had lost track of the individual with the 180,000 power, but upon hearing Jaisus's revelation, he immediately recognized Yiyu as the target of his pursuit. "Your body shall be mine," Jinyu thought, "but first, I must ascertain whether your combat power is indeed genuine." Suddenly, Jinyu's laughter ceased, and his eyes fixed intently upon Yiyu with a commendable demeanor. "You exhibit no signs of anxiety upon witnessing my strength." After a few breaths of mutual scrutiny, Jinyu erupted into action, unleashing a formidable energy sphere the size of a basketball, which shot toward Yiyu and his companions like a cannonball. "Beware!" Lap's face turned ashen at Jinyu's abrupt offensive. In the blink of an eye, Lap and Toos retreated in opposite directions. Yet, Yiyu remained seated, motionless, allowing the energy sphere to collide with him. Boom! The instant the sphere struck Yiyu, it detonated with a force reminiscent of an explosion, engulfing the hillside in a fiery hemisphere. The ensuing shockwave radiated outward like ripples, sending debris flying. Klin, Gohan, and the others found their garments flapping wildly in the wake of the blast. Master Yiyu. As the shockwave subsided, Tess, hovering in midair, gazed down at the inferno below, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Fear not. Such an attack could never harm Lord Yiyu." Lap reassured Tess, his tone calm, as if he were accustomed to witnessing such scenes. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Yiyu's form re-emerged, and scathed, suspended a meter above the ground. The hill upon which he had stood had been obliterated. "See, I told you everything would be fine," Lap declared with a knowing smile, addressing Tess, who, after exhaling in relief, gazed at Yiyu with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Gohan, Jinyu, and the others observed the unfolding spectacle, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Vegeta wore a face of resentment, Gohan was astonished, and Jinyu was elated. Truly, a remarkable individual with a combat power of 180,000. He is indeed formidable. Jinyu praised Yiyu, his gaze gleaming with avarice, as though the being before him was not a mere human, but a treasure of immeasurable worth. Do you wish to exchange bodies with me?" Yiyu was certainly aware of Jinyu's little schemes. Logically, Yiyu could easily eliminate Jinyu, thereby putting an end to his antics and preventing any further disturbances. However, Yiyu's visit to Namek had a dual purpose. Aside from acquiring the time-manipulating abilities of Goku, he also sought to obtain the S-cells associated with Son Goku after his transformation into a Super Saiyan. In this respect, Jinyu had played a role in Goku's path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Consequently, for the time being, Yiyu was not inclined to dispose of Jinyu just yet. Of course, eliminating Jinyu was not entirely off the table. Should the need arise, he could simply incapacitate Goku afterwards and have Vegeta escort him for medical attention. Considering the timeline, Goku should be arriving shortly. Thus, before his arrival, Yiyu decided to indulge in a bit of entertainment. He gazed upwards at the sky, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear, "I am the Dragon Ball Saga." Goku arrived just in time to save Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin from being severely beaten by Rickon. However, Yiyu's presence had caused a slight shift in the dynamics of the battle involving Vegeta and Rickon. Nevertheless, this did not affect the timing of Goku's descent onto Namek. Yiyu speculated that Goku's spaceship had already reached the vicinity of Namek, merely awaiting landing. Chapter 14, Body Exchange. With arms crossed, Yiyu levitated gracefully into the AI as he ascended. The suppressed energy within him began to gradually be released. At this moment, the readings on Jinyu's scouters steadily climbed. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 60,000. Aware that Yiyu could manipulate his battle power, Jinyu removed his scouter and tossed it aside upon reaching the 60,000 mark. He understood that the scouter held no practical value against an opponent of Yiyu's caliber. Simultaneously, Yiyu's form rose to match Jinyu's level. Jinyu appraised Yiyu with a glint of amusement in his eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he emitted a chilling laugh. Could it be that Captain Jinyu was about to employ that technique? Below, Rickon and Guise exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude at Jinyu's laughter. To them, Jinyu's use of that technique would signify the end of this farce. "Your body is mine." Just as Guise and Rickon were speaking, Jinyu suddenly seemed to go mad, grinning wickedly at Yiyu before extending his arms wide as a peculiar light radiated from Jinyu's form. And as he prepared to utter the word exchange, Yiyu vanished like a shadow, reappearing instantaneously behind Jinyu. Before Jinyu could react, Yiyu launched a powerful punch directly into his back. "Exchange? I'll make you exchange." Though Yiyu's punch did not employ his full strength, with a battle power of 43.16 million, even a fraction of his might was far beyond what Jinyu's 120,000 could withstand. With a resounding thud, Jinyu spat blood and was sent hurtling downwards like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby lake. "What?" Rickon and Guise exchanged incredulous glances as they witnessed Yiyu interrupt Jinyu's body exchange technique. While Vegeta and Gohan might have been unaware of Jinyu's intentions, Rickon and Guise understood all too well. As members of Jinyu Force, they had seldom seen Jinyu's body exchange fail. Yet now, it seemed as if Yiyu had seen through Jinyu's plan. Before Jinyu could initiate the exchange, Yiyu had launched his offensive. Remarkable, he sent even such a formidable opponent flying with a single punch. Krillin exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Yiyu's effortless display of power against Jinyu. "Tsh," Vegeta muttered under his breath, displeased as the Prince of the Saiyans. He felt a pang of resentment at having another Saiyan overshadow him while he appeared so disheveled. Just moments after Krillin's praise, a brilliant light erupted from beneath the surface of the lake. The water bulged outward, and Jinyu's form burst forth, transforming into a streak of white light as he launched himself towards Yiyu. Boom, boom, whoosh, what incredible speed! I can hardly see a thing. Krillin and Gohan gazed upward in awe at the ferocious battle unfolding above them. The speed of Yiyu and Jinyu was astonishing. They could only hear the sounds of their fierce combat without witnessing the action itself. Not only Krillin and Gohan, but also Rickon and Guise were unable to discern the events clearly. Even Vegeta could only catch fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures darting across the sky. Suddenly, amidst their rapid exchange, Jinyu appeared to suffer a heavy blow, careening backward. This time, his luck ran out as he crashed down onto the ground below. Boom! Upon impact, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The force of the blast lifted the corpses of Buddha and Goku, while the weakest among them, Tors, struggled to withstand the onslaught, beginning to stagger backward. Just as Tors was about to be overwhelmed, Raph swiftly appeared behind him, placing a hand on his back to steady him. "This battle is terrifying. If we remain here, we might be caught in the crossfire," Krillin exclaimed, shielding himself with his arms as he fought to maintain his balance. "Gohan, we must retreat." Once the shockwave subsided, Krillin took to the air, beckoning Gohan to follow as they flew away from the battlefield. Though Vegeta felt a sense of frustration, he understood that there was no room for him to intervene. "Little Vegeta, trying to escape? Our battle is not yet finished." No sooner had Vegeta and Gohan departed than Rickon sprang into action, pursuing them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Rickon positioned himself directly in front of Krillin and Gohan, blocking their path. "Damn it! It seems we have no choice but to fight." After Krillin and Sun Wukong created some distance from Rickon, they opted to engage him in combat. Soon after, Vegeta also joined the fray, resulting in a 3-on-1 scenario. Once the dust settled, a massive crater appeared on the ground, as if a spaceship had crashed down from the sky. Captain Jinyu. Jess called out anxiously towards Jinyu, who lay in the depths of the pit. Almost immediately after Jesus' words, Jinyu's figure surged out from the crater. However, he was no longer the imposing figure he once was. Instead, he appeared quite disheveled, covered in wounds. Chapter 15. Time Pause Combat Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a battle power attribute of 260. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a battle power attribute of 470. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a battle power attribute of 310. Amidst the chaotic battle involving Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Raikou, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed continuously in Yi Yu's mind. Meanwhile, the battle power attributes on the battlefield where Vegeta and Sun Wukong fought were steadily diminishing, although the rate of decline was not as rapid as during Tors's confrontation with the Vegetable Man. The quality of the attributes far surpassed that encounter, with each battle power attribute exceeding 250. After all, the battle power of the Vegetable Man and Tors was significantly lower than that of Vegeta and Raikou. Despite the incessant prompts in his mind, Yi Yu's attention remained fixated on Jinyu before him. After all, the battle power attributes could be collected later, but a moment's distraction could result in falling prey to Jinyu's body swap technique, which would be a grave misstep. Emerging from the crater, Jinyu glared at Yi Yu, who hovered in the air above, his forehead bulging with veins, and his face filled with resentment. Jinyu was well aware that he was no match for Yi Yu. After all, he possessed only 120,000 battle power compared to Yi Yu's over 180,000. His audacity to prance before Yi Yu stemmed solely from his ability to swap bodies. Jinyu had initially planned to exchange bodies with Yi Yu, thus acquiring his formidable battle power. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Yu would not afford him the opportunity to execute his plan. Now, unable to fight back, and with his body swap technique rendered futile, Jinyu's heart brimmed with frustration. After observing Yi Yu for a while, Jinyu's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Tors and Lapu, who floated in the sky nearby. These two seemed to have come along with this fellow. Jinyu recalled the scene of Tors and Lapu standing behind Yi Yu upon their arrival. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jinyu's mind, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. In the next instant, Jinyu swiftly launched a ki blast, the size of a basketball, towards Yi Yu, who remained suspended in the air. Futile. Yi Yu, unfazed by Jinyu's ki blast, casually swatted it away as if shooing away a fly. Now's my chance. At the moment Yi Yu deflected the ki blast, a triumphant grin spread across Jinyu's face. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Tors. Danger. Seeing Jinyu charge towards Tors, Lapu urgently warned. Yet, the disparity in strength between Jinyu and Tors was insurmountable. Before Tors could react, Jinyu had already appeared behind him and seized him in his grasp. Let me go. Tors, caught by Jinyu, began to struggle, but against Jinyu's 120,000 battle power, Tors's paltry 3,000 was akin to that of an infant. No matter how he wriggled, he could not escape Jinyu's grip. Lord Yi Yu. At that moment, Lapu's face turned pale upon witnessing Tors's plight. Although he longed to rush forward and rescue Tors, the fear of Jinyu's terrifying strength held him back. In desperation, Lapu cast a pleading glance towards Yi Yu. Don't move, or I'll crush this kid immediately. Before Yi Yu could respond, Jinyu tightened his grip on Tors, threateningly addressing Yi Yu. Jinyu, is this your final gambit? Yi Yu remained unfazed by Jinyu's threat, calmly replying with an impassive expression. Indeed, if you don't want this kid to die, you better do as I say. Jinyu's words elicited a mocking smile from Yi Yu. Do you really think you can threaten me by capturing a mere child? As he spoke, Yi Yu seemed to taunt Jinyu, slowly making his way towards him. You told me not to move, so I'll show you what moving looks like. I warned you not to come closer. Jinyu's face turned pale as he realized his threat had no effect on Yi Yu. At that moment, the surrounding Tors suddenly radiated a brilliant light. What is this? Upon observing the light emanating from Tors, Yi Yu's previously stoic expression shifted to self-detonation. Indeed, Tors intended to self-detonate. Teacher Yi Yu, I promised you I wouldn't be a burden, Tors declared defiantly, his body glowing intensely. Lord Yi Yu, please save Tors. That guy has always admired you and wanted to be your disciple. Lapu shouted urgently from the side upon witnessing Tors's intent to self-detonate. This kid still has some spirit. I should personally end you. Jinyu thought, his heart steeled as he aimed a knife-hand strike at Tors's back. Yet, just as Jinyu's hand was about to pierce through Tors's body, time seemed to freeze, Tors's lights ceased to flicker, and Jinyu's hand remained suspended in midair, motionless. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Raikum also halted in the sky. As time stood still for everyone, Yu slowly descended in front of Jinyu. This kid would rather self-detonate than drag me down. Yu sighed inwardly after glancing at the stubborn Tors. Then swiftly snatched Tors away from Jinyu's grasp. After rescuing Tors, Yu released the time paused. In that instant, Jinyu's hand did not stop. Instead, it lunged downwards. However, the next second, Jinyu was astonished to find that the Tors he had held was no longer there. Tors, you don't need to self-detonate. Yu, holding Tors in his arms, ignored Jinyu's shocked expression and reassured Tors. After all, although Tors had been saved, his self-detonation had not been averted. Upon hearing Yu's words, Tors finally realized he was no longer in Jinyu's clutches, but rather in Yu's embrace. Huh, what on earth just happened? At this moment, it was not solely the presence of Jinyu, Tors, and Rap, but also that of Jisoo, all of whom wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, Tors had been in Jinyu's grasp, yet by the time he regained his senses, he found himself in the hands of Yu. Chapter 16. The Annihilation of Jinyu. Thank you for your timely intervention, Teacher Yu, Tors exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy upon realizing Yu's willingness to assist him. Despite not comprehending the circumstances, he immediately levitated into the air. Maintaining a respectful distance while bending at a 90-degree angle, his expression filled with reverence. It was worth noting that Yu had previously been resistant to him. Regardless of Tors' efforts, Yu had steadfastly refused to accept him as a disciple. Thus, Tors perceived Yu's willingness to save him today as a significant breakthrough. Enough, retreat to the side. Yu's cold command followed Tors' words. Yes. Upon receiving Yu's order, Tors promptly stepped back behind him. Meanwhile, Rap, observing the unfolding scene, couldn't help but smile, realizing that Yu indeed held some regard for Tors. Rap clearly recalled Yu stating that he would not intervene if Tors were in danger before their arrival on Namek. Yet now, Yu was taking action at a moment of life and death for Tors. As Yu and Tors conversed, Jinyu suddenly had an epiphany. He lifted his gaze to Yu, astonished. Could it be that this fellow possesses abilities akin to Goku's? Initially baffled by how Yu had swiftly rescued Tors from his grasp, Jinyu soon came to a realization. Perhaps when a person's speed reaches a terrifying threshold, it is indeed possible to snatch someone away before Jinyu even reacts. However, a crucial point remained. Jinyu had a firm hold on Tors. This situation was akin to tightly gripping a mobile phone, only to have a thief stealthily relieve you of it without your awareness. While such a thought seemed implausible, Jinyu understood that if it were Goku's time-stopping ability, it could facilitate Tors' rescue without Jinyu noticing. Unbeknownst to Jinyu, Yu's power did not mirror Goku's. It was simply a different form of ability. Unfortunately for Jinyu, it was far too late. Yu had already resolved to eliminate him. Jinyu, I initially considered sparing your life, but since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish. I detest being threatened. As these words left Yu's lips, he no longer held back, unleashing the full extent of his formidable fighting power. A staggering 43.16 million. With the release of Yu's power, the ground trembled, and the rocks beneath began to ascend into the sky as if drawn by an invisible force. Furthermore, the waters of the distant lake surged, creating towering waves. At this moment, the battling Vegeta, Gohan, and their companions felt the unusual disturbance and simultaneously halted their actions, taking to the skies while directing their gazes toward Yu. Upon sensing the overwhelming and terrifying energy emanating from Yu, Gohan and Krillin were left speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. Vegeta, however, clenched his fists in frustration. Then, under the collective scrutiny of all, Yu abruptly extended his palm toward the stunned Jinyu. In the next instant, the immense energy within Yu converged into his palm, and the onlookers beheld a spine-chilling energy wave erupting from Yu's hand, hurtling toward Jinyu with ferocious intent. Flee! Jinyu's face contorted in horror as he sensed the destructive aura within Yu's energy wave. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy burst around him and transformed into a streak of light, darting away into the distance. However, before Jinyu could escape far, the energy wave launched by Yeyu struck him head-on, obliterating his form in an instant. That moment, the world fell into a profound silence, yet all understood that within this stillness lay the impending doom. Boom! As expected, less than a breath later, the energy wave detonated, resulting in a colossal hemispherical shockwave and a thunderous roar accompanied by a powerful energy surge radiated from the explosion's epicenter. Gohan, Vegeta, and Krillin were caught in the terrifying energy wave's wake. What an appalling energy wave! How powerful is this Saiyan? Gohan and Krillin exchanged grave expressions. Once the energy dissipated, the three immediately sensed that Jinyu's energy had vanished entirely. That person's energy has disappeared, Gohan remarked, his gaze fixed on the site of the explosion. His expression vacant. He's dead. Gohan. Marvelous, he's been eliminated. Upon realizing Jinyu's demise, Gohan and Krillin erupted into jubilant celebration. However, at that moment, Vegeta, with a grave demeanor, admonished, "What are you so pleased about? Though Jinyu has been defeated, can you guarantee that this Saiyan will not turn his abilities against us?" At Vegeta's words, Krillin tempered his exuberance but did not take the warning to heart, saying sheepishly, "Vegeta, you are being overly cautious. This Saiyan clearly aligns with us. Indeed, he has helped us eliminate two enemies." Gohan chimed in, echoing Krillin's sentiments. Unable to convince Gohan and Krillin, Vegeta let out a frustrated huff and added, "Do as you please. However, if he turns against you, I shall not intervene. Rest assured, that will not happen." Krillin waved his hand, confidently asserting his belief. Unbeknownst to them, Yeyu remained focused on the remnants of Jinyu, now reduced to mere ashes. Initially, Yeyu had intended to spare Jinyu for Goku's training, hoping to facilitate Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan during his battle with Frieza. However, to avoid Jinyu potentially using Tors or Rap as leverage against him, Yeyu deemed it necessary to eliminate him. Now, the responsibility of training Goku would likely fall upon Yeyu himself, meaning he would have to confront Goku directly, inflicting injuries to enhance Goku's fighting prowess. After all, Saiyans possess the innate ability to significantly increase their power after recovering from wounds, with the intensity of the injury correlating to the magnitude of the power boost. Of course, Yeyu could also employ this method to rapidly augment his own strength. However, in Yeyu's view, why inflict harm upon myself when I already possess an advantage? Chapter 17. The arrival of Goku host. Would you like to collect the combat power attributes? Just as Yeyu had obliterated Jinyu, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the system's query, Yeyu turned to observe the battlefield between Vegeta and Raikum, where a substantial accumulation of combat power attributes had gathered. These attributes floated in the air like gleaming gold coins, a byproduct of the recent battle involving Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin against Raikum. Collect. As soon as Yeyu's voice fell, the combat power attributes beneath Vegeta, Riku, and others converged like shimmering golden tadpole scriptures, flowing into a vast river of inscriptions, continuously gathering into Yeyu's body. Subsequently, Yeyu observed that on the virtual screen before him, his combat power fluctuated almost every 3 seconds. It is worth noting that on the virtual screen, Yeyu's combat power was represented in units of 10,000. In other words, with each fluctuation, Yeyu's power increased by 10,000.43.16 million, 43.17 million, 43.18 million. After the last combat power attribute merged into Yeyu's body, the display finally stabilized. Ultimately, Yeyu's combat power reached an impressive 43.26 million. This indicated that through the fierce battle among Vegeta, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Riku, Yeyu's power had surged by over 100,000, while the increase from 43.16 million to 43.26 million might not seem substantial at first glance. A rise of 100,000 is indeed a formidable figure. It is essential to note that despite Vegeta's rigorous training, he has yet to attain a combat power of 100,000 yet. Yeyu effortlessly acquired this substantial boost merely by absorbing the combat power attributes dropped during the battle. Of course, the process of Yeyu absorbing these attributes was invisible to Vegeta and the others, who only noticed Yeyu's gaze directed towards them, under the scrutiny of such a powerful individual. Even without any intention of making a move, both Vegeta and Riku felt an overwhelming tension, akin to a deer being observed by a fierce tiger. In an instant. The surrounding air grew increasingly heated due to the palpable atmosphere of anxiety. What is happening? At that moment, Krillin's eyes darted back and forth between Vegeta and Yu, puzzled by the oppressive ambience. After all, Krillin perceived Yu as an ally, assisting them against the Ginyu Force. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta fixated on Yu with a sense of impending threat, a white orb of light surged towards them with astonishing speed. Mere seconds later, the orb arrived at the battlefield. The instant it halted, a powerful shockwave erupted from its point of origin, sweeping forward with tremendous force. The scene resembled Yu's arrival on the battlefield, albeit this shockwave was considerably weaker. Nevertheless, it still stirred up a significant amount of dust, causing Krillin and Son Gohan's battle suits to rustle violently. Due to the orb's incredible velocity, no one in the vicinity, save for Yu, was able to react in time, by the time they did. They beheld a man clad in orange battle attire hovering in the sky. That Kakarot. Dad, Goku. The moment Son Gohan and Krillin recognized the figure in the orange outfit, joy flooded their faces, while Vegeta looked on in astonishment. Indeed, the individual who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield was none other than Son Goku. Has he finally arrived? Yu, with his back to Son Goku, cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. How fast! I didn't even catch a glimpse. At the same time, Riku and Tus, witnessing Goku's swift approach, were equally taken aback. Only Riku and Jeez, the remaining members of the Ginyu Force, stared at Goku in utter confusion. Vegeta, so that aura was you. After Goku surveyed the crowd, his gaze landed on Vegeta. Damn it, Kakarot. That guy's combat power has increased significantly. Vegeta did not respond to Goku's greeting but clenched his fists, his expression filled with frustration as he glared at both Goku and Yu. Although Goku's energy was currently suppressed, and his combat power registered at merely 5,000, Vegeta could discern from Goku's recent flight speed that his strength was vastly superior to what it had been during their previous battle on Earth. Who was he? The Prince of the Saiyans. Among the dwindling Saiyans, aside from Son Gohan, he, Vegeta, found himself at the bottom. This reality was intolerable for the proud Prince Vegeta. Dad, this person is Son Gohan began to explain the situation to Goku. But before he could finish, Goku interrupted, his gaze locked onto Yu. You need not speak. I've already heard about the situation here from King Kai. The moment Goku mentioned King Kai, Yu felt a surge of awareness, a shadow flickering in his mind. Though he had never encountered King Kai since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he was aware of the deity's existence. King Kai possessed antennas that allowed him to observe events throughout the universe. It was likely that King Kai had witnessed Yu's recent battle with the Ginyu Force. So, King Kai has already taken note of my existence? Yu turned, looking down at Goku. Pondering this revelation at that moment, he perceived a formidable fighting spirit emanating from Goku. Undoubtedly, Goku had learned some things about Yu from King Kai. Currently, Goku regarded Yu as a worthy opponent to challenge. As expected of Goku, even after learning of my strength, he still desires to battle. Yu fixed his gaze on Goku, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 18. Inducing Goku to use the Kaioken. I am Goku. Son Goku, I look forward to your guidance. Goku slowly ascended into the sky, coming to a halt at the same level as Yu. Gazing at Goku, who radiated intense fighting spirit, Yu chose not to speak. He understood that during Goku's journey from Earth to Namek, he had undergone rigorous gravity training aboard a spaceship, resulting in a significant boost to his combat power. When factoring in the Kaioken, Goku's effective combat power reached an impressive 180,000. However, even so, a combat power of 180,000 was hardly sufficient when facing Frieza at this moment. Sending Goku to confront Frieza would not only impede his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, but would also result in an instantaneous defeat at Frieza's hands. Should Goku fall, Yu's plan to absorb SL attributes would be utterly thwarted. It seems I must personally step in to assist Goku. Yu mused before responding to Goku with a calm demeanor. Yu. Huh? Goku repeated the name, mentally noting it down. Then, with a confident smile, he addressed Yu. By the way, your strength is truly extraordinary. My blood is boiling with excitement. I wish to test my skills against you. Upon hearing the words of Sun Wukong, Yu felt no considerable surprise. After all, Sun Wukong was also a Saiyan. Saiyans are inherently combative, and upon encountering a formidable warrior like Yi Yu, the Saiyan blood coursing through Sun Wukong compelled him to engage in battle. While Yi Yu remained unperturbed, Krillin and Son Gohan were greatly alarmed upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration. Challenge Yi Yu? Wukong, are you aware of the situation? This Saiyan has effortlessly obliterated the terrifyingly powerful Jinyu force. They exclaimed. Fighting him would be akin to courting death. Humph, Kakarot, do not overestimate your capabilities. This individual is beyond your reach. He may very well have ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan before Krillin could admonish Sun Wukong further. Vegeta cast a reluctant glance at Yi Yu and remarked, I am aware of that. However, before confronting that being named Frieza, I wish to first gauge my own strength, Sun Wukong confidently declared, clenching his fist. Huh? Do you intend to use me as a mere tool to test your combat prowess? Yi Yu retorted. Sun Wukong hastily explained, No, while that is a part of it, my primary intention is. Yet before he could finish, Yi Yu interrupted, Very well, I accept your challenge. Really? That's fantastic. Sun Wukong exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon hearing Yi Yu's words. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king was furiously stomping his feet. Wukong, what on earth are you thinking? I warned you against challenging either Yi Yu or Frieza. You should simply return Gohan and Krillin to Earth as soon as possible. However, Sun Wukong appeared to disregard King Kai's warnings, exuding the exuberance of a child in his 20s. Before we battle, I have one condition. Just as Sun Wukong was reveling in excitement, Yi Yu suddenly interjected. Condition? What condition? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. You must use all your strength to fight those two members of the Jinyu force. Upon Yi Yu's pronouncement, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Krillin exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Jinyu force, Riku and Jisoo, felt a tightening sensation in their chests. What sort of condition is this? Why must we battle them? Sun Wukong queried, glancing at Riku and Giz. Why you had no intention of revealing his true motive. I wish to assess your combat attributes. Instead, he earnestly declared, I want to gauge your true strength. Sun Wukong, fully convinced, replied with determination, Then allow me to show you my true power. With Sun Wukong's agreement, Yi Yu felt a surge of excitement. Given Sun Wukong's current combat prowess, battling Riku and Jisoo would significantly enhance his own strength. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring the attribute of Sun Wukong's Kaioken sent a thrill through Yi Yu. The Kaioken technique could double one's combat power, with Yi Yu's combat power at 43.26 million. Utilizing a 10-fold or 20-fold Kaioken would likely render him impervious to Frieza, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. With the Kaioken at his disposal, Yi Yu would have the confidence to openly collect combat attributes from Frieza and Sun Wukong during their battle. You too, should you manage to defeat him, I will let you go, Yi Yu announced to Riku and Jisoo after securing Sun Wukong's compliance. Really? You mean it? Riku and Jisoo exclaimed with joy upon hearing Yi Yu's words. Although they were uncertain of their ability to defeat Yi Yu, they viewed Sun Wukong as a less daunting opponent. Do you think I would lie? Yi Yu asked, gazing down at Jisoo with a serious demeanor. Yes, you would lie. You just deceived Sun Wukong. The voice of the system echoed in Yi Yu's mind. Unfortunately, Riku and Jisoo were oblivious to the system's commentary. After exchanging glances, Riku descended from the sky, landing beside Jisoo. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong also touched down on the ground. In that moment, the three, Sun Wukong, Riku, and Jisoo, faced each other from a distance. What on earth is happening? Why has the situation escalated to this extent? Krillin, watching from above, looked on in confusion, utterly unaware of Yi Yu's motives in inciting Sun Wukong to battle Riku. Although Krillin and Son Gohan were oblivious to Yi Yu's intentions, Toes and Lap behind him wore expressions of intrigue. It seems Lord Yi Yu truly enjoys watching others fight. Indeed, he often invites battles before him aboard the spaceship. Little did Toes and Lap realize that Yi Yu did not relish the spectacle of combat. Rather, he simply sought to collect the combat attributes that fell during the skirmishes. Chapter 19. One strike, 1,000 combat attributes. Hey, Wukong, are you really going to fight these two? Krillin exclaimed. That pineapple-headed fellow is exceptionally strong. Neither Vegeta, Gohan, nor I stand a chance against him. Although Yi Yu was aware that Sun Wukong possessed combat power exceeding that of the Jinyu force, Krillin and Son Gohan remained unaware. Following the conclusion of the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta on Earth, He had been recuperating in the hospital. Thus, Krillin believed that Sun Wukong might struggle against even Vegeta, much less the formidable Riku and Jisoo, who even Vegeta could not defeat. Krillin, there's no need to worry. These two are no match for me, Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, clenching his fists and fixing his confident gaze upon Riku and Jisoo. Hey, Jisoo, did you hear that? He claims we're not his match. Riku exclaimed that soon he shall realize our strength. As soon as Sun Wukong's words fell, Riku and Jisoo erupted into laughter. Defeating Yu is one thing, but you, Sun Wukong, they scoffed. Combat power of 5,000? While Riku and Jisoo exchanged banter, Lap employed his scouter to assess Sun Wukong's combat power. Upon discovering that the scouter displayed a mere 5,000, Lap wore a perplexed expression. 5,000 combat power, and he dares to assert that we are not his equals. How audacious! Lap, I must have mentioned numerous times that the scouter's readings are inaccurate. Yu seemed to perceive Lap's thoughts and reproached him. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lap promptly responded, my apologies. I momentarily overlooked that. TOS also quietly committed Yu's statement to memory. Subsequently, silence enveloped the battlefield, with only the sound of the wind howling through the air. Sun Wukong, Riku, and Jisoo stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Kakarot, quickly show me the extent of your combat power. Vegeta and Krillin are distinctly different. Perhaps Krillin believes that Goku's combat power has not significantly increased compared to others on Earth. However, Vegeta has always vividly remembered the terrifying speed Goku displayed when he first arrived on the battlefield. Combat power and speed are directly proportional. The higher the combat power, the faster the individual in Vegeta's estimation. To replicate Goku's previous astonishing speed, a combat power of at least 30,000 would be required. And that is merely a conservative estimate. Vegeta fixated on Goku. Contemplating these thoughts, Krillin and Gohan wore expressions of deep concern. After a prolonged period of this intense atmosphere, the stalemate was finally broken by Riku's decisive strike. Riku charged forward. With a sudden movement, Riku leaped into action, attacking Goku with astonishing speed from a short distance away. How swift! Upon witnessing Riku's rapid approach, Krillin's expression changed dramatically. However, just as Krillin was about to warn Goku, Goku unexpectedly vanished from sight, only to reappear beneath Riku in the next instant. With a powerful elbow strike, Goku struck Riku squarely in the chest, bringing him to an abrupt halt. Then, under the astonished gazes of Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and others, Riku collapsed to the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 1,000. At the moment Riku fell, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind that a mere elbow strike yields an attribute of 1,000 combat power. Gazing at Goku's silhouette, Yu rested his chin on one hand, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Although 1,000 combat power is insignificant compared to Yu's over 40 million, it was his first encounter with such a high attribute from a single attack. Previously, during the battle between Vegeta and Riku, the highest combat power attribute dropped was just over 500. At this moment, Krillin and Gohan were left speechless, their jaws agape in shock. Krillin had first-hand experience of Riku's formidable strength. Not long ago, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta had joined forces to attack Riku, only to be easily defeated. Yet now, Goku had effortlessly brought Riku to the ground. How could Krillin not be astounded? Why had Goku suddenly become so powerful? Damn it, Kakarot. While Krillin and Gohan were astonished by Goku's overwhelming power, Vegeta's expression darkened significantly. Perhaps Krillin and Gohan had not fully grasped the implications of Goku's strike, merely recognizing that he had knocked Riku down. However, Vegeta understood that Goku's blow had surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary Saiyan. As even Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with resentment, his expression twisted with rage and frustration. He, Vegeta, is the prince of the Saiyans. Presently, two ordinary Saiyans stood before him, both possessing strength greater than his own. How could Vegeta not feel infuriated? If Yu were to reveal that his combat power was merely 5 at the moment he spoke, Vegeta might very well be driven to a fit of rage. 2 lower-class Saiyan warriors surpassed him, the Prince of Saiyans. Hey, Riku! In the midst of Vegeta's fury, Jazz noticed Riku lying motionless on the ground, his expression rapidly shifting as he shouted towards Riku. Yet, the fallen Riku seemed oblivious, remaining prostrate, and still. Damn it. What exactly did you do to Riku? Vegeta shouted angrily at Goku that I did nothing. I simply couldn't refrain from striking. And now it's your turn, Goku replied, retracting his arm and addressing Jess. Wait, just as Goku was about to attack Jess, Yu suddenly interjected. What now? Goku turned to Yu, a hint of irritation in his voice. I told you to unleash your full power and fight them. Yu had one unspoken thought. If you do not employ the Kaioken, how can I acquire its attributes? Almost forgetting. Very well. If that's the case, heeding Yu's reminder, Goku assumed a combat stance. Fists clenched. Kaioken. Chapter 20. Acquiring Kaioken attributes in response to Yu's prompt. Goku immediately prepared himself, fists tightly clenched. Buzz. In the next instant, an incredibly violent aura erupted from Goku's body. Under the impact of this raging energy, the ground beneath him seemed to buckle under immense pressure, creating an indentation. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy radiated from Goku, expanding outward like ripples. Initially, this energy wave was not very strong, merely displacing a few small stones. However, as Goku continued to release his energy, the wave grew increasingly ferocious, causing even the robust form of Riku beneath him to slowly retreat. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, the data on the lap detector surged upward 0.60, 000, 70, 000. In the span of just a few breaths, it escalated from a combat power of 5,000 to 110, 000. At that moment, everyone present, except for Yu, gazed at Goku in sheer astonishment. What an incredible aura! Is this truly Goku? Moreover, the energy continued to swell. Krillin and Gohan, sensing the formidable power emanating from Goku, felt a mix of shock and exhilaration. They were astonished that Goku could reach such heights in such a short time. They rejoiced that the stronger Goku became, the happier they would be, while Krillin and Gohan were thrilled by Goku's overwhelming strength. Vegeta's expression fluctuated from pale to green, ultimately settling into a deep scowl. Damn it, how did Kakarot manage to become so powerful? Vegeta gritted his teeth, consumed by bitterness. Once Goku unleashed all the energy within him, he roared to in the next instant. The white aura surrounding him transformed into a vibrant crimson AT. That moment, Goku's combat power surged dramatically. Buzz, a powerful wave of energy swept across the arena, sending Riku, who lay on the ground, flying through the air. Jis, positioned closest to Goku, felt the ground beneath him tremble as he instinctively began to retreat. Bang! Simultaneously, the lap detector, which had been monitoring Goku's combat power, exploded from overload the moment Goku activated the Kaioken. Finally, the Kaioken has appeared. Yu gazed at Goku, whose body shimmered with a brilliant crimson glow, his eyes alight with fervor. Yet, Yu was not enamored with Goku himself, but rather with the Kaioken technique. As Yu awaited the system's notification regarding the acquisition of the Kaioken attributes, time ticked away, but the system remained silent at this moment. Yu's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that the system would fail at such a critical juncture? As Yu gazed upon the radiant figure of Sun Wukong, enveloped in a shimmering crimson aura, he spoke in a tone audible only to himself. Fraught with urgency, that it is important to note that the probability of successfully acquiring a skill attribute from the system is merely 1/5. This implies that after Sun Wukong executed the Kaioken, Yu had only a 1 in 5 chance of obtaining its attribute. Previously, when Gudu employed the time-stopping ability, the system had promptly granted him the time pause attribute. A stroke of luck for Yu. However, this time, fortune seemed to elude him. The 1/5 chance did not favor him. After Sun Wukong unleashed the Kaioken, the attribute had not dropped. Alas, it appeared that he would have to wait a while longer before urging Sun Wukong to perform the Kaioken again. With a resigned gesture, Yu murmured to himself. Meanwhile, as Yu lamented in his thoughts, Sun Wukong turned to him and exclaimed, "Is this sufficient? If not, I can resort to the triple Kaioken, though it will place a considerable strain on my body." All right, that will do. Having not acquired the Kaioken attribute, Yu lost interest in the ensuing battle between Sun Wukong and Jis. However, Vegeta, overhearing the exchange, was taken aback. Could Kakarot still possess additional strength? In Vegeta's perception, Sun Wukong's energy had surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Yet, Sun Wukong claimed he could further amplify his power at that moment. It felt as though Vegeta had been struck in the heart. Very well, If that is the case, I shall make my move. Upon receiving Yi Yu's tacit approval, Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy, and he swiftly redirected his focus from Yi Yu to Jas before him. It seemed that Sun Wukong was indeed exerting himself to engage in combat with Yi Yu. With a sudden explosive motion, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, his immense force causing the already sunken ground beneath him to collapse instantly. He absorbed the recoil from the earth and launched himself like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of vibrant crimson light as he charged directly at Jas. Sun Wukong's speed was already remarkable. But after executing the Kaioken, it reached an extraordinary level. Among all present, only Yi Yu could clearly perceive Sun Wukong's trajectory. Even Vegeta was unable to discern his movements. Sun Wukong's velocity was so astonishing that by the time anyone grasped what was happening, he had already closed the distance to Jas, his fist poised against Jesus' nose, though he refrained from striking. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kaioken attribute, just as Yi Yu pondered how to coax Sun Wukong into performing the Kaioken once more. The mechanical voice of the system resonated within his mind. Huh. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Yu was momentarily bewildered. System, what is happening? Why did I suddenly receive the Kaioken attribute? In response to Yi Yu's inquiry, the system promptly clarified. According to this system's assessment, the Kaioken is a continuous process. The user has a certain probability of acquiring the Kaioken attribute at every moment after its execution. Before Yi Yu could contemplate the implications of the system's explanation, another notification chimed in. Would the host like to accept the Kaioken attribute? Yes. Although bewildered, Yi Yu sensed its potential significance and decided to accept it without hesitation as soon as he spoke. The Kaioken attribute from Sun Wukong converged towards Yi Yu, ultimately merging into his being. Soon, Yi Yu noticed the system interface display the addition of the Kaioken ability. Chapter 21. Battling Sun Wukong. Chapter 21. The Kaioken finally acquired. Yi Yu's heart raced with exhilaration as he beheld the three characters spelling Kaioken on the system panel. It is worth noting that the Kaioken is a technique that can exponentially amplify one's combat prowess in a short span, potentially increasing it several times over, even up to dozens. The twofold Kaioken doubles combat power, while the threefold Kaioken triples it. The tenfold Kaioken enhances combat strength tenfold. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong once precariously utilized a 20-fold Kaioken against Frieza, resulting in an explosive surge in his combat power. Moreover, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong even executed a 100-fold Kaioken. However, it is essential to recognize that one cannot simply unleash the Kaioken at any desired multiplier. While the Kaioken elevates combat power, it imposes immense strain on the body. Forcing a multiplier beyond one's own strength is akin to courting disaster. Based on Yi Yu's estimation, considering his current physical strength, activating a 10-fold Kaioken should pose little challenge. A 20-fold Kaioken would be perilously close to his limits, while a 100-fold would likely be tantamount to self-destruction. Moreover, it is crucial to mention that if one assumes Yi Yu has never trained and lacks the physical fortitude to endure the burdens of a 10-fold Kaioken, then that assumption is fundamentally flawed. The concept of combat power encompasses various attributes such as speed, strength, stamina, and endurance. The combat power attributes Yi Yu had amassed naturally included speed, endurance, strength, and other related traits. Thus, as Yi Yu's combat power attributes surged, his physical strength and related attributes also escalated accordingly. Yi Yu's current combat power stood at an impressive 43.26 million, which meant his physical strength was commensurate with that level of power. Sun Wukong could unleash a 10-fold Kaioken with a mere 3 million combat power. Therefore, with Yi Yu's 43.26 million combat power, activating a 10-fold Kaioken posed no significant problem. My current combat power exceeds 40 million. Thus, if I were to activate a 10-fold Kaioken, would that not amount to over 400 million? Upon realizing this figure, Yi Yu's composure began to waver, setting aside Frieza at full power. Even when Sun Wukong had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he only possessed 150 million. The stark contrast of Yi Yu's 400 million in a non-Super Saiyan state was staggering. This comparison starkly highlighted the terrifying nature of his combat power. Naturally, it could not rival that of a second-tier Super Saiyan. However, a combat power exceeding 400 million would undoubtedly allow Yi Yu to stride confidently through Universe 7 for some time. that it seemed that this journey to Namek had indeed been fortuitous. Yeeyu's gaze shifted from the system interface displaying the time pause and Kaioken abilities to the battleground where Sun Wukong and JIS clashed. This moment, Sun Wukong, radiating a crimson aura, had his massive fist mere inches from Jesus' nose. Should Sun Wukong choose, he could easily deliver a devastating blow to JIS. Yet, he refrained from doing so. JIS, confronted by the imminent threat of Sun Wukong's fist, felt as though his heart had been ensnared by a malevolent force, drowning him in a profound sense of dread. His breathing became labored, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong's previous strike had left him utterly unprepared. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had chosen to hold back. Otherwise, JIS would have met a grim fate. "You have already lost," Sun Wukong remarked with a confident smirk. Fixing his gaze on JIS before retracting his fist, in that instant, JIS exhaled a tremendous sigh of relief, as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Impressive. Is this the true extent of Wukong's power? I completely failed to perceive my father's movements. At that moment, both Krillin and Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, were captivated by the formidable power exhibited by Sun Wukong, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Only Vegeta, standing aside, couldn't help but mutter in frustration, "Hey, you, this guy is already lost. Can we not bring this battle to a close?" After retracting his fist, Sun Wukong turned to Yeyu and asked aloud. Initially, Yeyu's intention in having Sun Wukong battle Jissis and Lakum was to compel Sun Wukong to unleash the Kaioken. Yeyu had already acquired the properties of the Kaio-Ken.As for whether Sun Wukong would eliminate Jissis afterward. That was of no concern to him. Certainly, upon hearing Yeyu's response, Sun Wukong was instantly overjoyed, and the crimson aura enveloping him dissipated in an instant. "Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? Quickly finish off that guy. He is a member of Frisia's Jinyu force." At that moment, Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wukong sparing Jissis, chided him vehemently, his tone filled with exasperation. "Vegeta, this fellow has already been defeated. Is it truly necessary to kill him as well?" Sun Wukong glanced at Jissis and added, "You may leave. Do not engage in wrongdoing in the future." Hearing these words from Sun Wukong, Vegeta was incensed. Was this fool again indulging in that tiresome sentimentality? In that instant, memories of his time on Earth flooded Vegeta's mind. Back then, Krillin had nearly eliminated him, only for Sun Wukong to intervene and save his life. Now, watching Sun Wukong extend such sympathy towards Jissis felt like a stab to Vegeta's wounds. Buzzing, the spared Jissis cast a wary glance at Sun Wukong and Yeyu. Upon noticing that neither showed any sign of reaction, Jissis wasted no time. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, and he transformed into a streak of light, preparing to flee the scene. Kakarot is too naive. Although Sun Wukong had spared Jissis, Vegeta clearly had no intention of letting him go. As soon as Jissis made his exit, Vegeta pursued him. Seems we may witness an increase in combat power. Yeyu mused internally, observing as Vegeta caught up to Jissis in the sky. In the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta was able to defeat Jissis because he had been severely injured by Lakum and subsequently consumed a Senzu bean, resulting in a dramatic boost in his combat power. This time, however, Vegeta had not consumed a Senzu bean, making it potentially challenging for him to defeat Jissis. Nevertheless, Yeyu relished battles that were evenly matched. For if one side annihilated the other, he would gain little combat power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 420. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 460. Just as the system's notification echoed in Yeyu's mind, Sun Wukong gazed at him with fierce determination. "Well, since I've agreed to battle you, I suppose I should teach you a lesson." With that, Yeyu slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 22. Sun Wukong's Fourfold Kaioken. As Vegeta and Jissis engaged in a fierce battle, Yeyu and Sun Wukong stood across from each other on the ground. Sun Wukong, who had previously worn a confident smile, now bore a solemn expression when faced with Yeyu. Although the powerful energy within Yeyu was suppressed, Sun Wukong could still sense an intangible pressure emanating from him. As time ticked by, Sun Wukong focused on Yeyu, searching for an opportunity, yet Yeyu remained motionless, presenting no openings to that moment. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered towards Sun Gohan and Krillin. Although he said nothing, Krillin understood immediately. He soared into the sky, calling out to the dazed Son Gohan. Gohan. Hearing Krillin's words, Son Gohan snapped back to reality. Hurry and get out of here. This is not a place for us. But, Dad, rest assured, Wukong is merely sparring with that Saiyan. Nothing serious will happen. Besides, Wukong is incredibly strong and may not necessarily lose to that Saiyan. As he spoke, Son Gohan followed Krillin as they flew away from the battlefield. Krillin knew that given the combat power of Son Wukong and Yeyu, even the residual force from their battle would likely be beyond his capacity to endure. Dad? As they flew, Son Gohan cast a worried glance back at Son Wukong. Meanwhile, Lapu and Tors exchanged glances after witnessing Krillin and Son Gohan depart, and they too took to the skies, heading off into the distance. Once Son Gohan, Lapu, and the others had moved far away, Son Wukong's attention returned to Yeyu before him. You might as well use your full strength from the outset. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to retaliate. Yeyu kindly warned Son Wukong. That is precisely my intention. Upon hearing Yeyu's advice, Son Wukong immediately assumed his fighting stance. Kaioken. With a powerful shout, a tempestuous aura erupted from Son Wukong, sending dust and debris flying. And the once white energy transformed into the distinctive crimson hue of the Kaioken. Here I come, Son Wukong announced to Yeyu before vanishing from sight, reappearing as a blur in the sky, closing in on Yeyu and delivering a fierce punch. While Son Wukong's speed was imperceptible to Son Gohan and Krillin, it was hardly remarkable in Yeyu's eyes. In the instant Son Wukong's fist approached, Yeyu moved with an almost languid grace, deftly sidestepping the attack with ease. Unfazed by the missed strike, Son Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Yeyu, each strike more rapid than a machine gun's fire. The sky was soon filled with the fleeting shadows of his fists. Although Son Wukong's attack speed was astonishing, Yeyu effortlessly evaded each blow. Bang! After a series of evasive maneuvers, Yeyu finally retaliated. As he dodged one of Son Wukong's punches, he countered with a swift strike of his own aimed directly at Son Wukong. Nanny? Son Wukong was taken aback by Yeyu's sudden counterattack. Although he sensed the impending strike, the speed of Yeyu's attack was too rapid for him to react in time. In the next moment, Yeyu's fist connected squarely with Son Wukong's cheek, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a nearby hill, which crumbled upon impact. Wukong. At that moment, Krillin, witnessing Yeyu's blow send Son Wukong flying, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Initially, Krillin believed that even if Son Wukong could not defeat Yeyu, he would at least be able to hold his own for a few rounds. Yet, the battle had scarcely begun, and Son Wukong was already sent flying by Yeyu. Truly, Lord Yeyu is formidable. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yeyu gain an overwhelming advantage, Rap's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic rubble where Son Wukong had fallen, a radiant crimson light erupted. In the blink of an eye, a powerful shockwave surged forth, causing the debris to vanish without a trace, ultimately revealing Son Wukong once more to the astonished onlookers. It seems that Lord Kai was indeed correct. He is truly formidable. Even with my doubled Kaioken, I am still utterly outmatched. Son Wukong wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed on Yeyu, brimming with fighting spirit. Son Wukong, is this truly the extent of your power? If this is all you can muster, then I am profoundly disappointed. After uttering this line, Yeyu couldn't help but mentally scoff. Isn't this the classic villain's line? However, to ensure Son Wukong could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, Yeyu decided not to dwell on such trivialities. There was no turning back now. Perhaps spurred by Yeyu's words, Son Wukong let out a wry chuckle, and then, under Yeyu's watchful gaze, he slightly spread his legs and clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, the veins on his forehead bulged. Fourfold Kaioken. After a low shout, an even more ferocious power surged within Son Wukong. Simultaneously, the crimson aura enveloping his body instantly doubled in size. If someone were to utilize a high-powered scouter to assess Son Wukong's battle power at this moment, they would undoubtedly discover it had reached a staggering 360,000. Does that guy Wukong still possess such immense strength? At that moment, Krillin, upon sensing that Son Wukong's energy had doubled, felt a rush of astonishment and joy. Meanwhile, over where Vegeta was engaged in combat with Jinyu, he suddenly sensed the surge of Son Wukong's energy and immediately distanced himself from Jinyu. Fixating his gaze on Son Wukong, who was radiating formidable crimson energy not far below. His expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock. Kakarot. What a surprise! Vegeta was unaware that Sun Wukong had attained such power only after invoking the fourfold Kaioken. Back on Earth, Sun Wukong had barely managed to unleash the fourfold Kaioken to counter Vegeta's threat of annihilating the planet. However, at that time, his physical strength was insufficient to sustain the fourfold Kaioken, nearly leading to his demise. Now, though, with his battle power at 90,000, he was well within the limits of the fourfold Kaioken. Fourfold Kaioken, you say? Yu remarked with keen interest before promptly launching an attack at Sun Wukong. Chapter 23. Kamehameha Wave. At this juncture, Sun Wukong possessed a battle power of 180,000 while utilizing the twofold Kaioken, and when he invoked the fourfold Kaioken, his power surged to an astonishing 360,000. Yet, regrettably, this 360,000 was still considerably inferior to Yi used in an instant. Yi moved, transforming into a shadow that vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. So fast, upon witnessing Yi's terrifying speed, Sun Wukong's expression altered dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he contorted his body in an awkward arc, narrowly evading Yi's punch. Bang! 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 Soon after, the sky echoed with the resounding clash of fists as Yi confronted Sun Wukong, both employing the fourfold Kaioken. For a time, the air was filled with the relentless sounds of their combat. While Yi fought Jinyu, Gohan and Krillin could not perceive the battle between Yi and Jinyu. Now, even with the mightier Sun Wukong engaged in battle with Yi, Gohan and Krillin could only hear the sounds of the fight. This is impossible. Their speed is far too swift to follow. Krillin's eyes darted about, desperately attempting to catch a glimpse of the clash between Yi and Sun Wukong. But no matter how wide he opened his eyes, he could not see that I can see a bit now. Just then, Gohan pointed to a certain spot in the sky where Yi and Sun Wukong's fists collided violently. The tremendous sound echoed as a powerful shockwave radiated from the center of their confrontation, expanding outward in all directions. Fortunately, their battle took place in the sky. Had it occurred on the ground, the Earth would undoubtedly have crumbled under the onslaught of that shockwave. Huh, you can actually keep up with my current speed. You are truly impressive. Yi, who had just exchanged blows with Sun Wukong, remarked with a smile, observing Sun Wukong's fierce expression. Of course, the ferocity on Sun Wukong's face was not born of rage. Rather, it was a manifestation of the immense burden placed upon his body by the fourfold Kaioken, which resulted in a flush across his face, giving the appearance of intense anger. Thank you for the compliment. But you're not using your full strength, are you? Sun Wukong replied with a smirk, his lips curling into a grin. Naturally, Yi withheld a further thought. I fear that if I unleash my full power, I might accidentally kill you, thus jeopardizing my plan for the Super Saiyan cells. Indeed, it appears you still have reserves. I must push you harder to compel you to unleash your full strength. As he spoke, Sun Wukong suddenly retreated, distancing himself from Yi and soaring into the sky, striking a peculiar pose. What is that? At that moment, Krillin and Gohan looked on in astonishment as Sun Wukong assumed that stance. In the next instant, all eyes were on him as he gathered a crimson energy sphere between his palms. The Kamehameha Wave? Watching the energy gather between Sun Wukong's hands, Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, Sun Wukong was currently channeling his signature technique, the Kamehameha Wave. Kamehameha, as Sun Wukong uttered the word came, the energy sphere in his palms visibly swelled at an astonishing rate. Haim, with each passing moment. As Sun Wukong infused more energy into the sphere, it rapidly transformed from the size of a fist into a colossal energy mass. The sphere radiated brilliant light, momentarily overshadowing even the sun in the sky. Hey, Wukong. Observing Sun Wukong preparing the Kamehameha Wave, Yi's expression remained unchanged, while Krillin, on the other hand, looked as though he had seen a ghost, his face pale with fear. Wukong, with your current strength, if you unleash the Kamehameha Wave and it hits us. At this point, Sun Wukong had already activated the fourfold Kaioken, bringing his battle power to 360,000. Thus, it was undeniable that the Kamehameha Wave unleashed at this level would far exceed a battle power of 360,000. Krillin. The prospect of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha Wave striking Namek would be nothing short of catastrophic. However, Sun Wukong could not hear Krillin's alarm at that moment. His Kamehameha wave had reached its zenith. The powerful vibrations from the energy causing the ground beneath to tremble, while the debris on the ground seemed to be drawn upward by an unseen force, slowly ascending into the air. The surrounding waters surged restlessly, beginning to churn violently. Kamehameha wave. Moments later, with the Kamehameha wave fully formed, Sun Wukong thrust his palms forward violently, transforming the massive energy sphere into a formidable beam of light that surged toward Yu below. Lord Yu! Teacher Yu! At that moment, not far away, Lap and Tos observed the immense shockwave and immediately charged towards the night-feathered figure below, loudly alerting him that, of course, Night Feather could have evaded the Kamehameha wave if he desired. But he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Just as the colossal Kamehameha wave was about to strike Night Feather, a powerful aura erupted around him. Night Feather extended his palms towards the sky. And as the tremendous Kamehameha wave surged forward, he grasped the energy with both hands. Upon impact, his body sank slightly, but he quickly regained his footing and began to rise. Was this a jest? He had managed to block Goku's Kamehameha with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, witnessing Night Feather's feat, stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions vacant. They were acutely aware of the Kamehameha's devastating power, especially when Goku unleashed it with 4 times the Kaioken, capable of obliterating a planet effortlessly. Yet here was Night Feather, who had thwarted that very attack with his bare hands. What sort of strength did he possess? Chapter 24. The appearance of King Frieza. Chapter 24. He actually blocked it. As Krillin and Gohan marveled at Night Feather's power, Goku himself was equally astonished upon realizing that his Kamehameha had been halted. He had invoked the Kaioken at 4 times its strength, yet it still proved insufficient against Night Feather. Who was this individual? How could he wield such formidable power? Even Vegeta seemed unfamiliar with him. While Goku pondered Night Feather's origins, Night Feather began his counterattack. His aura surged dramatically, and in the next moment, a powerful energy wave erupted from his palms, directly pushing back the Kamehameha wave as if it were a mere column of water. Initially, the 2 energy waves were locked in a stalemate, but as Night Feather continued to channel his energy, the equilibrium was shattered. Goku's Kamehameha wave, resembling fragile paper, was swiftly overwhelmed by Night Feather's energy wave. "Nani?" Goku exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically upon feeling the Kamehameha being repelled. Although he exerted all his strength to push back Night Feather's energy wave, it was simply too potent, despite his efforts. He could not withstand the force. Reluctantly, he released his grip. In an instant, Night Feather's energy wave propelled Goku's Kamehameha skyward, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun. The robust energy beam shot into the cosmos, appearing as a brilliant streak of light. Moments later, the brilliance faded, leaving the battlefield on Namek enveloped in a profound silence. However, behind that tranquility lurked an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Sure enough, mere seconds later, in the distant reaches of the universe, Night Feather's energy wave and Goku's Kamehameha detonated simultaneously. Although the explosion occurred some distance from Namek, every inhabitant could distinctly hear the terrifying sound of the blast on a certain expanse of ocean on Namek. A white energy orb raced away at an astonishing speed, creating massive waves in its wake. Shortly after the ominous explosion reverberated, the high-speed orb suddenly halted as the view zoomed in. One could see a cosmic being seated in a specially designed chair, gazing up at the sky. This alien possessed a long tail and 2 protruding horns on his forehead. If Night Feather were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this being. It was none other than the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza at that moment. Frieza had not transformed. He remained in his first form. What was that explosion? He looked skyward, but the clear sky revealed nothing. After a prolonged silence, a smirk crept across Frieza's face as he mused. Perhaps the Jinyu Force is preparing another delightful performance for me. Oh ho ho! Now that I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, I merely need to discover the secret to summoning the Eternal Dragon. And I, Frieza, shall possess the gift of immortality. After a fit of laughter, a powerful aura erupted from Frieza as he soared into the distance, heading towards the site of the battle. Beep, beep, beep. A combat power reading. Not long after taking flight, Frieza's scouter registered a response. Based on the displayed power and location, Frieza soon found himself atop a mountain. Standing there was a Namekian, the guardian of the Grand Elder. Nailed out a Namekian. Upon spotting Nail, a glimmer of delight crossed Frisia's face as he gracefully descended towards the mountaintop where Nail stood. You shall not advance another step. Alien, Nail declared sternly, his expression impassive as he confronted Frisia. Oh, a combat power of 42,000. I never anticipated such a formidable Namekian. Frisia disregarded Nail's warning and poked at his scouter. Upon realizing Nail's impressive power, Frisia's expression shifted to one of surprise. After all, the Namekians he had previously slaughtered had combat powers barely reaching the thousands. That a power level exceeding 40,000 was indeed rare. Namekian, I am in a particularly good mood today. If you share with me the secrets of the Dragon Balls, I might consider sparing your life, Frisia said with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Nail. Dream on. The Dragon Balls shall never be used by someone as vile as you. At Nail's retort. Frisia's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Not willing to cooperate, are we? Very well, then I shall resort to force. However, I am quite a merciful individual. If Night Feather were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at Frisia's claim. Was Mercy treating others' planets as mere fireworks? Swish, as Frisia's words fell, he pointed a finger towards Nail, and in an instant, a purple beam of energy, condensed from his aura, shot forth at Nail with breathtaking speed. Akin to a true ray of light. Unfortunately, just as the beam was about to strike, Nail deftly evaded it. Though the beam missed its target, it continued unabated, colliding with a distant mountain. Boom! In the blink of an eye. The massive mountain was obliterated in the explosion, vanishing from Nail's sight. Witnessing this, Nail's expression grew increasingly grim. Oh ho ho! What a delightful expression! I do so enjoy witnessing such faces. Hasten, please impart to me the method of utilizing the Dragon Balls. For I possess a rather impatient disposition, Frisia remarked with a smile directed at Naru. Chapter 25. Severely injured Goku. The very moment Frisia located Naru, the battle between Yu and Goku was drawing to a close. Did he actually deflect it? Remarkable. Gohan and Krillin hovered in the sky, gazing up at the previously vanished Kamehameha wave, their expressions filled with astonishment, after a prolonged moment of staring into the sky. Krillin, having regained his composure from the shock, reluctantly shifted his gaze towards the figure of Yu. Who on earth is this Yu? As Krillin and Gohan trembled at Yu's prowess. TOS and Lap were filled with exhilaration. Truly, Yu is an impressive master, effortlessly repelling such a powerful energy wave with his bare hands. TOS clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he focused on Yu's silhouette above. Ah, that was indeed terrifying. I never anticipated that Lord Yu would catch that energy wave with his hands. Lap responded with a grin, his heart significantly relieved, having tested Goku's combat power with a scouter. Lap knew it exceeded 110,000. Moreover, the scouter exploded when it registered 110,000, indicating Goku's true power was even greater. The magnitude of an energy wave unleashed by someone with a power level surpassing 110,000 is unfathomable to Lap. Yet, he never expected that Yu could actually withstand Goku's Kamehameha. It appears that Lord Yu is far stronger than we could have imagined, as Lap muttered to himself. Yu's form abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Goku in the next instant. At this moment, Goku remained astonished by Yu's deflection of his Kamehameha wave, completely unprepared for Yu's counterattack. Startled by Yu's sudden appearance before him, Goku could only react in shock. However, Yu had no intention of granting Goku the opportunity to respond. He launched a powerful punch directly at Goku's chest. Bang! After enduring Yu's fist, Goku was struck hard, blood spewing forth uncontrollably, his body arched backward, soaring into the sky. Father! At that moment, Gohan, witnessing Goku's bloodied state above, turned pale with fear. Gohan! Just as Gohan was about to rush forward, Krillin intervened. Gohan, even Goku is no match for that person. What can you hope to accomplish? Krillin spoke gravely to Gohan, then cast his gaze towards the confrontation between Yu and Goku, continuing, moreover, they are merely sparring. That individual will not harm Goku. Bang! As soon as Krillin finished speaking, Yu transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting above Goku. One more strike. Bang! Yu brought his fists together, akin to preparing to serve in volleyball, and forcefully swung down. Another heavy blow landed squarely on Goku's back. Goku, reeling from the impact, let out a pained cry. His body rocketed downward like a projectile, plummeting towards the earth. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Goku's body crashed into the ground. With a deafening roar resonating through the air, Goku suffered a secondary injury, blood gushing forth once more. The earth cracked like a spiderweb, fissures rapidly spreading in all directions. Soon, the ruptured ground began to collapse. Father, shortly after Goku's fall, a powerful energy emanated from Gohan's body. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the spot where Goku had landed. Gohan, though Krillin sought to stop him. The moment his words left his lips, Gohan had already surged forward, covering considerable distance. Krillin cast a heavy look at Yu above, hesitating momentarily before unleashing his own energy and pursuing Gohan. Father, upon reaching the site of Goku's crash, Gohan was met with the sight of his father, battered and bruised, igniting a furious rage within him. In an instant, a violent aura erupted from Gohan's being. Buzz! As this energy burst forth, a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. This energy, Krillin, who had just arrived, stood dumbfounded, astonished by the sheer potency emanating from Gohan, which surpassed anything he had previously witnessed. Oh! Meanwhile, Yu, hovering in the sky, observed Gohan's escalating power through his scouter, revealing a look of surprise on his face. However, he was not overly astonished, knowing full well Gohan's immense potential. After witnessing Goku's grave injuries, it was not uncommon for Gohan to unleash his latent powers in such circumstances, as often depicted in the Dragon Ball saga. With his formidable aura unleashed, Gohan glared angrily at Yu. In the next moment, Gohan, as if possessed, began to wildly swing his arms. Energy blasts, akin to a hailstorm, rained down upon Yu in the sky. Bang! 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 The numerous energy blasts erupted violently above Yu, creating a cacophony of explosions. Whoosh! As another energy sphere was hurled by the enraged Gohan, the amassed energy above was once again detonated. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that swept across the battlefield, sending towering waves crashing against the surrounding waters. The already fractured mountains crumbled in the aftermath. Incredible! Is this truly Gohan? Krillin gazed at the furious Gohan, his expression one of stupefaction. Toes and Lap, witnessing Gohan's relentless assault on Yu, clenched their fists tightly. This little brat, were it not for the fact that Gohan's power surpasses his own, Lap would have already charged forward. After several seconds, the fiery inferno resulting from the explosions dissipated, revealing Yu once more within the spectator's view. The once furious Gohan, having vented his frustrations, regained a semblance of composure. However, upon seeing Yu above and scathed, he trembled in fear, instinctively taking a half-step back. Then, before Krillin's horrified gaze, Yu slowly descended towards Gohan's position. Gohan, flee at once, Krillin urged urgently. Chapter 26. The Sacred Beings. As Gohan beheld Yu descending from the heavens, he instinctively leaned back, his expression awash with dread. Just moments ago, his audacity to confront Yu had been fueled by rage. Now, having vented his frustrations, a chilling realization settled within him as he regarded Yu. Gohan. At that moment, Krillin, rushing towards Son Gohan, felt his heart sink to the depths of despair upon seeing Yu land directly in front of Son Gohan. What should I do? This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Even Goku cannot contend with him that if he makes a move against Gohan, Gohan is undoubtedly doomed. As Krillin pondered his strategy and Gohan was paralyzed by fear, Yu simply walked past Gohan without making any hostile move, as if he were completely oblivious to Gohan's presence. Witnessing this incredible scene, several question marks appeared above Krillin's bald head, leaving him utterly baffled. What is going on? Did he not see Gohan, or what? Meanwhile, Gohan, feeling a chilling sense of dread, was equally frozen in place until Yu approached the gravely injured and semi-conscious Goku. Summoning his courage, Gohan shouted angrily, "What do you intend to do? My father is severely injured. Do you wish to kill him?" As he spoke, Gohan charged toward Yu. However, at that moment, Yu opened his palm and seized a gray bag tied around Goku's waist. "If you do not want your father to die, then remain right where you are," Yu remarked coolly, his gaze fixed on the bag as he opened it, never once glancing at Gohan. Upon hearing Yu's words, Gohan was filled with confusion. But at that instant, he halted his advance. What does Master Yiyu intend to do? I have no idea. Simultaneously, Tors and Lap, who were flying toward them, observed Yiyu shaking the ordinary bag in his hand, seemingly spilling out 3 small items, leaving the 2 of them perplexed. Although Lap and Tors did not recognize the 3 black dots that Yiyu had revealed, Gohan and Krillin instantly identified them. Senzu beans. What does that guy intend to do? Krillin questioned, a look of bewilderment on his face as he recognized the senzu beans Goku had brought. Indeed, the objects in Yiyu's palm, about the size of yellow beans, were senzu beans. Their effects are remarkably diverse. Not only do they stave off hunger, but any injury, as long as there is a breath of life left, can be healed instantly by consuming a senzu bean. Only 3 left? Yiyu murmured to himself, glancing at the 3 senzu beans in his palm. When Goku departed Earth for Namek, he had brought 5 senzu beans. However, during his training aboard the spaceship using intense gravity, he had consumed 2 of them, leaving him with just 3 upon arriving on Namek. Yiyu looked at the 3 beans in his hand, then glanced at the injured Goku. But I wonder how much Goku's combat power will increase after consuming one of these. With Krillin and Gohan watching in astonishment, Yiyu directly handed a senzu bean to Goku. Ding! As soon as Goku consumed the senzu bean, his injuries healed instantaneously, and the once semi-conscious Goku sprang back to life. What is this? Seeing the seemingly lifeless Goku suddenly stand up, Tors and Lap stared in disbelief. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances, first filled with confusion and then bursting with joy, regardless of the circumstances. The fact that Yiyu did not kill Goku was the best possible outcome for Krillin and Gohan. I almost died. After reviving, Goku stretched his limbs and addressed Yiyu, saying, "Thank you. I was the one who injured you. And you thank me." Yiyu replied with a smirk, rising to his feet. "No, I thank you for not attacking Gohan." Giggling softly, Yiyu then soared into the air. Upon noticing Yiyu's intention to leave, Goku called out, "Wait, what is it?" "The senzu beans," Goku said, scratching his cheek, glancing at the empty gray bag on the ground, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Confiscated," Yiyu said flatly, then flew toward Tors and Lap. Ultimately, only Goku and Gohan remained, staring at each other in wide-eyed silence. Not confiscated? Shortly after Yiyu departed, Krillin hurried after him. "Goku, are you all right?" Krillin landed in front of Goku, concern etched on his face. "That I'm perfectly fine. Yiyu has completely healed my injuries with the senzu bean." "I never expected that Saiyan to actually be a good person," Goku declared, shaking his fist at Krillin. "A good person? Taking 2 of your senzu beans is being a good person. By the way, how did that guy know about the healing properties of senzu beans?" Krillin casually inquired, watching Yiyu's retreating figure. "I have no idea," Gohan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, senzu beans are a product of Earth, and logically, extraterrestrials should be unaware of their existence. Even Vegeta had no knowledge of them, yet Yiyu did. However, Krillin and Goku did not dwell on the matter for long, quickly casting the question aside. 2 senzu beans, floating slowly in the sky. Yiyu gazed at the 2 senzu beans in his palm, a satisfied smile crossing his face. "Helping you, Goku, boost your combat power. These 2 senzu beans are merely my labor fee." Though Yiyu was not yet aware of how much Goku's combat power had increased, he speculated it should be above 3 million. After all, Goku's injuries this time were more severe than those he suffered during his battle with Jinyu in Dragon Ball. The Saiyan body is such that the more severe the injuries, the greater the increase in combat power upon recovery. In Dragon Ball, it had risen to 3 million, so logically, this time it should exceed that. Though Yiyu was uncertain of the exact figure, he did not need to know. As long as Goku could successfully achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, that was sufficient for him. After departing from Goku and his son, Yiyu paused not far from the battlefield where Vegeta and Jisoo were engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Vegeta and Jisoo was in full swing, and the mechanical notifications from the system in Yiyu's mind continued uninterrupted. At that moment, a significant amount of combat power attributes had already dropped on the battlefield between Vegeta and Jisoo, with each attribute exceeding 300. Once the battle concluded, Yiyu would be able to collect all those fallen combat power attributes. Chapter 27. Combat power increase by 250,000. Chapter 27. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired combat power attribute 350. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired combat power attribute 370 AS Vegeta and Jisoo continued their fierce clash. The system's mechanical notifications echoed ceaselessly in Yiyu's mind. Damn it, why is that cursed Vegeta getting stronger and stronger? Initially, JIS found himself in a state of suppression, but as the battle wore on, he became increasingly apprehensive. It was akin to Vegeta's experience in combat, where he continuously evolved. Just as JIS pondered these thoughts, he unleashed a powerful punch to Vegeta's chest. However, Vegeta swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. Under the force of Vegeta's blow, JIS coughed up a mouthful of blood, already battered and bruised. JIS felt his injuries exacerbate further from Vegeta's strike. Infuriated, JIS wiped the corner of his mouth, and, upon seeing the crimson blood on his palm, his rage surged uncontrollably. Crushing ball. Enraged, JIS raised his hand. And in an instant, an energy sphere coalesced in his palm. As time passed, the sphere expanded at a visible rate. Within mere moments, it had grown to the size of a basketball. Vegeta, prepare to face my wrath. Just as JIS was about to unleash the crushing ball upon Vegeta, the latter preempted him by launching a formidable energy wave. Power burst. Vegeta concentrated all his energy into his palms, forming a colossal beam of light that surged forth like a rainbow, piercing the heavens. Directly targeting JIS. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Power Burst attribute. Power Burst? Nightwing murmured to himself. Then, under the watchful eyes of Nightwing, Lap, and TOS, Vegeta's Power Burst struck JIS with tremendous force. Unlike Nightwing, JIS lacked the strength to withstand an energy wave. Upon being hit by Vegeta's Power Burst, his form was instantly engulfed by the radiance. Through the beam, Jesus' body appeared as if it were a plume of smoke pulled by the wind, dissipating into long, red shadows. Damn it! With a cry of despair, JIS was consumed by a cataclysmic explosion high in the sky alongside the power burst. Gasping for breath, Vegeta looked skyward, sensing Jesus' energy had completely vanished. And he exhaled a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Simultaneously, as the battle between Vegeta and JIS concluded, Nightwing's mind echoed with the system's notification. Does the host wish to collect the combat power attribute? Yes. As soon as Nightwing's words fell, the system chimed again. Does the host wish to collect the Power Burst attribute? After a moment's hesitation, Nightwing replied, yes. Although Vegeta's Power Burst might not seem particularly useful, he decided to collect the attribute nonetheless. Before him, a multitude of combat power attributes swirled around Vegeta, forming golden, tadpole-like scripts that flowed continuously towards Nightwing's body. 4326 million, 4327 million, 4328 million, as the combat power attributes steadily converged upon him. The virtual screen in front of Nightwing displayed his combat power fluctuating. This process continued for nearly 10 seconds. Once the final attribute gathered into Nightwing's body, his combat power reached an impressive 43.51 million. This meant that the recent battle between JIS and Vegeta had granted Nightwing an astonishing increase of 250,000 in combat power. While 250,000 may seem trivial compared to over 40 million, it was still a formidable figure on its own, considering even Jinyu only possessed a power level of 120,000. Furthermore, with Nightwing now possessing the Kaioken attribute, which could double his combat power, those 250,000 points could potentially translate to 2.5 million when amplified by 10 times an increase of 250,000 in combat power. Quite satisfactory, Nightwing mused as he observed the data on the screen. His gaze shifted toward Vegeta. As Nightwing stared, Vegeta felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator. His heart raced, and instinctively, he distanced himself from Nightwing, eyeing him warily. No need to be so tense. To express my gratitude for your contributions. Let me share some good news. Nightwing's mention of contributions referred to the combat power attributes, including the battle against Licorice. Vegeta had provided Nightwing with nearly 300,000 combat power attributes throughout the day, a feat equivalent to the combined efforts of Nightwing's warriors over 10 to 15 days. Gratitude for my contributions? Vegeta was perplexed by Nightwing's words. However, Nightwing had no intention of explaining further, merely smiling as he continued. Frieza has acquired 7 Dragon Balls. What he intends to do next, I believe you are more aware than I. At Nightwing's revelation, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. Not long ago, Jinyu had stolen the 7 Dragon Balls. This meant that Frieza was now in possession of all 7.to Vegeta. If Frieza summoned the Eternal Dragon and obtained immortality, he would forever remain beneath Frieza's heel, subjected to his whims. Hey, Kakarot. Remembering the situation with Frieza, Vegeta lost interest in Nightwing and immediately flew toward the location of Goku and the others. Vegeta. As Vegeta approached, Krillin regarded him warily. After all, their previous agreement had only pertained to dealing with Ginyu Force. With Ginyu Force vanquished, the continuation of their alliance remained uncertain. Just then, Goku stepped forward to halt Krillin. Don't worry, Vegeta means us no harm. High above, Nightwing observed the interaction between Vegeta and Goku, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. All right, now let us see how you intend to confront Frieza. Chapter 28. Journey to Frieza's spaceship. Though the Saiyan blood coursing through Nightwing urged him to seek battle with Frieza, he secretly preferred to position himself amidst the conflict between Frieza and Goku. Gathering the combat power attributes that would undoubtedly emerge from their clash, Master Nightwing, what shall we do next? Are we truly going to confront Frieza? Lap inquired, his voice trembling at the mere mention of Frieza's name. If you are afraid, you may return. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Lap instinctively recoiled. Falling silent, he understood that further discussion would only provoke Nightwing's ire, a folly he was keen to avoid. As Nightwing and Lap conversed, Goku, accompanied by Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, soared toward them. Nightwing, we are heading to confront Frieza. Will you join us? They say he is a terrible villain, and if left unchecked, he could destroy this planet. Sun Wukong halted at a distance of 10 zhang from Yi and addressed him. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was inclined towards collaboration with Yi. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, "It appears you merely wish to engage in battle with Frieza. Do you not?" At this declaration, both Krillin and Vegeta were taken aback. Sun Wukong, too, muttered under his breath, "Oh no, I've revealed my intentions." Wukong, do you genuinely only wish to confront that Frieza? Kakarot, do not act so foolishly. Frieza's power is unfathomable. Entering battle with such a mindset is tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing Krillin and Vegeta's reprimands, Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Well, there is some truth to that." Vegeta, both of you are Saiyans. Do you not desire to confront Frieza? After Sun Wukong's explanation, Krillin's expression shifted, while Vegeta, in a fit of rage, pointed at Yi and chastised, "Kakarot, do not be so naive. That Frieza may well be stronger than this Saiyan. Watch your tone when addressing our Lord Yi. Who are you calling that Saiyan?" "This is Lord Yi," in response to Vegeta's reference to Yi as that Saiyan. Rap, who stood behind Yi, immediately admonished Vegeta. Infuriated by Rap's rebuke, Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he dared not act out, intimidated by Yi's formidable power. After restraining Rap, Yi spoke to Sun Wukong and the others, saying, "Vegeta is correct. Frieza's battle power indeed surpasses mine. Currently, Yi's battle power stood at 43.51 million, while Frieza's full power reached 120 million. This comparison clearly indicated that Frieza's strength was greater than Yi's. Unless Yi employed the Kaioken technique, should Yi unleash a tenfold Kaioken, his power would exceed 400 million, thus surpassing Frieza." Upon hearing Yi's words, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Son Gohan inhaled sharply. So Frieza's power is even greater? Krillin and Son Gohan were acutely aware of Yi's formidable strength, while Sun Wukong had experienced it firsthand. Even when Sun Wukong utilized a fourfold Kaioken, he was effortlessly dispatched by Yi. In Krillin and Son Gohan's eyes, Yi's power was already terrifying. However, the notion that Frieza's strength exceeded that was daunting. What level of power does Frieza possess? Son Gohan, seemingly eager to persuade Sun Wukong, looked up with a hint of anxiety and said, "Wukong, don't worry. After consuming that magical bean, my strength has significantly increased. Yu. If I were to battle you again, I might not necessarily lose." Sun Wukong ruffled Son Gohan's hair with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, confidently stating towards Yu. Yu recognized that Sun Wukong was not merely boasting. After recovering from his injuries with the magical bean, Sun Wukong's power had surged beyond 3 million. Coupled with a tenfold or 20-fold Kaioken, his strength could reach 30 million or 60 million, which would indeed put him on par with Yi's 43.51 million in light of this. Sun Wukong was not exaggerating. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yi was also capable of utilizing Kaioken. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong addressed Krillin and Son Gohan, saying, "Let us not forget that we came to Namek to resurrect Piccolo. If we do not defeat Frieza, we will be unable to reclaim the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Piccolo's name, a shadow of gloom crossed Son Gohan's face. Initially, he intended to dissuade Sun Wukong from confronting Frieza, but thoughts of Piccolo extinguished that notion. To resurrect Piccolo, they needed to obtain the Dragon Balls. That was the thought firmly lodged in Son Gohan's mind. "Wukong," Krillin's tone softened a bit. "Very well. Let us join forces to reclaim the Dragon Balls from Frieza." After a moment's hesitation, a resolute expression emerged on Krillin's face. "It's up to you all. Our collaboration is solely to defeat Frieza," Vegeta declared, crossing his arms and turning his head away defiantly as he felt Sun Wukong's gaze upon him. "So, Yiyu, do you wish to collaborate with us?" Sun Wukong finally turned his attention to Yiyu. Sun Wukong had personally experienced Yiyu's strength and believed that with Yiyu's assistance, their chances of defeating Frieza would significantly increase. "That I have no interest in Frieza. However, I am intrigued by your endeavor to confront him." "What difference does that make?" Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Krillin and Son Gohan exchanged glances. "All right, let us seek out Frieza, but first, we must attend to Vegeta's injuries." In saying this, Sun Wukong glanced at Yiyu. Undoubtedly, he hoped Yiyu would provide a magical bean for Vegeta. "You need a magical bean?" "None available." Yiyu turned his head, feigning ignorance. "Do not worry. Frieza's spaceship is equipped with medical facilities. I can recover there." Subsequently, Sun Wukong and the others soared towards the direction of Frieza's spaceship. After they had distanced themselves, Yiyu followed closely behind with Rap and Tors. Chapter 29. The Seven Dragon Balls. Chapter 29. Namek Whoosh. In the sky, four pearlescent orbs of light darted through the air with astonishing speed. Not far behind these four white orbs trailed three others, comprising Yiyu, Rap, and Tors. "Descending," exclaimed Rap as he observed the four orbs suddenly slow their pace and descend towards a certain patch of land below. As they approached, they beheld a disc-shaped spaceship, which was none other than Frieza's vessel. "We have arrived at Frieza's spaceship." Yiyu halted midair, gazing down at the spaceship with a calm demeanor as he spoke to Rap and Tors. Tors was relatively unfazed, being younger and unfamiliar with Frieza's dreadful reputation. However, Rap was different. Before aligning with Yiyu, he had traversed the cosmos and was well aware of Frieza's infamous name. "Is this truly Frieza's spaceship?" Rap exclaimed, his eyes wide with trepidation as he fixated on the disc-shaped craft, his throat tightening as he involuntarily swallowed. "Rest assured, Frieza is not here at present," Yiyu reassured Rap, and then his gaze shifted to the direction indicated by his scouter, where a powerful energy signature was detected. Undoubtedly, the formidable energy signature identified by Yiyu's scouter belonged to Frieza. Moreover, Yiyu was aware that Frieza was currently engaged in battle with Nail, the guardian of the Grand Elder, in pursuit of the Dragon Ball secrets. "Intruder detected! Intruder detected!" As Yiyu gazed into the distance, a sudden red alert blared from Frieza's spaceship below. Immediately, a throng of armored extraterrestrials filed out in orderly formation from the vessel. Their sights set on the first arrivals, Son Goku and Vegeta, the leading alien. Upon recognizing Vegeta, wasted no time in commanding his subordinates to launch an assault on Goku and his companions. The sounds of energy weapons charging echoed like gunfire as the aliens unleashed their attacks. Yet, instead of bullets, they fired energy spheres and beams. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a combat power attribute of 20. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a combat power attribute of 24. At that moment, as Frieza's subordinates initiated their offensive against Vegeta and Goku, a mechanical notification chimed in Yiyu's mind. Concurrently, a steady stream of combat power attributes began to fall abundantly. Regrettably, the combat power of Frieza's minions was woefully inadequate, with the highest barely reaching around 3,000. Thus, the attributes dropped during their assault were rather paltry. "Hey, I'm here to find Frieza. I hold no grudge against you, that if you continue to attack, I will retaliate." Goku evaded and dodged the relentless onslaught of Frieza's henchmen. What a nuisance Kakarot is, even at a time like this. In stark contrast to Goku's demeanor, Vegeta exhibited no such restraint. With a swift movement, he darted through the crowd, dispatching an alien with each flash of his form. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 340. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 350. Following Vegeta's assault, Krillin and Gohan soon joined the fray. Within 10 seconds, the hundreds of Frieza's subordinates that had encircled Goku and Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Would the host like to collect the combat power attributes? After the annihilation of Frieza's minions, Yu's mind was once again met with the system's notification. Collect. Although this skirmish paled in comparison to the battles against Vegeta and the Ginyu Force, it was still a welcome boost. Free combat power should never be overlooked. As Yu's command resonated, the combat power attributes from the battlefield converged like a river, flowing continuously into his being. Once the attributes coalesced, Yu's combat power surged from 43.51 million to 43.55 million, indicating that this brief encounter had granted him over 40,000 in combat power attributes. Lord Yu, shall we descend? At this moment, Lap looked to Yu, having observed Gohan and the others clearing the obstacles. No need. We are merely here to spectate. While Yu conversed with Lap, Vegeta, and Goku, after a brief exchange, limped towards Frieza's spaceship, seemingly intending to utilize the medical facilities within for their injuries. Gohan. Shortly after Vegeta entered the spaceship, Krillin cast a wary glance at Vegeta and then addressed Gohan. Take out the radar. The radar Krillin referred to was, of course, the Dragon Ball radar. Upon hearing this, Gohan produced a palm-sized device resembling a watch, which was the Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma. As Goku gently pressed the button on the radar, the screen illuminated with vibrant lights. What is this? Upon seeing the 7 lights converge on the radar, Krillin and Gohan's faces lit up with joy. Very close. They exchanged glances before setting off in search of the Dragon Balls indicated by the radar. Before long, Gohan discovered the location beneath an open space beneath Frieza's spaceship. Right here, Goku exclaimed, pointing at the freshly turned soil with excitement. What are they doing? Who knows? At that moment, Tors and Lap, observing from above, looked on in confusion as Gohan and Krillin engaged in their task. While Tors and Lap were unaware of Gohan and Krillin's actions, Yu understood all too well. The Dragon Balls, perhaps? Yu murmured to himself. Just then, as Krillin and Gohan dug through the ground, several basketball-sized glass orbs, orange with various star patterns, emerged from below. These orbs were none other than the Dragon Balls from Namek. Chapter 30. A transaction with Son Goku. Why are the Dragon Balls buried here? Gohan inquired, puzzled as they unearthed all 7 Dragon Balls. Who knows? But now we can summon Shenron and revive Piccolo and Tien. Krillin exclaimed, hands on his hips, eyeing the 7 Dragon Balls with enthusiasm. These Dragon Balls had been buried by Ginyu on the orders of Frieza before leaving the spaceship, under the assumption that they would remain undiscovered. However, Ginyu had not anticipated that Bulma would invent the Dragon Ball radar. What are those glass orbs? Lap, having never seen or heard of the Dragon Balls, gazed at the 7 basketball-sized orbs with curiosity. Why Yu did not respond to Lap's question. He merely watched as Gohan and Krillin transported the Dragon Balls to an open area. Hey, we are about to summon Shenron. Please step aside. Gohan called out to Yu and Lap. Shenron? What is that? Lap's curiosity deepened upon hearing Gohan's shout. A dragon that can grant any wish. Yu, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls, muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. Want money? Over the past 2 decades, Yu's influence has amassed considerable wealth, rendering Shenron unnecessary for such desires. Desire immortality. Those who wished for eternal life, like King Cold and Zamasu, did not meet favorable ends. Yearn for combat power? With the attribute collection system, Yu could upgrade on his own. After pondering for a while, Yu realized he had no wishes that required Shenron's assistance. As Yu contemplated, he gradually descended toward Frieza's spaceship. Come forth, Shenron. Upon seeing Yu and Lap step aside, Krillin rushed to the 7 Dragon Balls and called out loudly. However, to his surprise, the anticipated scene of dark clouds gathering and Shenron appearing did not unfold at all. Krillin looked perplexed as the 7 Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. I'll try again. Krillin, feeling somewhat awkward, uttered a phrase to Sun Wukong before once again calling out to the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. At that moment, Rap and Tors, positioned behind Yu, exchanged glances as they observed Krillin incessantly shouting those rather juvenile lines below. Although they remained silent, Their expressions seemed to convey a clear message. What on earth is this person doing? Could he possibly be a fool? How peculiar. What is happening? Why is Shenron not appearing? Krylin rubbed his temples, striving to comprehend the situation. Just then, Sun Wukong emerged from the spaceship Toe, the 7 Dragon Balls, despite the fact that the Dragon Balls before him were not the same size as those on Earth. Sun Wukong recognized them at a glance. Krylin, these Dragon Balls cannot summon Shenron. What is going on? Is there something amiss? Watching Sun Wukong approach, Krylin said, somewhat pained, let me explain. As soon as Krylin's words fell, Yi Yu flew over and interjected. Upon hearing Yi Yu's statement, the eyes of Krylin, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan all turned in unison towards him. Is that true? That's wonderful. Thank you for your willingness to assist us. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude to Yi Yu without a moment's hesitation. However, before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, Krylin intercepted him, eyeing Yi Yu warily. Wukong. Though Krylin said little, Yi Yu could discern from the vigilant expression on Krylin's face that he feared Yi Yu might take advantage of the situation to seize the Dragon Balls. After all, the powers of the Dragon Balls were immensely potent, capable of granting any wish. Rarely did one encounter someone familiar with the Dragon Balls who did not harbor ulterior motives. Furthermore, for Krylin, Yi Yu was merely a passing acquaintance, lacking any substantial connection. Naturally, he would not trust Yi Yu so easily. I see. You don't trust me, do you? In that case, let us strike a deal. I will reveal why you cannot summon Shenron. And in return, Sun Wukong, you will agree to do one thing for me. Upon hearing this, the wariness on Krylin's face lessened somewhat. When someone you are not particularly familiar with offers assistance, one tends to be cautious, suspecting ulterior motives. Yet, when that person proposes a clear condition, your guard naturally lowers, as long as it does not conflict with my original intentions. Before Krylin could object, Sun Wukong readily agreed to Yi Yu's proposition. It's simple. Come with me to confront Frieza. At this declaration, the expressions of both Krylin and Sun Wufan shifted dramatically. Krylin and Sun Wufan, having acquired the Dragon Balls, there was no necessity to provoke Frieza any further. Naturally, they were reluctant to accept Yi Yu's condition. However, Sun Wukong, with a fierce glint in his eye, declared, all right, I accept. Wukong. Dad. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krylin and Sun Wufan were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Yet, Sun Wukong maintained his confident demeanor, assuring them, don't worry, nothing will happen. Following Sun Wukong's agreement, a smile crept across Yi Yu's lips as he continued. It is quite simple. The Dragon Balls of Namek require a special incantation to summon Shenron. Upon hearing this, Krylin and Sun Wufan were filled with joy and promptly inquired, what is the incantation? I do not know. In that moment, it felt as though a million llamas were galloping through the minds of Krylin and Sun Wufan. What kind of answer is that? It is tantamount to no answer at all. In truth, there was no need for Yi Yu to inform Sun Wufan and Krylin, after failing to summon Shenron. They had already considered the possibility that invoking the Dragon of Namek required a special incantation, but Yi Yu merely provided a slight reminder to Krylin and Sun Wufan. Of course, even if Yi Yu had not brokered a deal with Sun Wukong, Frieza would eventually track them down. Yi Yu simply sought to expedite the encounter between Sun Wukong and Frieza. Chapter 31. Acquiring the ability to sense ki. Chapter 31. Although Sun Wukong had a nagging feeling that he was being led astray by Yi Yu, he had initially intended to confront Frieza upon arriving at the latter's spaceship. Thus, the condition proposed by Yi Yu was, in fact, aligned with his original intent, and could not be considered a deception. Sun Wukong stretched his legs and twisted his waist, loosening his muscles before addressing Yi Yu. All right, since I have already agreed, I shall accompany you. Wukong. Krylin was about to voice his concerns on Sun Wukong's behalf. But before he could finish, Sun Wukong had already soared into the sky alongside Yi Yu. Krylin, Wufan, you two stay here. With that, a powerful aura erupted from both Sun Wukong and Yi Yu, propelling them swiftly towards Frieza's location. Lord Yi Yu. Teacher Yi Yu. After Yi Yu and Sun Wukong departed, Rap and Tors immediately pursued them. Krylin, what should we do next? We cannot summon Shenron. Once Yi Yu and Sun Wukong had left, Sun Wufan gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls with a look of helplessness as he asked Krylin, the incantation, the incantation. Hearing Sun Wufan's question, Krylin muttered a few phrases from Yi Yu's previous words. Suddenly, a light seemed to ignite in Krylin's eyes. as if he had stumbled upon an idea. Since the 7 Dragon Balls were created by the Elder, surely he would know the incantation. I am so happy. Krillin exclaimed to Sun Wukong. Of course, the Elder will know. Sun Wukong rejoiced. Then, Wukong, wait here for me that I shall go seek the Elder and return immediately with the incantation. After bidding Sun Wukong farewell, Krillin unleashed a surge of powerful white energy and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Elder's location. What is happening? Why is Frisia's energy also in that direction? Not long after Krillin ascended into the sky, he sensed Frisia's formidable and malevolent aura emanating from the Elder's vicinity. With a serious expression, Krillin pressed on, flying towards the distant source. As Krillin approached Frisia, Rap and Tors had already caught up with Yu and Sun Wukong. What are you two doing following us? Yu furrowed his brow slightly upon noticing Rap and Tor's presence. He was headed to confront Frisia after all. Once Sun Wukong and Frisia engaged in battle, the meager fighting abilities of Tors and Rap would likely be obliterated by the residual energy. Yu had intended for Rap and Tors to remain aboard Frisia's spaceship. Teacher Yu, I want to stay with you, Tors declared, leaving Yu at a loss for words. If you were a girl, it would be different, but you are a boy. Since they had come along, Yu chose not to engage in further discussion with Rap and Tors. As time passed, the distance between Yu, Sun Wukong, and Frisia's location grew ever shorter. Is this the energy of Frisia? As Sun Wukong sensed the immense energy emanating from Frisia ahead, a confident smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute of energy perception. Just as Sun Wukong activated this ability, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yu exclaimed internally, the attribute of energy perception has finally arrived. Previously, when Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin battled the Ginyu Force, they too employed the ability of energy perception. Regrettably, the system did not drop the energy perception attribute at that time. After all, the probability of the system dropping ability attributes stands at 1 in 5. It is not guaranteed to be as fortunate as the acquisition of the time pause ability. However, now that Sun Wukong had successfully obtained the energy perception attribute, it was certainly not too late. Would the host like to collect the energy perception attribute? Collect. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the energy perception attribute dropped from Sun Wukong and immediately merged into Yu's body. The next moment, the attribute of energy perception appeared on the system screen. Eagerly, Yu activated the energy perception ability. With the initiation of this power, an invisible field of vision instantaneously enveloped the entirety of Namek. Within this vision, Yu discerned numerous energy clusters, varying in size. The closest to Yu were the energy signatures of Lap and Tors, as well as Sun Wukong. According to Yu's energy perception, Tors possessed the smallest energy cluster, followed by Sun Wukong, while Lap S was the largest. The size of these energy clusters, to some extent, reflects an individual S combat prowess. However, this does not imply that Lap is more powerful than Sun Wukong. Rather, Sun Wukong was suppressing the energy within him, resulting in a reduced energy cluster in Yu's perception. Is this the ability of energy perception? Truly convenient. Yu murmured with satisfaction. Frisia doesn't seem as formidable as I imagined. Just as Yu reveled in his newfound ability, Sun Wukong casually remarked, Frisia doesn't seem so strong after all. At that moment, Lap, overhearing Sun Wukong's words, couldn't help but scoff internally. What? Frisia is weak. You must be unaware of his terrifying power. Although Lap thought Sun Wukong was boasting, Yu held a different view. Hence, it was indeed true that Frisia's energy was not particularly overwhelming at that moment. Sun Wukong, you should not underestimate Frisia. As far as I know, he possesses 3 transformations, each significantly enhancing his combat strength. Upon hearing Yu's words, Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Ah, you really know a lot about Frisia. While Yu pondered how to deflect Sun Wukong's comment, Lap interjected irritably. Of course, for years, Lord Yu has been investigating Frisia. Hearing Lap's words, Yu silently commended him. Well said, Lap. If it weren't for Lap's remark, Yu would have had to concoct another excuse. After all, he couldn't possibly reveal to Sun Wukong that his knowledge of Frisia stemmed from his past life. Chapter 32. The initial battle with Frisia on Namek, on the battlefield where Frisia and Nail were engaged. After a fierce confrontation, Nail lay gravely injured on the ground, while Frisia remained unscathed. You? Are you not afraid of death? Frisia looked down from his elevated position at the battered nail, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Just then, several energy readings suddenly appeared on Frisia's scouter. Noticing the change on the scouter, Frisia raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shifted his gaze from nail to the device. 1.24 for rodents are approaching. Observing the 4 energy readings on the scouter, Frisia chuckled softly before turning to look behind him. In the distance, 4 white energy clusters were hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! Moments later, these 4 energy clusters transformed into streaks of light, descending directly onto the battlefield where Frisia and Nail stood. Soon, 4 figures materialized before Frisia's eyes. These figures were none other than Yi and his companions, including Sun Wukong. Frisia, before Yi could speak, Lap, trembling in fear, stared at Frisia. They're not Namekians? While Yi and Sun Wukong assessed Frisia, he too scrutinized them. Upon realizing that his visitors were not Namekians, Frisia's expression shifted slightly. Yet, it mattered little to him. In his eyes, no matter who they were no different from insignificant insects. Are you Frisia? Sun Wukong inquired, a confident smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze on Frisia. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Frisia turned his attention to him. Staring at Sun Wukong's face, Frisia's brows furrowed slightly. This face. It seems familiar. Is it him? A few seconds later, a face from Frisia's memory collided with Sun Wukong's visage, none other than Bardock. Sun Wukong's father. 24 years ago, prior to Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, Bardock, cursed with the ability to see the future, foresaw the planet's destruction. In a bid to avert this fate, Bardock single-handedly confronted Frisia's forces, yet ultimately failed to prevent the cataclysm. This scion bears an uncanny resemblance to that one. As Frisia recalled the events surrounding the destruction of planet Vegeta, a gleeful expression surfaced, and he gazed at Yi and Sun Wukong. The 2 scions, with a mocking tone. I never expected that aside from Vegeta, there are still surviving scions. After uttering this, Frisia's expression darkened, morphing into one of murderous intent. All scions must die. No sooner had Frisia's words left his lips than his form vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared right in front of Yi, launching a powerful punch aimed at Yi's head. His intent seemed clear, to eliminate Yi, this scion, before turning his attention to the somewhat familiar Sun Wukong. Bang! However, to Frisia's astonishment, just as his fist was about to connect with Yi, the latter suddenly extended his hand, catching Frisia's punch effortlessly. The sheer speed of both Frisia and Yi's movements was so extraordinary that Lap and Tors had yet to register the events unfolding before them. By the time they comprehended the situation, they found Frisia inexplicably in front of Yi, his attack thwarted, so fast, completely invisible. Is this the might of the cosmic Emperor Frisia? Truly formidable. Yet, it seems Lord Yi has seen through Frisia's assault. While Lap and Tors marveled at the brief clash between Frisia and Yi, Nail, still lying on the ground, felt a tempest of emotions stirring within him. Who is this person? How is he able to withstand Frisia's attack? The extent of Frisia's power is abundantly clear to Nerud. He had just engaged in combat with Frisia and faced utter defeat. And no matter how fervently he attacked, it had no effect whatsoever on Frisia. Conversely, a mere casual punch from Frisia left Nerud's bones feeling as if they had been shattered. Yet now, this unknown man astonishingly managed to withstand Frisia's assault, leaving Nerud profoundly shocked at quite impressive. Aren't you, to be able to block my strike? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yi intercept his attack, Frisia's face also displayed a hint of intrigue. Frisia harbored absolute confidence in his own strength. The punch he had just thrown, although executed with less than 1% of his power, was still sufficient to obliterate anyone with a combat power below 50,000. As Frisia spoke, he attempted to withdraw his fist from Yi's grasp, only to feel an immense force emanating from Yi's palm. The grip was like that of an iron clamp, rendering his efforts to free himself futile. After 2 attempts using his hidden strength to escape, the mockery on Frisia's face vanished, replaced by a surge of anger. Frisia's first form possessed a combat power of 530,000, while Yi boasted a staggering 43,510,000 in his first form. Frisia was no match for Yi. Frisia, do not misjudge your opponent. Your adversary is him, Yi coldly remarked, pointing at Sun Wukong. Before releasing his grip, once freed, Frisia immediately distanced himself from Yu. Indeed, your opponent is me, Sun Wukong declared, his fists colliding with a fierce resolve directed at Frisia. I see, a conceited monkey who believes he possesses some strength dares to challenge me. The mighty Frisia? Frisia thought to himself, clenching his still aching fist, then gazing at Yu and Sun Wukong with a dismissive expression. Just as Frisia finished speaking, Sun Wukong interjected, Frisia, transform. Chapter 33. Frisia transforms. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, then smirked, You seem to know quite a bit, even regarding my ability to transform. In order to contain his overwhelmingly potent power, Frisia typically suppressed his combat strength to a manageable level, thus remaining in his first form. Even among his many subordinates, few were aware that he could transform. Yet here was Sun Wukong, meeting him for the first time, who knew of this capability. Naturally, Frisia was somewhat taken aback. Initially, Sun Wukong had been unaware of Frisia's ability to transform. It was only during their journey that Yu had informed him of Frisia's 3 transformation stages. Ha, Frisia chuckled ominously after a moment of surprise, closing his eyes and emitting a chilling laughter. Hearing Frisia's laughter, while Yu and Sun Wukong remained unfazed, Lap felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he had encountered the laughter of a demon. What is so amusing? Sun Wukong, growing impatient, questioned as Frisia continued to laugh. As soon as Sun Wukong's words fell, Frisia slowly opened his eyes, standing with a gentlemanly posture as he spoke with a smile. All right, I shall consent to transform. But, he paused momentarily, then ominously continued, Those who have witnessed my transformation have all met their demise. You should be prepared. Filthy monkeys, with a hint of malevolence in his voice, Frisia uttered the words filthy monkeys and assumed a stance, his fists clenched and muscles taut. With a roar, a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. This formidable energy wave sent Lap, Tors, and the grievously injured Neru flying through the air. This truly Frisia's strength, Lap thought, his expression changing dramatically as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Frisia. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Frisia trembled as if struck by immense force, causing the entire mountain range to collapse. The moment Frisia's transformation commenced, it did not last long. Within mere seconds, the powerful energy wave gradually subsided. As Lap and Tors regained their footing, their expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing Frisia's new form from afar. The once diminutive Frisia now towered like a small giant. Sun Wukong, lowering his arms that had shielded him from the energy wave, gazed in astonishment at Frisia's altered appearance. His size has changed significantly. Observing the astonished expression on Sun Wukong's face, Frisia mistakenly interpreted it as fear and burst into a self-satisfied laughter. It is not only my size that has changed, Frisia proclaimed, slightly relaxing his clenched fists. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave surged forth from him, radiating outward. The surrounding mountains, already in ruins, vanished without a trace under the onslaught of this energy wave, ultimately consumed by the sea. While Yu and Sun Wukong managed to withstand the force, Lap and Tors, due to their considerable inferiority in strength compared to Frisia, were like a fragile boat in a tempestuous sea, at risk of being swept away by the powerful waves. This truly Frisia's real strength. It is indeed terrifying, Lap thought, struggling to maintain his stance against the ferocious energy. Meanwhile, upon feeling the tremendous energy coursing through Frisia's body, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Indeed, it is not merely his size. His power has multiplied exponentially. Frisia's second form boasted a combat power exceeding 1 million. Had Sun Wukong just arrived on Namek, even utilizing the Kaioken tenfold, he would have been unable to contend with Frisia in this form. However, after rigorous training under Yu, Sun Wukong's combat power now surpassed 3 million, more than sufficient to handle Frisia's second form. Sun Wukong, I leave this to you. Although Yu yearned to engage Frisia in battle, his primary objective remained to gather the combat power attributes dropped during the duel between Frisia and Sun Wukong. After calling out to Sun Wukong, Yu soared into the distance, trying to escape. Do you think I, Frisia, am someone you can simply come and go as you please? Frisia would not allow Yu to depart so easily. As he spoke, Frisia's long tail, resembling that of a massive serpent, transformed into a shadow and surged toward Yu in the sky with astonishing speed. Just then, Sun Wukong vanished in a blur. reappearing in the space between Frieza and Yi Yud T the moment Frieza's tail descended. Sun Wukong crossed his fists before him and braced himself, successfully blocking Frieza's tail strike. Nanny? Frieza was taken aback to witness his second form's attack being effortlessly blocked by Son Goku. His face instantly betraying a look of astonishment. It is worth noting that upon transforming into his second form, his combat power soared past 1 million, although he hadn't unleashed his full strength in that last strike. Even his most valued subordinate, Jinyu, could have been annihilated in an instant. "You are up against me," Son Goku declared, suddenly swinging his arms to deflect Frieza's tail, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Frieza. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 combat power attributes at that moment." A mechanical notification echoed in Yeyu's mind. 10,000. Upon hearing the system announce this figure, Yeyu's heart surged with joy. Frieza was still in his second form, and a single attack had elevated Yeyu's combat power by 10,000. Just imagining the combat power he might acquire when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and fought Frieza at full capacity filled Yeyu with exhilaration. Would the host like to collect the combat power attributes? Yes. As Yeyu distanced himself from the battlefield where Son Goku and Frieza clashed, he responded to the system. Chapter 34. Son Goku vs. Frieza after collecting the 10,000 combat power attributes. Yeyu's total combat power rose from 43,510,000 to 43,520,000. At this moment, he had halted roughly 1,000 meters away from the fierce confrontation between Son Goku and Frieza. "Let me collect the combat power attributes here," Yeyu remarked, fixing his gaze on the ongoing battle between Son Goku and Frieza. Frieza's expression had darkened. Although he lacked the ability to sense energy and was unaware of the extent of Son Goku's power, he was no fool. After their brief skirmish, Frieza realized that this Saiyan strength was on par with his second form. "Oh, that's how it is. No wonder you're so arrogant, daring to approach me. It seems you possess some strength," Frieza rasped, speaking in a nonchalant tone to Son Goku. As he spoke, his long tail, resembling a mechanical arm, swiftly retracted before it slammed down onto the rock beneath him, reducing it to powder that cascaded into the ocean below. Whoosh! Just as the debris plunged into the sea, Frieza vanished from his original position. Before the rocks could even hit the water, Frieza materialized behind Son Goku, launching a massive strike with his arm. Bang! The previously stationary Son Goku suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's arm. In that instant, their fists collided with a resounding impact that echoed through the sky, sending ripples across the water's surface, which reacted as if struck by an invisible force, creating massive waves. Frieza, witnessing Son Goku once more block his attack, smirked disdainfully. Whoosh! Bang! In rapid succession, Son Goku and Frieza darted across the sky above the ocean, each movement punctuated by fierce collisions. Meanwhile, Yeyu's mind was inundated with the system's mechanical notifications. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 combat power attributes." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,086 combat power attributes." Observing the continuous influx of combat power attributes from the clash between Son Goku and Frieza, Yeyu was overwhelmed with joy. It was clear that the attribute values dropped during their battle were consistently above 10,000. This meant that with each attack from either Son Goku or Frieza, Yeyu's combat power was increasing by over 10,000. In the brief span of mere seconds, they had exchanged blows over 10 times, allowing Yeyu to accumulate more than 100,000 combat power attributes. Excellent. At this rate, I might achieve a base combat power of 100 million before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yeyu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he watched the fierce duel unfold. What would it mean to reach a base combat power of 100 million? It was remarkable to consider that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would multiply 50-fold. Thus, if Yeyu's base combat power reached 100 million, it would soar to an astounding 5 billion upon transformation. A first-stage Super Saiyan boasting 5 billion combat power was a terrifying prospect, especially since Son Goku's power was merely 150 million when he first transformed. Yeyu indulged in these fantasies. The battle between Frieza and Son Goku remained incredibly intense. Whoosh! Bang! After a series of warm-up exchanges, Son Goku's combat power steadily increased. Once it reached a certain threshold, his speed surged dramatically, before Frieza could react. Son Goku delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's face in that moment. Frieza's features contorted, and his massive form was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the ocean below. Impressive, he can even send Frieza flying? Lap looked on in astonishment as Son Goku dominated Frieza. Tess, after a moment of confusion, shifted his gaze from Son Goku to you. Buzz. Not long after Frieza plunged into the sea, a brilliant purple light erupted from the depths of the ocean. The next moment, the water surged upward, forming a hemispherical dome, as if some colossal creature were about to emerge from beneath the waves. Once the water reached its limit, Frieza's massive form burst forth, soaring into the sky before settling near Son Goku. Frieza rubbed his face where Son Goku had kicked him. That last hit truly hurt. You filthy monkey, Frieza exclaimed in a furious tirade, before unleashing a powerful energy sphere that charged directly at Son Goku. Oh really? My apologies. Let me return the favor. As Frieza charged forward, Son Goku swiftly retaliated with another kick aimed at Frieza. So fast. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing Son Goku's incredible speed, but before he could evade, Son Goku's attack struck him once more, sending him flying again. However, this time, Frieza was prepared. As he plummeted towards the ocean, he unleashed a powerful energy sphere around himself, using its force in conjunction with the water to maintain his composure and avoid sinking. Yet, the impact created a hemispherical depression in the water around him, as if an invisible ball were pressing down upon the surface. Frieza, you would do well to unleash your full power. You are no match for me in your current state. Son Goku, poised in midair, warned Frieza, who was seething with rage as he gazed at the water's surface. Initially, Son Goku's warning was well-intentioned. But who was Frieza? After all, the Cosmic Emperor has always wielded the power to eliminate anyone he wishes. Never before encountering a situation quite like today. On another note, Frieza has always harbored an intense disdain for the Saiyans. When Son Goku spoke, Frieza was seized with fury. Who do you think I am? I am Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza, in a fit of rage, let out a thunderous roar, and an incredibly brilliant light erupted around him. Chapter 35. Mini Frieza buzzing above a vast ocean. Frieza stood in the air, suddenly enveloped by a dazzling radiance. As this light surged forth, the earth trembled, and the surrounding waters roiled restlessly, conjuring towering waves that surged outward like ripples. Meanwhile, the remnants of stones atop the mountain seemed drawn by an invisible force, slowly ascending into the sky. An oppressive, terrifying aura permeated the air, as if the apocalypse were upon them. What is happening? At that moment, hundreds of kilometers away, Krillin noticed the unusual changes in the distant horizon. The energy surrounding him vanished in an instant, and he halted abruptly. What could account for such a formidable and frightening presence? Suddenly, as Krillin sensed the vast aura akin to the boundless universe, his face paled, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What was even more alarming to him was that this astonishing power was continuously escalating. Goku and that Saiyan are also in that vicinity. What on earth has transpired? Krillin's gaze flickered, his expression shifting between hues of green and paled. He had never encountered such overwhelming energy. Even Nightwing's aura paled in comparison. That I must hurry to the Elder and inquire about the special incantation to summon the dragon. After a moment of shock, Krillin recalled his purpose, to seek the Elder. Although he was deeply concerned for Son Goku, he understood that the place in question was beyond his combat capabilities. All he needed was to summon the dragon to resurrect Piccolo and Tien Shinhan and others. Without further hesitation, a powerful white aura erupted around Krillin, propelling him swiftly towards the Elder's location. Not long after takeoff, he spotted a white light approaching from the distance. Upon recognizing the figure within the radiant sphere, Krillin's heart soared with joy. Tien Tien. Indeed, the newcomer was Tien Tien, the newly appointed guardian of Earth from Dragon Ball. However, at that moment, Tien Tien was not in his divine form. Krillin. As Krillin recognized Tien Tien, the latter immediately spotted Krillin as well. Tien Tien flew over, excitement radiating from him as he called out to Krillin. Tien Tien, what brings you here? Krillin inquired, elated. The Elder sent me after learning that you were unable to summon the dragon. That he instructed me to inform you that summoning the Namekian dragon requires a special incantation. At this revelation, Krillin's spirits lifted immensely. That is precisely what I came for. casting one last glance towards the direction of Nightwing and Frieza. Krillin's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke to Tion Tion in a serious tone. "We must not delay. Let us hasten to summon the dragon." During the brief time Krillin and Tion Tion reunited, the radiant glow emanating from Frieza gradually faded. Once it completely dissipated, Frieza's form re-emerged into the sight of all. Goku's face shifted slightly upon seeing Frieza before him. It wasn't fear of Frieza's new appearance that unsettled him. Rather, it was the sheer diminutiveness of Frieza. Indeed, the Frieza now visible to Goku and Nightwing was the Cosmic Emperor's final form. Though diminutive in stature, within that small body resided a terrifying energy that sent shivers down the spine. "Thank you for your patience. This is my form after my third transformation." Having regained his composure, Frieza regarded Goku and the distant Nightwing with a narrowed gaze, a smile gracing his features. "Did you bypass the second transformation?" Nightwing interjected as Frieza spoke. Frieza originally possessed the ability to transform 3 times, each transformation significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The previous, gigantic form was Frieza's second transformation. Between the second and final forms, there existed a third transformation. Perhaps due to the third form's unattractiveness, Frieza directly transitioned from the second to the final form. "Impressive, to think you could amplify your power so significantly through transformation." At that moment, Goku remarked with a fierce determination upon witnessing Frieza's final form. Through his ability to sense energy, Goku understood that Frieza's strength now surpassed his own. Yet, it was precisely this realization that ignited the Saiyan blood within Goku. Boiling with anticipation, "I initially intended to save you for last, but it seems I will deal with you first before turning my attention to that Saiyan." With arms crossed and hovering in the air, the diminutive Frieza first glanced at Goku, then shifted his gaze to Nightwing in the distance, speaking in a rather nonchalant tone, buzzing as Frieza spoke. A peculiar light began to emanate from Goku's body, resembling not energy, but rather an aura of combativeness. Once Goku's fighting spirit reached its zenith, a terrifying atmosphere enveloped the battlefield where he and Frieza stood, akin to a scorching wave twisting the very fabric of space. Even though Tors and Lap were at a considerable distance from Goku and Frieza's battleground, they still felt the chilling aura that sent tingles down their spines. Is this the murderous intent radiating from the strong? Even at this distance, it induces a suffocating sensation. Lap, gazing at the distant figures of Goku and Frieza, bore an expression of utmost gravity, his heart sinking. "Tors, it's unsafe for us to remain here. We should leave." After a moment's contemplation, Lap spoke decisively to Tors beside him. "But what about Teacher Nightwing?" Tors looked at Nightwing with uncertainty. "Rest assured, with Nightwing's strength, he should be fine." Lap reassured him before both he and Tors sped away towards a safer distance from the battlefield. At this moment, the battle between Goku and Frieza was on the verge of erupting. While Nightwing's emotions surged with exhilaration. At last, it has come to this. Chapter 36. That Saiyan is stronger than me on Namek. Son Goku and Frieza in his final form stood suspended in the air, facing each other from afar. Time passed, and Frieza was the first to break the silence, addressing Son Goku. "Have you prepared yourself for inevitable demise, Saiyan?" As soon as Frieza's words fell, he raised his arm and pointed his finger towards the hovering figure of Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, a violet beam of energy shot forth like a true ray of light, directly aimed at the spot where Sun Wukong stood. Just as the purple beam was about to strike Sun Wukong, he suddenly swept his palm, deflecting the energy projectile with remarkable force. The beam ricocheted in another direction, and upon hitting the ocean's surface, it conjured a massive hemispherical shield of light. The shield expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it erupted violently. At that moment, the heavens and earth resounded with a cataclysmic explosion, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The shockwave surged across the sea like a tempest, raising towering waves several meters high. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the battleground of Sun Wukong and Frieza, Rapu and Toes exchanged astonished glances as they witnessed the colossal explosion on the ocean below. Their faces filled with terror. The residual force of a single clash had unleashed such terrifying power. What level of strength did the two combatants possess? Just then, as Rapu and Toes were grappling with their shock, Frieza, noticing that Sun Wukong could withstand his attack with merely his bare hands, let out a soft snort. followed by a cryptic smile gracing his exquisite features. In the next instant, Frisia's fingers began to fire off a barrage of violet energy beams, resembling a relentless hail of gunfire, ceaselessly targeting Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, in response, waved his hands as if swatting flies, effortlessly rebounding each energy beam. Although Sun Wukong himself was unscathed, the planet Namek bore the brunt of the assault. Wherever the energy beams traversed, mountains and trees were obliterated in an instant, resulting in a series of massive explosions echoing around Frisia and Sun Wukong. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute of Death Ray. Just as Frisia continued to unleash his violet beams upon Sun Wukong, the system's notification suddenly echoed in Yiyu's mind. Does the host wish to accept the Death Ray attribute? Upon hearing this, Yiyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he urged Sun Wukong and Frisia to engage in close combat. After all, battles utilizing Ki Blast would not yield combat power attributes, but rather only related Ki Blast attributes. Currently, Yiyu's system boasted a plethora of collected Ki Blast attributes, rendering Frisia's Death Ray attribute insignificant in comparison. Nevertheless, having received the drop, Yiyu instinctively opted to accept it as soon as Yiyu's words fell. The energy beam attributes surrounding Frisia converged towards him, ultimately merging into his body. Upon acquiring the Death Ray attribute, Yiyu glanced at the virtual screen before him, where the words Death Ray materialized. Additionally, after collecting the combat power attributes dropped during Sun Wukong's battle with Frisia's second form, his combat power surged from 43.52 million to an impressive 43.77 million, just as Yiyu accepted the Death Ray attribute. Frisia's barrage of attacks came to an abrupt halt. It appears you are indeed stronger than I initially anticipated, Frisia remarked with a faint smile, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, ripples began to form on the water's surface, tracing a path directly towards Sun Wukong's location. Throughout this, Frisia's form remained unseen, as his speed was simply too rapid. Of course, this speed was only remarkable in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Both Yiyu and Sun Wukong could clearly perceive Frisia moving towards them at an astonishing velocity. As Frisia approached, Sun Wukong's expression sharpened, prompting him to leap forward and launch an attack at Frisia. Before Frisia could materialize, Sun Wukong's foot connected with his form. The impact sent Frisia hurtling backward like a cannonball, yet he spun mid-air like a high-speed gyroscope, eventually coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 30,000. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Yiyu clenched his fists, his face lighting up with joy. Just one strike yields 30,000. That's 300,000 for 10 strikes, and a staggering 3 million for 100. And this is merely the beginning. Neither Sun Wukong nor Frisia has unleashed their full power yet. If they were to do so, the combat power attributes dropped would undoubtedly be even more substantial. It wouldn't be impossible for a single strike to yield 100,000 combat power attributes. Yiyu reveled in his elation. Frisia regained his composure and touched his slightly reddened cheek, a clear mark of the recent blow dealt by Sun Wukong. You truly are formidable. You are the first to keep pace with my speed in this form, aside from my father, Frisia remarked as he moved closer to Sun Wukong, his tone laced with admiration. Is that so? It is indeed an honor. But the one over there possesses strength that surpasses mine, Sun Wukong replied with a smirk, casting a sidelong glance at Yiyu, who stood not far behind. The Saiyan? Frisia's eyes darted towards Yiyu at the mention. You truly jest. How could a Saiyan of your caliber exist? Even the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, would fall to my single finger, as Frisia's words trailed off. Sun Wukong, with utmost seriousness, countered, I am not joking. Yiyu is genuinely stronger than I am. Chapter 37. A surge in combat power, while Sun Wukong spoke earnestly to Frisia, asserting that Yiyu was stronger. Frisia remained unconvinced by his words. Moreover, in Frisia's eyes, both Sun Wukong and Yiyu were merely Saiyans, mere monkeys. No matter how strong a Saiyan became, they could never rival him. Frisia, your jest is hardly amusing. A confident smirk played on Frisia's lips as he declared, no matter what kind of Saiyan it is, they shall perish here today. For I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Saiyans. After Frisia emitted a sharp sound, his figure instantaneously vanished from the spot, hurtling towards the location of Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's form also disappeared without a trace. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a cacophony of intense battle sounds erupted from the heavens above. However, due to the astonishing speed of both Sun Wukong and Frieza, they could only hear an incessant stream of fighting sounds, while the figures of the two combatants remained entirely unseen. Of course, the term unseen refers to Lap and TOS, as Yi was not included in this context. Indeed, the pace of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza was remarkably swift. Yet, in Yi Yu's eyes, it was not so fast as to be imperceptible. Within Yi Yu's line of sight, he observed Sun Wukong and Frieza in the sky, exchanging blows, their fists, elbows, and legs clashing with fervor. Each collision produced a tremendous, invisible shockwave. When Sun Wukong struck Frieza, an enormous wave surged on the sea not far from Frieza's feet, stirred by the invisible force. Conversely, when Frieza landed a punch on Sun Wukong, the rocks behind Sun Wukong were pulverized to dust by the sheer impact. Although the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza was exceedingly fierce, Yi Yu's focus was not on the intricate details of their confrontation. Rather, his attention was entirely captivated by the combat power attributes that were dropping as a result of their battle. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a combat power attribute of 30,000. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a combat power attribute of 30 for 10 with each attack from Frieza and Sun Wukong. The mechanical prompt of the system echoed in Yi Yu's mind. As the two continued their relentless combat, the system notifications persisted in ringing within Yi Yu's consciousness. Furthermore, the combat power attributes beneath Frieza and Sun Wukong cascaded down like a jackpot from a slot machine. Each attribute exceeding 30,000. Collect them all. In this moment of exhilaration, Yi Yu did not await the system's prompt. Instead, he commanded the system to gather the combat power attributes dropped by Sun Wukong and Frieza during their clash. Under Yi Yu's command, the combat power attributes on the battlefield began to converge towards his body in a steady stream. If someone were to use a detector to measure Yi Yu's combat power at that moment, they would be astounded to discover that his combat power was steadily ascending. Of course, this presumes that the detector could measure combat power exceeding 40 million without exploding. 43, 800, 000.43, 860, 000.43, 920, 000, from the moment it reached 43. 800, 000, the combat power figures surged with astonishing rapidity, increasing by more than 60,000 nearly every second. In just a few breaths, Yi Yu's combat power soared from 43,800,000 to 44,400,000. And this was far from the end. As Sun Wukong and Frieza continued their battle, combat power attributes continued to fall, while Yi Yu's combat power attributes kept rising. What on earth was happening? Just as Yi Yu was relentlessly gathering combat power attributes, TOS suddenly spoke to Lap from a distance. What's wrong? Can you see the battle between those two? Hearing this question, Lap wore a perplexed expression. No, I'm not talking about their combat power. I'm talking about Master Yi Yu. Upon hearing TOS' words, Lap immediately focused his gaze on Yi Yu. He noticed that Yi Yu was enveloped in a layer of white light, which burned like a raging flame. Additionally, the air surrounding Yi Yu seemed scorched, creating a sense of distortion. The earth quaked, and the sea roiled. Initially, Lap thought the tremors of the earth were caused by the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. However, when their fight paused momentarily, the surrounding anomalies did not cease. It was then that Lap realized that this extraordinary phenomenon was not a result of Sun Wukong and Frieza's battle, but rather a consequence of Yi Yu's actions. What on earth is this? Observing the strange changes surrounding Yi Yu, Lap was utterly astonished. However, due to the proximity of Yi Yu's location to the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza, Lap hesitated to approach and inquire about Yi Yu's condition. Of course, Lap and TOS were not the only ones to notice the unusual transformation occurring with Yi Yu. At that moment, Sun Wukong, engaged in combat with Frieza, also sensed the changes in Yi Yu through his ki perception. What is happening? The ki within Yi Yu's body is continuously expanding. While fending off Frieza's assaults, Sun Wukong cast a glance over his shoulder at Yi Yu. Although he could sense that Yi Yu's ki was swelling, he remained oblivious to the specifics of what was transpiring with Yi Yu. Daring to be distracted while fighting me. Just as Sun Wukong pondered the changes surrounding Yi Yu, Frieza seized the opportunity to close the distance with Sun Wukong in an instant. Not good. Seeing Frieza suddenly appear before him, Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, Frieza's tail swung, striking Sun Wukong directly. Bang! With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong was sent flying like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a distant landmass. In that moment, Sun Wukong's body sliced through the continent like a sharp blade. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 35,012 as the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza came to a halt. Yiyu's combat power also ceased its increase. With the last combat power attribute merging into Yiyu's body, his combat power had remarkably surged to 48,360,000. Chapter 38. The Dragon Appears. As Yiyu collected the combat power attributes dropped from the clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza. The distant sky suddenly darkened. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiyu immediately shifted his gaze from Sun Wukong and Frieza to the distant horizon. Unlike Earth, the sky of Namek is illuminated by 3 stars that rise in succession, preventing the occurrence of night. Yet now, the distant horizon appeared as though night had fallen. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often herald something unusual. Yiyu squinted, quickly discerning that ominous clouds were rolling in the sky. At that moment, a flash of realization struck Yiyu's mind. That's it. Krillin and Sun Wukong have successfully summoned the Dragon of Namek. A faint smile graced Yiyu's lips as he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Just as Yiyu had surmised, the darkness in the sky was indeed caused by the dragon's arrival at that moment. With the help of Tenshinhan, Krillin and Son Gohan had successfully summoned the dragon from the Dragon Balls. Under the vast, shadowy clouds, a colossal dragon radiating golden light coiled majestically. This magnificent dragon was none other than Porunga, the Dragon of Namek. So to summon the Dragon of Namek, one must use the Namekian language. No wonder we were unable to summon the dragon. As Sun Wukong gazed upon the magnificent Shenron before him, a smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, just as such." Hearing Wukong's words, Tiantian turned to Krillin and Wukong, urging them, "Come now, speak your wishes, whatever they may be, I can grant you 3. In the midst of Wukong and Tiantian's conversation, the towering Shenron spoke with an air of authority. 3? Is it not 1 wish? Upon hearing Shenron's words, Krillin blinked in surprise, raising 3 fingers in bewilderment. Perhaps the Shenron from Namek differs from your Earth's Shenron. Porunga can indeed grant 3 wishes. Krillin, Wukong, please articulate your desires. Let us eliminate Frieza." Krillin tentatively suggested, scratching his cheek. "Krillin, what are you saying? Shouldn't we focus on reviving Piccolo and Tien?" Wukong exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Krillin gestured with both hands, addressing Wukong. "You see, the Namekian Shenron can grant 3 wishes. Right? We can first use its power to defeat Frieza, and then use the remaining 2 wishes to bring back Piccolo and Tien." It seemed to make a degree of sense, gaining Wukong's approval. Krillin promptly turned to Tiantian, declaring, "Let the first wish be to eradicate Frieza." Tiantian's forehead glistened with beads of sweat upon hearing Krillin's wish, before she turned to the imposing Shenron and spoke in an unintelligible tongue. "Amp. No, that exceeds my capabilities." As soon as Tiantian's words left her lips, Shenron responded. Was it truly impossible? Krillin did not display excessive disappointment at Shenron's reply. After all, he had previously attempted to have the Earth Shenron eliminate Vegeta, only to receive the same response. Now, Frieza was exponentially stronger than Vegeta. Even if the Namekian Shenron surpassed the Earth Shenron, it could not directly obliterate Frieza, since direct annihilation of Frieza was unattainable. They would have to resurrect Piccolo first. But whom should they revive first? As Krillin pondered this, Wukong heard Piccolo's voice resonate in his mind. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Wukong felt an overwhelming joy, akin to seeing a long-lost father. "Wukong, revive me first. Once I am resurrected, the Earth's Guardian will return as well, and the Earth Shenron will follow suit." While Wukong and Krillin strategized the resurrection of Piccolo and Tien in the spaceship, a recovering Vegeta finally opened his eyes. Emerging from the healing apparatus, Vegeta, with his muscular physique on full display, felt his strength restored, even surpassing his previous limits. This enhancement might just allow him to confront Frieza. Clenching his fist, Vegeta savored the surge of power coursing through him. a confident smirk forming on his lips. However, before Vegeta could utter another word, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This was not a true lightning strike, but rather the sensation of three immense energies that he had just perceived. The moment he felt the overwhelming presence, the confident smile on Vegeta's face vanished, replaced by sheer shock as tumultuous waves surged within him. One of these energies belonged to Kakarot. Another, even more potent than Kakarot's, belonged to that Saiyan. Instantly, the image of Yu, with his seemingly harmless visage, flashed through Vegeta's mind. Damn it. Those two. As he sensed both Yu's and Kakarot's powers, which far surpassed his own, Vegeta's heart brimmed with resentment and fury. He was the prince of the Saiyans. Yet he now found himself overshadowed by two ordinary Saiyans, a bitter pill to swallow. And there was another aura, even more formidable than Kakarot's and Yu's. Was it Frieza? Vegeta tightened his fist. And in that moment, his feelings of discontent vanished, replaced by a wicked grin. Very well. Once I acquire eternal life, Frieza, Yu, none will stand a chance against me. The Prince of Vegeta, speaking these words. Vegeta, still unclothed, entered a chamber filled with a plethora of battle suits. As he retrieved a battle suit to don, he caught sight of an unprecedented colossal creature soaring in the sky outside the window. Initially perplexed by the sight, he soon realized it was none other than Shenron. Damn those Earthlings! Upon comprehending that Krillin and Wukong had summoned Shenron behind his back, Vegeta's fury ignited. Originally, he intended to charge out immediately. But feeling the chill beneath him, he hastily donned the battle suit before breaking through the spaceship, hurtling towards where Wukong and Krillin were located. Chapter 39. Vegeta's Eternal Life? Chapter 39. After putting on the battle suit, the bare-bodied Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom! Frieza's spaceship was instantly breached by the energy wave, creating a gaping hole. In a fit of rage, Vegeta erupted from the breach. Damn it, those Earthlings took advantage of my recovery to use the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, upon hearing the tremendous commotion from the spaceship behind them, Wukong and Krillin swiftly turned to see the furious Vegeta soaring towards them. It's Vegeta. In that moment, Wukong and Krillin felt as though they had been caught red-handed, every hair on their bodies standing on end. After all, they had conspired to use the Dragon Balls to revive Piccolo and the others without Vegeta's knowledge. Now, confronted by Vegeta, they found themselves at a loss for what to do. Damn you two! You truly dare! Upon landing, Vegeta seized Wukong by the collar, his face a mask of rage. Vegeta, the Namekian Shenron can grant 3 wishes. We've only used 1. There are still 2 wishes left. Krillin, fearing Vegeta would eliminate Wukong, hastily attempted to placate him. Hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta's anger dissipated, replaced instead by exhilaration. In light of my imminent acquisition of eternal life, I shall spare you for today. A smirk danced on Vegeta's lips as he released Wukong, then looked skyward at Shenron Purunga, shouting, "Grant me eternal life." Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Krillin and Wukong's faces paled in an instant. Although they were temporarily allied with Vegeta, allowing him to attain eternal life would spell doom for Earth. As Wukong and Krillin's anxiety reached a boiling point, the Shenron hovering above remained unresponsive. Huh? What's going on? Krillin, bewildered by Shenron's silence, stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to raise his arms, a broad grin plastered on his face, eagerly awaiting Shenron to bestow upon him eternal life. Unfamiliar with the process of utilizing the Dragon Balls, Vegeta remained oblivious to the necessary protocols, maintaining his stance with outstretched arms. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed, and when Vegeta observed a lack of response, he lowered his arms and, feeling the power within him, chuckled, "Have I attained eternal life?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, under ordinary circumstances, Krillin and Gohan would have undoubtedly erupted into laughter. However, at present, with the fate of Earth hanging in the balance, both Gohan and Krillin could only suppress their mirth. What was the matter with this individual? Tian, blinking in confusion, gazed at the jubilant Vegeta. It was evident that Purunga had yet to fulfill his wish, so why was he so elated? Nothing at all. Krillin stifled his laughter and promptly addressed Tian. "Come on, quickly state your second wish." At that moment, the colossal dragon Purunga suddenly spoke. "Second wish? Does this mean I have not?" Upon hearing Purunga's words, Vegeta immediately looked up, his smile vanishing in an instant. Grabbing Tian, he threatened, Namekian, what is the meaning of this? Why has my wish not been granted? With Vegeta's grip tightening on Tian, beads of cold sweat began to form on Tian's forehead. He cast a furtive glance at Gohan and Krillin, prompting Krillin to explain. The dragon of Namek requires the Namekian language to grant wishes. The dragon cannot comprehend your request. Then make the dragon grant me eternal life at once, or I shall eliminate you all. As Krillin's words fell, Vegeta menaced Tian. Just then, Purunga in the heavens began to tremble. That it seems the time has come, Purunga uttered, and in an instant his massive form vanished, with the 7 Dragon Balls transforming into 7 circular stones that plummeted from the sky. Before long, the once overcast skies cleared, revealing a brightness akin to day. What on earth is happening? Where is the dragon? Vegeta observed the unfolding events with bewilderment, tossing Tian aside, utterly perplexed by the situation. Similarly, Krillin and Gohan wore expressions of confusion, while Tian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The Elder has died. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were created by the Elder. Like the Dragon Balls of Earth, when the Creator perishes, the Dragon Balls cease to exist. With Purunga's sudden collapse, it indicated that the Elder who created him had met his demise. The Elder is dead. What about my wish for immortality? Vegeta cared little for the Elder's fate. His primary concern was his desire for eternal life. He seized Tian, who remained unresponsive. It's futile. The dragon has vanished, Krillin interjected. At this, Vegeta released Tian and advanced threateningly towards Krillin and Gohan. Damn it, it's all your fault. If not for you too, my wish. The sight of Vegeta's fierce expression sent Krillin and Gohan recoiling in fear. Why did you arrive so late? Gohan muttered under his breath, glancing at Vegeta. What did you say? Just as Vegeta was about to explode, Krillin swiftly stepped in front of him, stating, it's unavoidable. Right now. We must assist Goku in confronting Frieza. Otherwise, if Frieza arrives, we are all doomed. Upon hearing Frieza's name, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Just as Krillin had remarked, their greatest adversary at that moment was indeed Frieza. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Krillin and Gohan, inquiring, fine, your first wish was to resurrect that Namekian, correct? Observing the guilty expressions on Krillin and Gohan's faces, Vegeta confirmed his suspicions. That's acceptable. Since that Namekian has been revived, the Dragon Balls on Earth will be restored as well, allowing us to make wishes there next time. However, before that, we must eliminate that Frieza. With that, a powerful aura erupted from Vegeta, propelling him towards the location of Yeyu and Frieza. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances, astonished. Is he still not giving up? Chapter 40. The battle against Frieza as Yeyu hovered in midair. He sensed the energy signatures of Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan approaching. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, in the Dragon Ball saga. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan after witnessing Frieza kill Krillin before his eyes, igniting Goku's fury and unleashing the power of the Super Saiyan. Currently, although Goku had reached the threshold for transformation, he required a catalyst to trigger the change. That catalyst, naturally, was Krillin. As Krillin made his way closer, all the elements for Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan were in place. Now, it was merely a matter of patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Bang, 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 as Yeyu pondered Goku's potential transformation into a Super Saiyan. The battle between Goku and Frieza raged fiercely. Initially, Goku and Frieza exchanged blows evenly matched. However, as time wore on, Goku began to show signs of fatigue and gradually fell behind. After all, Frieza's final form boasted a power level of 120 million. Even with the Kaioken technique doubling his power, Goku remained outmatched by Frieza. Of course, this did not imply that Frieza was unscathed. His body bore numerous wounds, though these injuries were inconsequential to Frieza. He was, after all, the Emperor of the universe. In the past, anyone who dared defy him was swiftly annihilated, even King Vegeta falling victim to a mere flick of his finger. Yet today, a Saiyan he held in the utmost contempt was managing to withstand his final form for so long, leaving him battered and bruised. In that moment, Frieza felt his authority being challenged, his rage simmering to a boil. You are the first to push me to this extent. Frieza glared down at Goku, who was bent over, gasping for breath. His face contorted with fury as he spoke. Frieza pointed a finger into the air, unleashing a purple energy beam that struck Goku's knee. Goku's leg buckled, and he sank to the ground. Kneeling in defeat, it appeared Goku had reached his limit. Observing Goku's state, Yu murmured softly. If this were the Goku of the beginning, he would have easily evaded Frieza's attack. However, due to the backlash from the Kaioken, every muscle in his body is in excruciating pain, and even standing is a Herculean task, let alone dodging Frieza's assault. It seemed that before Krillin and the others arrived, he would have to intervene. Yu could not allow Frieza to kill Goku without intervention. At this point, if Goku were to die, Yu's plan to collect S-Cell attributes would be in vain. Frieza toyed with Goku, using his energy beams. And upon realizing Goku's inability to fight back, his murderous intent surged. I am done playing. Die. Upon concluding his words, Frieza's finger pointed directly at Sun Wukong's vital spot, and with a flick of his wrist, a powerful violet beam shot forth, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. It's no use. My body 1T move. As the violet beam loomed larger in his vision, Sun Wukong struggled in vain, realizing he was unable to escape. A bitter smile crept across his face. It seems this time, it truly is the end. Just as the violet beam was about to strike him, a matching white energy beam surged from the distance, deflecting Frieza's attack. Nanny? Witnessing this spectacle, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to follow the trajectory of the white beam. There, clad in a battle suit and equipped with a scouter, Yu was gradually approaching. Sun Wukong, it's my turn now, Yu declared, landing near Sun Wukong and fixing his gaze on Frieza, his tone devoid of emotion. But I'm sorry, I couldn't assist you. Sun Wukong grimaced in pain, offering Yu a wry smile. That's more than enough. Just stay safe. After addressing Sun Wukong, Yu's attention shifted back to the virtual screen displaying his combat attributes, which now read, Combat Power 51, 340, 000. Indeed, when Yu stated that it was sufficient, he was not merely referring to the energy expended by Sun Wukong against Frieza. Rather, he meant that the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza had endowed him with ample combat attributes. TCH, these recent Saiyans are increasingly arrogant. At that moment, Frieza, having overheard the exchange between Sun Wukong and Yu, scoffed lightly before fixing his gaze on Yu with a mocking expression. But it matters not. I intended to eliminate Sun Wukong first, and then deal with you. Since you've so graciously come to me, I shall dispose of you first. With that, Frieza's form vanished from sight, only to reappear directly above Yu. Without hesitation, Frieza lifted his leg and executed a diagonal kick towards Yu below. Bang! Contrary to expectations, Yu did not fly backward from the blow. Instead, he raised his arm and effortlessly blocked Frieza's kick. This guy, as Frieza witnessed Yu's ability to withstand his attack, his teeth gritted in frustration, recalling Sun Wukong's earlier words. That Saiyan is truly stronger than I am. Previously, Frieza had dismissed Sun Wukong's claim. But now he was a believer. Although Frieza had not unleashed his full power in that kick, it was undeniably beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to withstand. Even someone with a combat power in the millions would surely be sent reeling. Yet, Yu seemed to have blocked it with ease. As Frieza pondered the impressive strength of Yu, the latter felt a shiver of trepidation at Frieza's might. It appeared as though he had successfully defended against Frieza's strike. Yet he felt as if a steel rod had struck his bones, threatening to shatter them. Truly, Frieza was formidable. It seemed that to hold him off, he would have to resort to the Kaioken technique. Chapter 41. The initial display of Kaioken. Yu and Frieza stood suspended in the air, facing each other from a distance. There's no choice. Until Krillin and Vegeta arrive, I must hold Frieza back. Yu's gaze flickered down to Sun Wukong, who was still gasping for breath, and he murmured, barely audible to anyone else. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Frieza and Sun Wukong, Yu began to adopt a fighting stance. While Frieza may have been oblivious to Yu's intentions, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically the moment he recognized the stance. Could it be? Just as Sun Wukong began to speak, a powerful surge of energy erupted around Yu. Virum. The energy wave radiated from Yu, engulfing the surroundings. The sea below roiled, creating monstrous waves, while dark clouds churned above, and the ground trembled. Even Frieza, in the face of this overwhelming energy, showed subtle signs of retreat. Hiss! As Frieza sensed the formidable aura emanating from Yu, his body went rigid, and his expression fluctuated between pale and green, revealing his distress. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan simultaneously felt this sudden surge of immense energy. What is this energy? Upon sensing this power, the energy surrounding the three vanished, leaving them frozen in shock as they gazed towards the horizon. It's that Saiyan. It must be him. Krillin's throat tightened as he spoke, his expression one of disbelief. What has happened? Dad's energy seems significantly diminished. While Krillin and Vegeta were stunned by the terrifying might of Yu, Gohan was focused on Sun Wukong at that moment. He felt his father's energy was alarmingly weak. Damn it, this energy surpasses even Frieza's. What on earth has that Saiyan done? As Krillin and Gohan exchanged thoughts, Vegeta clenched his fists, a look of frustration etched on his face. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be the Super Saiyan? That guy is transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? Virum, that damned fool. I, Vegeta, should have been the first to become a Super Saiyan. In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, and without acknowledging Gohan and Krillin, he transformed into a streak of white light, speeding towards Yu and Frieza. Gohan, Krillin called out. And Gohan nodded in understanding. The two then unleashed their own energy and hastened after Vegeta. Dad. While Vegeta was preoccupied with the mysteries surrounding Yu's transformation, Krillin and Gohan were deeply concerned for Sun Wukong's safety. Through their energy perception, they sensed that Sun Wukong's aura was indeed weakened. They surmised that this weakness was likely due to severe injuries. Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin raced towards the scene with all their might. Yu had fully manifested the Kaioken technique. Surrounding him was an immense energy sphere, resembling a blazing inferno that enveloped his form. However, unlike ordinary energy, this aura surrounding Yu shimmered a deep crimson. It cannot be mistaken. This is the Kaioken. While Frieza remained unaware of the transformation Yu had undergone, Sun Wukong immediately recognized the technique being employed. Initially taken aback, a smile gradually formed at the corners of his mouth. Impressive. I spent nearly half a year mastering the Kaioken under King Kai's tutelage. I never imagined Yu would also master it, perhaps due to the inherent disposition of Sun Wukong. He did not ponder deeply over the reasons behind Yu's utilization of the Kaioken. However, far away on King Kai's planet, King Kai himself was struck with incredulity upon witnessing Yu executing the Kaioken. How could this be? Why would this individual know the Kaioken? It is essential to recognize that the Kaioken was a technique solely devised by him. Having never encountered Yu, it was impossible for him to have instructed him in its use. Yet, the Kaioken that Yu displayed was undeniably the creation of King Kai. What could possibly explain this? King Kai found himself perplexed. Ultimately, he considered the possibility that Yu had stealthily learned the technique while Sun Wukong was engaged in battle with Jinyu. This notion did cross King Kai's mind. In truth, the reality was not far from his speculation. The only distinction was that Yu had not learned the Kaioken, but rather stumbled upon it. Is this what the Kaioken entails? Bathed in a radiant crimson glow, Yu felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, and with a firm clenching of his fist, satisfaction illuminated his countenance. Although Yu was merely utilizing the double Kaioken, his combat power soared from 34 million to over 100 million in an instant. A combat power exceeding 100 million was more than sufficient to hold Frieza at BAY.MY. Apologies for the wait. This is my first time employing this form. And it took a bit of time, Yu remarked with a smile as he gazed at Frieza before him. While Yu's smile might seem innocuous, it only served to inflame Frieza's fury further. Frieza glared at Yu, his teeth gritted, his face contorted with rage. Though he lacked the ability to sense energy, he could nevertheless perceive the dangerous aura emanating from Yu. In other words, this individual before him possessed the means and capability to threaten Frieza's very life. Damn it, a filthy monkey. Don't get too cocky, Frieza bellowed, his form lunging directly at Yu. In response, Yu boldly met Frieza's assault head-on. How impressive! Is this the true power of Lord Yu? At a distance, Lap, witnessing Yu's formidable strength, was momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Toas clenched his small hands tightly, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Yu, deepening his reverence for him. Chapter 42. The emergence of Kaioken's might. Boom, boom, boom. In the skies above, Yu and Frisia were embroiled in an exceedingly fierce battle. Their speed had escalated to a terrifying degree, leaving Lap and Toas only able to hear the cacophony of violent collisions resonating from above, while their forms remained unseen. Damn it! Suddenly, Frisia materialized, his face a mask of fury and murderous intent. Earlier, when confronting Sun Wukong, he had been at ease. Yet now, facing Yu, Frisia felt an unsettling sense of being suppressed that in truth, this was no mere illusion. With a base combat power of 51.34 million. Yu's power had surged to over 100 million upon utilizing the double Kaioken. Although Frisia's combat power in his 100 state reached 120 million, he was currently at only 50, equating to a mere 60 million. Thus, Frisia, with his 60 million combat power, was no match for Yu's 100 million. That are you not coming to attack? If you won't approach, then I shall. Yu quipped, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Frisia's inaction. How ridiculous! Just a filthy monkey, daring to underestimate me. Frisia, with a venomous glare, Frisia unleashed a powerful energy sphere, hurtling toward Yu. Swish! Frisia threw a punch, but Yu deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Teach! Frisia, frustrated by his missed strike, ground his teeth before launching a flurry of punches, each leaving afterimages in the air, relentlessly bombarding Yu. Yet no matter how vehemently Frisia attacked, Yu danced effortlessly like a feather in the wind, evading every strike with grace. Remarkable. He has evaded all of Frisia's attacks. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, resting and recuperating, marveled at the spectacle of the battle unfolding above. Having personally experienced Frisia's incredible speed, he understood all too well. Even when he unleashed the tenfold Kaioken, he was still overwhelmed by Frisia's velocity. However, at this moment, he could see that Yu's speed surpassed that of Frisia. Simultaneously, Lap and Toas were equally astounded. Truly, Lord Yu is extraordinary, even surpassing the cosmic tyrant Frisia. Lap thought, his heart racing in disbelief as he observed the conflict between Frisia and Yu. Initially, upon arriving on Namek, he had thought that Yu's pursuit of Frisia was tantamount to courting death. Yet now, he realized that the Yu he followed was a being far more powerful than Frisia. Little did Lap know that Yu had originally been incapable of defeating Frisia. It was only after his growth on Namek that he had reached a level where he could contend with Frisia. What's the matter, Frisia? Is this all you are capable of? Yu taunted, continuing to evade Frisia's onslaught while smiling provocatively at these words. Frisia's already considerable anger surged to new heights. Do not speak to me in such a tone, you filthy monkey, Frisia roared in exasperation before clapping his palms together. Energy wave, a wave of invisible force erupted from Frisia's hands, sending Yu flying backward. However, the impact was not particularly severe. Yu stabilized himself after being propelled a distance of 10 feet. Flame burst. Without granting Yu a moment's respite, Frisia condensed flames upon his fist. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the flames surged forth like a ki blast directly towards Yu's position. But that was not the end. Frisia continued to unleash a barrage of flame bursts, each resembling a hailstorm of bullets, converging upon Yu. Soon, Yu was engulfed in a sea of flames. Die, filthy monkey. As the final jet-propelled explosive was hurled into the inferno by Frisia, the flames erupted instantaneously, a thunderous roar accompanied by a powerful shockwave, intermingled with crimson flames, surged forth, engulfing the entire area in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the temperature of the surrounding air began to rise under the searing heat of the flames. Meanwhile, the vast ocean below witnessed a significant evaporation of seawater, in an ephemeral haze. Scalding steam ascended into the sky like mist. Soon, the vicinity where Yu stood was enshrouded in a thick fog. After a relentless barrage, Frisia found himself somewhat fatigued. He paused, gasping for breath, his gaze fixated intently on the obscured figure before him. Stupid monkey, this is the fate that awaits those who oppose me. Frisia. Once he regained his composure, a smirk crept across his lips, imbued with mockery. What do you mean by fate? No sooner had Frisia's words left his lips than a formidable shockwave surged forth from the fog. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, the previously coalesced steam was instantly dispersed. Ultimately, Yu's figure was once again revealed to the open AI, it was evident that apart from some slight damage to his armor, he bore no visible injuries. Frisia's gaze, which had previously been laced with mockery, now transformed into one of boundless malice. How detestable! Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza charged at Yu once more. This time, however, Yu did not evade Frieza's onslaught. Rather, he chose to confront it head-on, for he understood that Frieza's pent-up rage was already considerable, and further provocation might drive him to desperate measures, potentially leading to mutual destruction that would obliterate planet Namek. Is it finally here? After a period of fierce combat between Yu and Frieza, the energies of Krillin, Vegeta, and Son Gohan emerged in the nearby vicinity. Upon realizing this, Yu's heart swelled with joy. With this, my mission is accomplished. Chapter 43. The nightmarish Frieza. Shortly after Yu detected the approaching energies of Vegeta and Son Gohan, his scouter registered a surge of energy. Someone's coming, Tess exclaimed to Rap, prompting both to turn their gazes towards the horizon. There, 3 white energy signatures were racing towards them. These figures were none other than Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin. Before long, Vegeta was the first to arrive at the battlefield. What is that? His expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the clash between Yu and Frieza. That Frieza's transformed state. Although Vegeta had never witnessed Frieza's ultimate form, his ability to sense energies allowed him to recognize Frieza instantly. After scrutinizing Frieza, Vegeta's attention shifted to Yu, who was evenly matched against Frieza. The sight of Yu holding his ground against Frieza caused Vegeta's demeanor to darken. Shortly thereafter, Krillin and Son Gohan arrived on the scene. Like Vegeta, their attention was immediately captivated by the fierce battle between Yu and Frieza. However, it wasn't long before Son Gohan's gaze shifted with difficulty from the struggle between Frieza and Yu to the battered form of Son Goku. Dad. Upon seeing Son Goku's body marred with injuries, Son Gohan's expression changed abruptly. Without hesitation, he erupted with a surge of white energy and flew towards Son Goku. Hey, Gohan! Although Krillin wished to stop him, Son Gohan had already taken off. Resigned, Krillin followed suit. Dad. Upon landing before Son Goku, Son Gohan expressed his concern. You all made it. Son Goku responded with a bittersweet smile upon seeing Son Gohan and Krillin approach. Goku. Krillin greeted Son Goku before his gaze drifted back to the aerial duel between Yu and Frieza. Witnessing the sheer force generated by each blow exchanged between Yu and Frieza, Krillin couldn't help but marvel. Incredible. Is this truly Yu's power? Frieza's attacks seem utterly ineffective, Son Goku remarked in response to Krillin's observation. If this continues, perhaps Yu can defeat Frieza? If that happens, we will be safe, Krillin declared, his hands on his hips, brimming with excitement. Yet, no sooner had Krillin's words left his mouth than Frieza's fist struck Yu with tremendous force. Bang! The impact sent Yu hurtling downward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the ocean below, tracing a diagonal path. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, at the moment Yu plunged into the sea, a cunning smile crept upon his lips, indicating a successful scheme. Seeing this unfold, Krillin's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an awkward grin as he scratched his head. It's fine. Yu is so strong. He'll surely be okay after that level of attack. Right, Gohan? As Krillin attempted to reassure himself. Frieza, having sent Yu flying, showed no signs of relenting. With his palms spread wide, he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres towards the ocean where Yu had fallen. Die, 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 Frieza screamed in fury as he unleashed the energy spheres with reckless abandon. In an instant, a multitude of purple energy spheres rained down upon the ocean like a hailstorm. At this moment, Krillin's smile faded entirely, replaced by a look of deep concern. Yet, his worry was not for Yu's fate. Rather, he feared that should Yu be defeated, Frieza would turn his wrath upon them. If Frieza sought to eliminate them, they would have no escape. Why, Yu? Please be safe. Boom! As Krillin silently prayed, Frieza unleashed dozens of energy spheres upon the ocean. Upon impact, these spheres did not explode immediately, but instead resembled massive eggs, radiating a purple glow and densely arrayed across the sea's surface. Die. With that, the last of Frieza's energy spheres fell, triggering a chain reaction that resulted in a cacophony of violent explosions. In that moment, a colossal firestorm erupted from the ocean, forming a massive hemispherical blaze. As the flames ascended, a powerful shockwave rippled outwards like ripples in a pond. Soon after, gigantic circular waves surged forth from the ocean, spreading into the distance. This grand spectacle persisted for nearly a minute. Once the flames subsided, the ocean returned to its tranquil state. However, Yu, who had plunged into the depths, did not resurface. That Yu Sensei's energy has vanished. At that moment, Thess, upon noticing the disappearance of Yu's energy signal on his scouter, felt as though he had received devastating news, his countenance shifting dramatically. How is this possible? How could such a degree of aggression possibly bring about the demise of Lord Yu? Upon hearing Tosi's words, Lap looked down at the tranquil sea with a face full of disbelief. Just as Tosi utilized his detector to ascertain the disappearance of Yu's energy, Vegeta, Son Goku, Krillin, and Son Gohan simultaneously realized that Yu's presence had vanished entirely. This must be a jest, right? Yu's energy has vanished? Upon sensing the absence of Yu's aura, Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he pondered whether Yu had merely suppressed his energy to the lowest levels, rendering him undetectable. After all, Krillin had witnessed Yu's prowess in controlling his energy before. However, as seconds turned into minutes, Yu remained submerged in the ocean, and Krillin's heart began to race with anxiety. After several minutes had elapsed without any sign of Yu resurfacing, Krillin's heart plummeted into despair. Could it be that Yu is dead? With this thought, Krillin struggled to turn his gaze from the ocean to the sky, where Frieza loomed in Krillin's eyes. Frieza appeared as an insurmountable demon. Damn that wretched monkey. He's finally met his end. Now it's your turn. Frieza, upon witnessing Yu's continued absence from the ocean, concluded that Yu was indeed dead, for no ordinary human could remain submerged for such a duration. Yet, unbeknownst to Frieza and the others, the universe is vast and full of wonders. The Hydration race possesses abilities such as instantaneous movement and fusion. The Kanashan's magical fist grants them a fleeting glimpse of the future upon striking an opponent. The Dalasans, on the other hand, have the ability to hold their breath indefinitely underwater. After declaring Yu dead, a smile crept across Frieza's face, and he turned his attention to Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta. Under Frieza's scrutinizing gaze, the faces of Son Goku and Vegeta paled instantly. Chapter 44. Super Saiyan Son Goku. Chapter 44. Frieza's relentless assault had not succeeded in eliminating Yu prior to Krillin and Vegeta's arrival. Yu had been contemplating how to withdraw from Frieza's presence. After all, if Yu did not retreat, Frieza would undoubtedly pursue him to the bitter end. Thus, Yu orchestrated a ruse of feigned death. He allowed himself to be struck by Frieza, subsequently plunging into the ocean. Once submerged, Yu suppressed his energy to the bare minimum, rendering him undetectable to Tosi's device and the senses of Son Goku and the others. They asked for how Yu could hold his breath for so long. It was due to a skill he had acquired on a planet named Dallas, known as Turtle Breath. With this ability activated, Yu could remain submerged for an extended period. Who would have thought that this seemingly useless skill would prove invaluable in such a situation? Deep beneath the waves, Yu gazed at the Turtle Breath attribute displayed on his system screen, feeling a surge of gratitude for having learned this ability. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to deceive that fiend Frieza. While contemplating this, Yu noticed damage to his right shoulder armor, a result of the residual energy from Frieza's explosive attack when he suppressed his aura. That Frieza is quite ruthless. I nearly met my end. Observing the damage to his armor, Yu smirked, mentally chastising Frieza. Overall, however, everything proceeded smoothly. Yu then raised his gaze towards the surface. As he remained in the depths of the ocean, all he could see was the shimmering water and passing schools of fish. Although he could not perceive the events on the surface, Yu could roughly deduce what was transpiring above through his energy sensing abilities. Now, he awaited Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, hoping that Frieza would not strike first. Meanwhile, Yu slowly began to ascend towards the surface. The surface, Son Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta, and Son Goku stood on high alert, fixated on Frieza. Gohan, Krillin, you must flee. Son Goku attempted to rise to confront Frieza, but the intense pain coursing through his body forced him back down. Reluctantly, he urged Krillin and Son Gohan to escape, trying to flee before Gohan and Krillin could react to Son Goku's plea. Frieza had suddenly appeared beside Son Gohan, casually remarking, "You may certainly attempt it." Staring at the unexpectedly materialized Frieza, Krillin and Gohan were left speechless, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Krillin instinctively leaned backward in fear. Paralyzed by terror, Unable even to breathe, he understood that if Frieza wished to kill him, it would require no effort at all. Meanwhile, Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's astonishing speed, felt his face drain of color. How fast? I didn't even see when Frieza moved there. Vegeta, are you prepared to meet your demise? As Vegeta gazed in horror at Frieza, Frieza returned his gaze. Humph, Frieza, I am no longer the same as before. You will find it quite difficult to kill me now. Vegeta, fixing his eyes on Frieza, felt his fear dissipate, replaced by a confident smile. Doe, it appears you possess some confidence. Let me see just how much you have grown. As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza vanished from sight, only to reappear in front of Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Before Vegeta could even react, Frieza's swift strike pierced through his body. In that moment, time seemed to slow. As Frieza's attack penetrated Vegeta, disbelief washed over Vegeta's face as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Krillin and Gohan looked on in horror, as if witnessing a ghost. That Vegeta had been so easily dispatched, both Krillin and Gohan were acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. Yet, even so, in front of Frieza, Vegeta had not even been afforded a chance to resist. He was vanquished in an instant. Humph, it seems you haven't grown at all. As he spoke, Frieza withdrew his hand from Vegeta's body and discarded him to the side. Vegeta, still clinging to life, glared at Frieza with eyes filled with resentment. He was the prince of the Saiyans. Both Yayu and Son Goku had managed to battle Frieza for an extended period. Yet here was Vegeta, eliminated in the blink of an eye. How could he accept such a fate? Just as Vegeta's thoughts were left unspoken, his life force faded completely. At last, the traitor Vegeta has perished. After witnessing Vegeta's demise, Frieza sneered before shifting his gaze from Vegeta's lifeless body to Son Goku. Krillin and Son Gohan. So, who shall be next? Under Frieza's piercing gaze, the hearts of Gohan and Krillin sank like stones, though they longed to escape. How could they possibly flee when even Vegeta had been so swiftly dispatched? It was you. Frieza first pointed at Son Gohan, then at Krillin. Or perhaps you. As Frieza's gaze fixed upon him, Krillin's face was overtaken by despair, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. That it has been decided. It shall be you. No sooner had Frieza spoken than a purple energy point coalesced at his fingertip. As time passed, the energy point visibly expanded at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, a beam of energy shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, piercing Krillin's heart before he could even react. Krillin! In that instant, as the energy beam struck, Son Gohan cried out in anguish. Simultaneously, in the depths of the ocean, Yayu felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Krillin's energy had vanished. Shortly thereafter, Yayu sensed the waters around him suddenly roiling. Meanwhile, Son Goku's energy also underwent a transformation. It finally time for him to become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 45. Two Super Saiyans. A purple beam shot from Frieza's fingertip, directly penetrating Krillin's heart. Krillin, upon witnessing this scene, Son Gohan felt as if his own heart had been dealt a devastating blow. As he watched Krillin's lifeless body crumple to the ground, Son Gohan's small face turned ashen. Yet another troublesome pest has finally met their demise. Frieza relished in the sight of Krillin's death, while Son Gohan's face twisted in agony. Now it is your turn, son of a Saiyan. As he spoke, Frieza directed his finger towards Son Gohan, just as a purple light began to gather at his fingertip. An unusual change suddenly manifested in the previously silent Son Goku. Noticing this anomaly, Frieza furrowed his brow and glanced towards Son Goku. There he stood, his expression fierce, his face radiating murderous intent. That moment, the ground trembled and the surrounding waters grew restless. The sands beneath Son Goku's feet seemed to be drawn upwards towards the sky as golden lightning crackled above. A faint golden glow enveloped Son Goku's form. So this is the cause of your anguish for killing that earthling? Frieza, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, experienced an inexplicable thrill at the sight of Son Goku's pained and furious expression. This is the expression I adore most. As Frieza finished his sentence, Son Goku suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp and piercing. Under the weight of Son Goku's fierce stare, Frieza felt a primal fear grip his heart, causing him to instinctively lean back, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Frieza, I will never forgive you. Son Goku maintained his intense gaze, his voice cold and laced with lethal intent. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, even Son Gohan felt a shiver run through him. Son Goku's tone was so frigid and ruthless, It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Son Gohan had never witnessed such a side of his father. "Dad," Son Gohan murmured, looking at his father in bewilderment. "Humph, you won't forgive me. Who do you think you are? You, a stinking monkey, dare to speak to me in such a manner." Though Frieza felt intimidated by the pressure emanating from Son Goku, he still refused to back down, gritting his teeth as he retorted. "Krillin has already died once." Son Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. A golden aura flickered around him, his hair and eyebrows subtly shimmering with a golden hue. Moments later, to the astonishment of both Son Gohan and Frieza, a brilliant golden light erupted from Son Goku's body, transforming his hair and eyebrows from black to gold. Witnessing this unfamiliar visage of Son Goku, Son Gohan was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind in a state of shock. At that moment, Frieza's eyes flickered with a mix of fear and disbelief as he beheld the golden glowing Son Goku. Could it be? While Frieza was still grappling with the shock of Son Goku's transformation, Yu, submerged in the ocean, felt Son Goku's energy surge dramatically. Has Son Goku finally transformed into a Super Saiyan? In that instant, Yu's heart leaped with joy. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired S-Cell attributes." As Yu contemplated this, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "The S-Cells are here." Upon hearing this notification, Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. One of his primary objectives in coming to planet Namek was to collect the S-Cell attributes that fell when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the S-Cell attributes, Yu too could achieve the transformation. "Would you like to collect the S-Cell attributes?" "Absolutely." Yu responded without hesitation. In the next moment, the S-Cell attributes beneath Son Goku began to converge towards Yu like a stream of tadpoles, ultimately merging into his body. Ordinarily, a typical Saiyan requires two critical conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. First, a battle power reaching a certain threshold. Second, a sufficient quantity of S-Cells within their body, which can be stimulated by rage to facilitate the transformation. Yu's battle power of 51,340,000 had already satisfied the first condition. His inability to transform until now likely stemmed from a lack of the requisite S-Cells. The conditions for acquiring S-Cells are quite stringent, necessitating a heart as pure and benevolent as Son Goku's or as wicked as Vegeta's. Yu, however, possessed a duality of both virtue and vice. There is also another means to transform into a Super Saiyan, which is to inherit S-Cell attributes directly, much like Son Goten and Trunks. Son Goten and Trunks, being the offspring of Son Goku and Vegeta post-transformation, naturally inherited their S-Cells, allowing them to transform with ease. Now, having collected the S-Cell attributes from Son Goku, Yu felt a sensation akin to that of Son Goten and Trunks, albeit through the system rather than through chromosomes. "Surely I can transform into a Super Saiyan now." Upon the integration of Son Goku's S-Cell attributes, Yu clenched his fists, a satisfied expression gracing his face. With his goal accomplished, he no longer needed to remain hidden beneath the ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan. As he focused, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from his being. At this moment, high above the sky, Frieza, Son Goku, and Son Gohan were immediately drawn to the peculiar reaction occurring over the vast ocean. They beheld as the waters appeared to retreat in all directions, as if struck by an invisible shockwave. Soon, a figure radiating a golden glow began to ascend slowly from the depths of the sea. The instant they laid eyes upon this figure, both Frieza and Son Gohan's expressions shifted dramatically. Although the individual's hair and brows had turned golden, they instantly recognized him as Yu. Chapter 46. A minor trial in a certain part of Namek. Above the expanse of ocean, Yu, glimmering with a golden aura, rose from the sea. "Master Yu, Lord Yu." At the moment of Yu's emergence, Tos and Lap in the distance were filled with elation. "I told you, Lord Yu could not possibly be so easily defeated," Lap exclaimed joyfully, his earlier gloom vanishing at the sight of Yu. Meanwhile, Tos, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. "Don't worry, Tos, Lord Yu is unharmed," Lap said, placing his hand onto his small head with a grin on him. Tos responded with a smile. "Yes, Tos," and Lap rejoiced at Yu's survival. Frieza, on the other hand, was engulfed in disbelief and fury. "Did I not just eliminate this guy? How can he be here again? And what is this transformation he has undergone?" He resembles that Saiyan exactly. Frisia's expression was a mix of confusion and anger as he scrutinized Yu and Son Goku. Though he sensed the extraordinary changes in Yu and Son Goku, he was oblivious to the fact that they had transformed into Super Saiyans. His only concern was why Yu was still alive. "Why are you still alive?" Frisia glared at Yu, his voice laced with exasperation. Yet, Yu paid him no mind that in fact, after rising from the sea, Yu had not cast a single glance at Frisia. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Yu thought to himself, clenching his fists as he reveled in the incessant surge of power within him. If anyone were to use a high-powered detector to gauge Yu's combat prowess at that moment, they would undoubtedly uncover a terrifying figure, 2.567 billion. Yu's base power level had already reached 51.34 million, but upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power soared 50-fold, skyrocketing to 2.567 billion. It is worth noting that when Son Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power was merely 150 million. Yet, Yu, upon his transformation, had achieved a staggering 2.5 billion, more than 10 times that of Son Goku. Frisia, witnessing Yu's indifference to his inquiries, felt his fury escalating uncontrollably. Who was Frisia? The Emperor of the Universe, accustomed to being revered and feared. Yet here was Yu, blatantly disregarding him. How could Frisia endure such humiliation? Damn you, filthy monkey! Frisia seethed through gritted teeth, and with that, an immense surge of energy erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, Frisia shot towards Yu like a comet. Perfect. Then let us see how you handle this newfound power. Yu mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed Frisia's approach. Die! Frisia shouted as he closed the distance, launching a powerful punch at Yu. However, before Frisia's fist could connect, Yu swung his arm. With a resounding impact, Frisia's body was sent soaring backward as if struck by a cannonball. The speed of Yu's strike was so swift that everyone present, including Son Goku, was left momentarily stunned. By the time they processed what had occurred, all they could see was Frisia hurtling through the air. Son Goku stood wide-eyed in shock, even in his Super Saiyan form, utterly taken aback. Son Goku had first-hand experience of Frisia's formidable strength. And Son Gohan recalled how even Vegeta had been swiftly defeated by Frisia. Yet now, Yu seemed to effortlessly send Frisia flying, as if playing baseball. One strike was all it took to demonstrate the vast disparity in their powers. Remarkable! What is happening? How could this Saiyan not only survive but also gain such immense strength? And like my father, his hair has turned golden. Son Gohan's gaze darted between Yu and Son Goku, his expression filled with confusion. While Son Gohan could not gauge the full extent of Yu's power, he could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from him, one that dwarfed even Son Goku's immense energy. Suddenly, amidst Son Gohan's contemplation, a flash of purple light erupted from the depths of the ocean below. In the next moment, a multitude of water columns surged skyward, and Frisia's form emerged from one such column. Soaring into the air, damn it, damn it, damn it, Frisia seethed in frustration, glaring down at Yu with a look of bitter resentment. Though Frisia was arrogant, he was not foolish. Through their brief encounter, more accurately, through the one-sided beating he had received, Frisia realized that Yu's strength far surpassed his own. However, as the Emperor of the Universe, surrender or retreat was out of the question. Damn Saiyans, I will make sure you all perish here today. Frisia roared, raising his arm. In an instant, a purple energy sphere began to coalesce in his palm. Initially, the sphere was no larger than a ping-pong ball, but as time went on, it expanded at an alarming rate. Within mere moments, it had grown to an enormous size. Son Gohan, Tess, and Lap's faces paled as they beheld the colossal energy sphere in Frisia's grasp. They all understood that if Frisia were to unleash that energy sphere, it would obliterate not only them but potentially the entire Namek in an instant. While Son Goku's expression was also grave, it was far less dire than that of Son Gohan and Lap. He first glanced at Frisia, then shifted his gaze to Yu, noticing the confident smile that adorned Yu's face, stirring something within him. Die! Frisia bellowed, sweeping his arm downward. The massive purple energy sphere plummeted toward Yu like a meteor. Chapter 47. The mighty power of Super Saiyan Yu in the realm of Namek. Upon Frisia's arm, a colossal energy sphere coalesced, radiating an overwhelming force that appeared he intended to annihilate Yu, Son Goku, and the very planet itself. Die! Frisia bellowed, fiercely sweeping his arm downward, sending the immense energy sphere plummeting toward Namek like a meteor. As the fiery orb descended, the expressions of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Lap, and Tors transformed in an instant. Tors, we must flee, Lap exclaimed, his face paling as he sensed the cataclysmic energy contained within the sphere. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted around him, and after urgently warning Tors, he prepared to escape at the utmost speed. However, before Lap could retreat, Tors interjected, "Where can we run to?" Upon hearing Tors's words, Lap was struck with a profound realization. This immense energy sphere was capable of obliterating the entire planet. There was nowhere to escape. With the aura dissipating from around him, Lap regained his composure and looked up at the still falling energy sphere, a bitter smile crossing his face as he resignedly muttered, "It seems this is the end. Cursed fate." As time passed, the colossal energy sphere drew ever closer to the surface. Simultaneously, an invisible force radiated from the sphere, although the energy orb was still hundreds of meters above ground. The mountains beneath Son Goku and Son Gohan began to fracture, and the surrounding waters churned violently. Then, purple-black lightning surged from the sphere, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the nearby mountains disintegrated into dust, and Krillin's lifeless body plummeted toward the ocean below. Yet, in that moment, Son Goku swiftly darted forward, catching Krillin's corpse. "Krillin!" Son Goku glanced at his friend's lifeless form, reigniting his simmering rage. After a brief exhale, his gaze shifted back to Frisia hovering above. "Gohan." He handed Krillin's body to Son Gohan and assumed a fighting stance, seemingly preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave to counter Frisia's energy sphere. But even before Son Goku could act, Yu below suddenly spread his palms, directly confronting the colossal energy sphere. At that moment, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Lap, and Tors were all taken aback by Yu's audacity. Surely, Lord Yu does not intend to catch that energy sphere barehanded, they thought. Impossible. Such a feat cannot be achieved. Lap shook his head in disbelief. Yet, Tors clenched his fists, his face resolute. "That I believe in Master Yu." Upon hearing Tors's declaration, Lap cast a condescending glance at him. Under normal circumstances, he would have refuted Tors's optimism, but with death looming, he thought it might be better to leave his companion with a glimmer of hope. As Lap and Tors spoke, Yu's form was being forced downward by the immense pressure of the energy sphere. "This planet is on the verge of exploding. I should retreat." Frisia, after launching the energy sphere, felt a surge of satisfaction, his anger dissipating and replaced by a smirk of malicious glee. In his mind, Namek was destined to explode, along with the two Saiyans, Son Goku and Yu. Meanwhile, Frisia, owing to his race, could survive in the void of space. With one last glance at Namek, Frisia turned to ascend into the cosmos. However, shortly after taking flight, he sensed an unusual reaction beneath him. Turning back, he was astonished to see the once plummeting energy sphere had halted mid-fall. "What?" Frisia's expression froze in disbelief as he witnessed the energy sphere reversing its trajectory and hurtling toward him. "How is this possible?" he gasped, shock written all over his face. Meanwhile, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Lap, and Tors shared the same look of astonishment. They understood the reason for the sudden change in direction. Yu had intercepted the energy sphere and was pushing it back. At that moment, Son Gohan's mouth fell agape in shock. Rendered speechless, Tors, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with excitement. "He did it. Master Yu has done it." Hearing Tors's exuberance, Lap regained his composure, wiping sweat from his brow, and remarked, as expected of Lord Yu, "He can accomplish even this." Yet, a thought remained unspoken in Lap's mind. What a monster! Just how powerful is Lord Yu? Since arriving on Namek, Lap's perception of Yu had been continually reshaped. Initially, he believed Yu's arrival to confront Frisia was a foolhardy endeavor. However, after witnessing Yu's ability to match Frisia in combat, Lap realized that Yu's true strength surpassed even Frisia's. Now he was utterly astonished to see Yu withstand even the massive energy sphere that Frisia had unleashed. Lap gazed at the golden glowing Yu in the sky, lost in thought. The enormous energy sphere hurtled toward Frisia at a breakneck pace. "This can't be happening," Frisia thought, struggling to accept the reality before him. As the energy sphere approached, he sidestepped just in time, allowing the orb to zoom past him and into the vastness of space. Far away from Namek. Chapter 48. Battle power soars to 10 million with a thunderous roar. The colossal energy sphere collided with a nearby planet, erupting in a spectacular explosion akin to fireworks, ultimately vanishing into the cosmos. Though the planet lay a considerable distance from Namek, the resounding blast echoed clearly for Yu and Son Goku's group. Are we saved? After a few moments of silence following the explosion, Son Goku and Son Gohan remained in a state of shock. It was Son Gohan who finally broke the stillness, speaking to his father Da. In his Super Saiyan form, Son Goku responded and redirected his gaze back to the confrontation between Yu and Frieza. At that moment, Frieza glared at the radiant Yu, his expression twisted with fury, his teeth grinding audibly in his rage. Frieza, if you wish to escape, now is your chance, as Yu's words echoed. The ferocity on Frieza's face intensified. Do not underestimate me. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Following a hysterical roar, Frieza clenched his fists tightly, and an immense sphere of energy erupted around him. Consequently, Son Wukong and Son Gohan, utilizing their sensitivity to energy, sensed that the power within Frieza's body was gradually escalating. Does that guy still have strength left to unleash? Son Gohan remarked, his expression one of astonishment as he observed the swelling energy enveloping Frieza. However, Yu displayed no signs of surprise. After all, he was aware that Frieza had previously only been at 50 of his power. Now, in his rage, Frieza seemed intent on unleashing his full strength at 100 to battle Yu. Yet, it appeared that Yu had no intention of granting Frieza the time to reach that state. Even if Frieza did attain 100, it would merely result in a combat power of 120 million. Whereas Yu's combat power had already soared to 2.567 billion. In comparison, Frieza was woefully inadequate. Just as Frieza's energy peaked at 71, Yu's figure flickered, and he swiftly appeared before Frieza. The sudden appearance of Yu caused Frieza's expression to shift dramatically. In the next moment, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Yu. So close to unleashing my full power, with his strength having ascended to 75. Frieza glared at Yu with a venomous gaze. Frieza, it is futile. Even if you exert all your strength, you are no match for me. As he spoke, Yu spread his palms, channeling the formidable energy within him toward his hands. Buzz! At that moment, a sphere of energy, roughly the size of a fist, coalesced between Yu's palms. The energy from within Yu continued to converge into that sphere. It expanded instantaneously at that juncture. Frieza, sensing the lethal aura emanating from the energy sphere in Yu's palm, was struck with a sudden realization. Frieza, your end is nigh. Just as Yu was poised to unleash the energy sphere and obliterate Frieza, Son Wukong soared toward them. Wait. Upon hearing Son Wukong's call, Yu hesitated momentarily, but the energy sphere did not dissipate. It continued to pulsate between his palms. Yu, his opponent is me. Without waiting for Yu's response, Son Wukong charged directly at Frieza. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Son Wukong engaged Frieza in combat. Meanwhile, the mechanical prompt of the system resonated in Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 1 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 1 million. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Yu's spirit stirred. A strike worth 1 million in combat power. Observing the battlefield where Son Wukong and Frieza clashed. With combat power attributes continuously dropping, each around 1 million, the energy sphere pulsating between Yu's palms vanished in an instant. Never mind, collecting combat power attributes seems like a wise choice. Yu mused silently to himself before relinquishing his Super Saiyan form. Maintaining that state consumed considerable energy, and since he did not require combat at that moment, there was no need to remain in the Super Saiyan state as Yu reverted to his normal state. His hair and brows transitioned from gold back to black. Do not think of escaping. Just as Yu descended back to the ground, Frieza abandoned his fight with Son Wukong and pursued Yu. After all, compared to Son Wukong, Frieza harbored a deeper hatred for Yu and could not bear to watch him depart unscathed. Whoosh! However, before Frieza could close the distance, Son Wukong swiftly maneuvered to Frieza's side and delivered a knee strike directly to him. Ugh! Before Frieza could react, he was struck by Son Wukong's knee, causing him to spew forth a torrent of unknown liquid. Frieza, I told you, your opponent is me. Son Wukong spoke coldly, clasping his hands together before slamming the doubled over. Pained Frisia down onto his back like a volleyball. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Frisia's body hurtled downward into the ocean like a cannonball. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's strength had reached unprecedented levels. And Frisia was utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. He plummeted without pause, crashing into the sea. Splash! In that instant, a colossal wave surged forth from the ocean's surface. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 1.5 million. Would the host like to collect this combat power attribute? After the brief cessation of combat between Sun Wukong and Frisia, the system chimed in again. Collect! As soon as Yu uttered the command, a series of combat power attributes accumulated in the sky quickly converged toward him, ultimately merging into his body. With each influx of combat power attributes, Yu observed the numbers on the system screen steadily rising. When the final attribute integrated into his being, Yu's combat power surged from 51.34 million to 61.24 million. In other words, the brief skirmish between Sun Wukong and Frisia had elevated Yu's combat power by over 10 million. It was noteworthy that this increase solely reflected his base combat power. Should Yu transform into a Super Saiyan, it would exceed 500 million. Chapter 49. Frisia, Annihilation. Chapter 49. Father in the skies above. Son Gohan, hovering in midair, was awestruck as he witnessed Sun Wukong effortlessly overpower Frisia. His eyes sparkled with wonder. Son Gohan was oblivious to the events that had transpired with Sun Wukong or the concept of the Super Saiyan. Yet he recognized that Frisia was currently no match for Sun Wukong. Krillin. Son Gohan's gaze shifted from Sun Wukong to the lifeless body of Krillin cradled in his arms, and the brilliance in his eyes dimmed instantly. Gohan, Krillin. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the distant sky. Upon hearing the voice, both Son Gohan and Yu turned to locate its source. In the distance, a white light was approaching them. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the figure within the light was none other than Tian, also known as Dandy. Tian. Upon witnessing the arrival of Tian, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, immediately waved his hand with an expression of joy and called out. Tian flew before Sun Wufan and, upon noticing Krillin in his arms, promptly inquired. However, Sun Wufan remained silent, casting a gloomy glance at Krillin. Realizing the gravity of the situation from Sun Wufan's expression, Tian's joyful demeanor instantly vanished, and the previously cheerful atmosphere became stifled. Suddenly, Tian recalled that if they used the Dragon Balls, they could revive Krillin. He exclaimed excitedly to Sun Wufan. Yet, Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, "It's futile. Krillin has already been revived once by the Eternal Dragon, and it will not bring the same individual back to life twice. That's not the case with the Namekian Dragon Purunga. It can revive someone as many times as needed." Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly dropping Krillin's lifeless body. Is it true? Indeed, with Purunga, there are no issues. However, Tian's expression soured again as he added, "Alas, the Grand Elder has passed away, and thus Purunga." Just then, as Sun Wufan and Tian were feeling despondent, the voice of Piccolo echoed in Sun Wufan's mind. It was Piccolo's voice. The mention of Piccolo stirred something within Yu. In the original storyline, Piccolo had been training on King Kai's planet, and after being revived by the Namekian Dragon, he had used its power to arrive on Namek. However, due to Yu's intervention this time, the Dragon Purunga did not transport Piccolo to Namek because of the Grand Elder's demise. Therefore, Piccolo remained on King Kai's planet. Although Yu was unaware of the conversation between Piccolo and Sun Wufan, seeing Sun Wufan's delighted expression indicated that Piccolo must have informed him of the possibility of using Earth's Dragon Balls to revive a Namekian, and then utilizing the Namekian Dragon to bring Krillin back. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the ocean below. In an instant, Frisia's figure surged forth from the depths of the sea. However, at that moment, Frisia appeared to have grown significantly larger than before. Observing Frisia's form, Yu raised an eyebrow. Has he already reached his 100th state? Indeed, Frisia had been submerged in the ocean. Seizing the opportunity to enhance his power to its full potential, Frisia, at that moment, Tian, standing beside Sun Wufan, turned pale with fear, though Frisia's appearance differed somewhat from the first form Tian had encountered. He recognized him immediately. After all, Frisia had ruthlessly exterminated all the other Namekians in his village right before him. Tian could never mistake the devilish figure of Frisia. Tian, don't panic. Sun Wukong comforted Tian before his gaze shifted to the sky, where Yi Yu and Sun Wukong were, and he cheerfully remarked, Frisia now poses no threat to my father and that scion. As Sun Wukong spoke, Frisia, emerging from the water, trembled with rage, casting a glance at Yi Yu and then at Sun Wukong. The two scions, once considered insignificant insects by Frisia, now stood as beings capable of overwhelming him. How could Frisia endure such humiliation? Gripping his fists tightly, Frisia's hands began to ooze purple blood from the pressure. Damn it! Those accursed scions, Frisia seethed, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze darted toward Tian and Sun Wukong. Although Frisia merely cast a sidelong glance in their direction, Yi Yu caught this movement. Is he contemplating using hostages as leverage? Understanding Frisia's intentions, Yi Yu slowly lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest. Without hesitation, he summoned a formidable energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Hey, what do you intend to do? I thought Frisia was my opponent, Sun Wukong exclaimed from above. Witnessing Yi Yu's sudden transformation, Frisia's expression stiffened upon seeing this. Yi Yu disregarded Sun Wukong's words, extending his palms toward Frisia. A golden energy wave rapidly coalesced in his hands. As time passed, the energy wave visibly expanded at an alarming rate. Damn it, Frisia growled through gritted teeth, unleashing a powerful energy surge as he charged toward Tian and Sun Wukong. Upon seeing Frisia charge toward them, Tian and Sun Wukong instinctively huddled together in fear, their expressions betraying sheer terror. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's face transformed in alarm. This time, Yi Yu held nothing back as Frisia barreled toward Tian and Sun Wukong. The immense energy wave in Yi Yu's palm morphed into a colossal beam of light, hurtling directly toward Frisia. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, Frisia swiftly turned. The white beam loomed larger in his sight, and his face contorted in horror. Stop! Frisia cried out in a panic. Yet the beam showed no signs of abating, striking him with tremendous force. Chapter 50. Super Saiyan vs. Super Saiyan. Even Frisia experienced fear in the face of death. As he watched the massive energy wave grow larger in his vision, Frisia's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. However, Yi Yu was not Sun Wukong. He lacked the compassion to save Frisia when the latter pleaded for mercy. Without a hint of mercy, Yi Yu unleashed the energy wave directly upon Frisia's body. This wave, a manifestation of Yi Yu's Super Saiyan transformation, possessed unimaginable power, which Frisia, with his capabilities, could not withstand in the blink of an eye. Frisia's form was obliterated by the energy beam. Amidst Frisia's anguished roars, his body was stretched like smoke caught in the wind, ultimately dissipating within the energy beam. The energy beam vanished without a trace after consuming Frisia. In that moment, the world fell into a brief silence. Tian and Sun Wukong remained ensnared in the fear that Frisia had instilled in them. Once Sun Wukong sensed the complete absence of Frisia's energy, he finally spoke. Frisia's energy has vanished. Was he defeated by that last attack? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tian clenched his fists and scanned the surroundings warily, fearing Frisia might suddenly reappear. Just then, Tess and Rap, who had been hiding nearby, soared into the sky. Frisia's energy is gone. Tess surveyed the area and then utilized a scouter to confirm. Upon seeing that the scouter detected no energy response from Frisia, he exclaimed, "Wonderful, that fiend Frisia has been vanquished by Lord Yi Yu." As Tess' words faded, Rap's excitement surged forth. "TOS, now that Frisia has been vanquished by Lord Yi Yu, I have no reservations whatsoever." After greeting TOS, the two of them unleashed a powerful aura and soared towards the distant location of Yi Yu. "Lord Yi Yu, Master Yi Yu." Upon arriving beside Yi Yu, both called out in unison. "Whoosh, whoosh, truly, as expected of Lord Yi Yu. Even Frisia was no match for you. You are indeed the strongest in the universe." After reaching Yi Yu's side, Rap squinted his eyes and lavished praise upon him. However, before Rap could finish his sentence, he noticed Yi Yu gazing at him with a benevolent expression. Recognizing the implication behind Yi Yu's gaze, Rap wisely fell silent. "This is wonderful, Master Yi Yu." With Frisia defeated, "We can return home." TOS, having flown over, also breathed a sigh of relief as he addressed Yi Yu. After all, this journey to Namek had been fraught with peril. Both the Jinyu Force and Frieza were formidable foes capable of dispatching him with ease. TOS understood that his survival thus far was entirely due to Yiyu's protection. Return? That may not be so simple. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Rap and TOS exchanged puzzled glances, both expressing their confusion. Why? Wasn't Frieza defeated? Just as Rap spoke, Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, flew towards them. Why Yiyu? You truly are impressive. You dispatched Frieza so effortlessly. I can hardly contain my excitement. Hearing Goku's words, Rap closed his eyes, thinking to himself, of course, Lord Yiyu is so powerful that anyone would tremble in his presence. Yet, at that moment, Goku continued, Yiyu, let us battle once more? Rap assumed Goku was trembling in fear from Yiyu's strength. But in reality, Goku was exhilarated by the presence of such a powerful ally. The Saiyan blood within him urged him to fight alongside Yiyu. Huh? Goku's declaration took Rap by surprise, while Yiyu wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Didn't Yiyu lose to Lord Yiyu once before? Why challenge him again? Before Yiyu could speak, Rap pointed at Goku. Goku's face flushed with embarrassment at Rap's words, but he quickly retorted. That was before. I've grown stronger now. Please. Before Yiyu could refuse, Goku implored him earnestly. Observing Goku's relentless demeanor, Yiyu sighed internally. To be honest, Yiyu was also keen to engage in a battle with Goku, especially against the backdrop of Goku's current Super Saiyan state. Very well, I accept your challenge, but given your current condition, Yiyu remarked, eyeing Goku's battered form, you are in no shape to fight. The injuries Goku bore were clearly from his battle with Frieza prior to transforming into a Super Saiyan. While the transformation significantly amplified Goku's power, it did not heal his wounds in his current state. Goku's strength was undoubtedly diminished compared to his peak. You had no desire to engage in combat with him under such circumstances. You still have 2 sins of beans, don't you? No way. Before Goku could finish his sentence, Yiyu interrupted him. Dad, let me handle this. At that moment, Gohan's voice rang out. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Yiyu and Goku turned to see Tian and Gohan approaching. Tian? Yiyu recalled that despite her modest combat abilities, Tian possessed remarkable healing capabilities. In Dragon Ball, she had revived Krillin from the brink of death in a remarkably short time. While Yiyu pondered, Tian had already begun to heal Goku. She extended her palms towards him, and a green light enveloped Goku's body. Rap, and to his astonishment, Goku's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Oh, is this the remarkable ability of a Namekian? Rap exclaimed in awe. After several seconds, Goku's wounds had completely healed, and his energy had returned to its peak. However, Yiyu sensed that Goku's energy was now even more formidable than before. After all, Saiyans typically gain strength after recovering from severe injuries. Yes, fully restored. Once his injuries were healed, Goku expressed his gratitude to Tian and then turned to Yiyu, saying, all right, now we can fight. Goku was filled with eager anticipation. Chapter 51. The battle between Super Saiyans in the skies above Namek. Yiyu and Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, hovered in the air, facing each other from a distance. Meanwhile, Tian, Gohan, Rap, and Tis stood on a hill several kilometers away, watching the charged atmosphere of the battlefield. Who will emerge victorious, Master Yiyu or the Saiyan? TOS inquired aloud, captivated by the scene. It will undoubtedly be Lord Yiyu, my father. Rap and Gohan replied in unison. Rap defended Yiyu, while Gohan stood by Goku. Kid, didn't you see? Lord Yiyu has already defeated Frieza. Do you really think your father can triumph over him? Rap remarked with an educational tone. But my dad can defeat Frieza too. Gohan retorted defiantly. As Gohan and Rap debated, Yiyu and Goku finally made their move. Transform, Super Saiyan. Despite the immense energy emanating from Yiyu, Goku could still sense that in his base form, Yiyu was not his equal. This is precisely what I intended. After acknowledging Goku, Yiyu focused his energy, releasing a formidable aura. Instantly, Goku and Gohan witnessed Yiyu's hair transform to gold. Surrounded by a flickering golden flame-like aura. As Yiyu transformed into a Super Saiyan, both Goku and Gohan sensed a tremendous increase in his power. Rather than feeling anxious, Goku became increasingly exhilarated. This is perfect, Goku grinned, a spark of excitement igniting as he shouted, unleashing his own golden aura in response. If Vegeta were alive to witness this spectacle, his expression would surely have been priceless. Goku has transformed just like that Saiyan. Tian exclaimed, her face brimming with astonishment. This must be what Vegeta-san referred to as the Super Saiyan. As soon as the words left his lips, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, clenched his fists tightly and proudly proclaimed, as if it were he, rather than his father, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan in a flash. Sun Wukong unleashed his energy to its fullest extent and swiftly launched an attack on the figure of Yi before him. The speed of Sun Wukong was so astonishing that neither Sun Gohan nor Toshi could discern the movements. All they perceived was the instant disappearance of Sun Wukong, followed by the striking collision of fists between him and Yi. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a tremendous sound resonated through the sky, accompanied by flashes of golden lightning at the point of impact. Yet, those were not true bolts of lightning. They were merely the sparks generated by the clash of two violent energies. After his initial strike was effortlessly blocked by Yi, Sun Wukong did not relent. He executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at Yi. Although Sun Wukong's attack was executed with remarkable speed, to Yi, it was hardly a challenge that as the kick approached. Yi raised his other arm slightly, effortlessly intercepting Sun Wukong's leg. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. Following the successful defense against Sun Wukong's two assaults, Yi pivoted his blocking arm, deftly grasping Sun Wukong's leg. Oh no! Sun Wukong's expression shifted upon realizing Yi's intent, but before he could retract his leg, Yi's hand had already seized his calf. In an instant, Yi yanked Sun Wukong towards him, while his other fist surged forward to deliver a powerful strike. Bang! The series of actions, from Yi grabbing Sun Wukong's leg to delivering a punch, unfolded in the blink of an eye. The sheer velocity was such that Sun Gohan and the other spectators could hardly comprehend what had transpired. They merely witnessed Sun Wukong being sent flying by Yi's blow. As he soared through the air, Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his head, excitement flooding his features as he wiped away the crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was the battle he craved. In that moment, the blood coursing through him seemed to boil with exhilaration. Buzz! A surge of formidable energy erupted from Sun Wukong's body, halting his flight in an instant. Though he appears to be quite pleased. Noticing the smile curling at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth, Yi's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Without hesitation, he darted forward to pursue Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 Boom! The combat between Sun Wukong and Yi intensified. With their fists, elbows, and knees colliding repeatedly, the heavens echoed with the sounds of their violent clashes. Yi delivered a punch that struck Sun Wukong. Yet in the next moment, Sun Wukong's form transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight. An afterimage. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute of Afterimage Fist. Would you like to accept this attribute? Accept. Although you could not gain combat power attributes from battling others, skill attributes were still obtainable. Just as Yi's words fell, the Afterimage Fist attribute seamlessly integrated into his being. Whoosh! In that very instant, as Yi accepted the Afterimage Fist attribute, Sun Wukong materialized behind him, launching a flying kick aimed at his back. However, upon impact, Sun Wukong merely passed through Yi as if he were a mirage. In Afterimage. Realizing that he had attacked Yi's illusion, Sun Wukong swiftly retreated, adopting a defensive stance while scanning his surroundings for Yi's true form. Here, spotting Yi's actual presence, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch toward the sky. Bang! The moment Yi's true self manifested, their fists collided with a resounding impact. Still formidable, he has even managed to learn my Afterimage Fist. Yi chuckled softly, saying nothing further as he continued to engage Sun Wukong in battle. Chapter 52. The Resurrection of Vegeta. Indeed, the Afterimage Fist was not something Yi had stolen. Rather, it was something he had acquired. Yet, to Sun Wukong, it appeared as though Yi had effortlessly mastered it in such a brief span. On another note, Yi had previously pilfered Sun Wukong's King Kai Fist. Now witnessing Yi seemingly learn the Afterimage Fist, Sun Wukong found it hardly surprising to him. Yi was a prodigy capable of grasping techniques at a glance. That you're not too shabby yourself. You can keep up with my rhythm. After effortlessly blocking one of Sun Wukong's punches, Yi smirked and remarked, "Don't flatter yourself. I know you haven't even unleashed half of your true power." Sun Wukong responded excitedly after exchanging blows with Yi. "Half? Not even close. I haven't even tapped into a tenth of my strength. Of course, Yu kept this thought to himself. Then, I shall make a more earnest effort. With that, Yu significantly increased both the force and speed of his attacks. Initially, Sun Wukong could hold his own against Yu, but as Yu slightly accelerated his assault, Sun Wukong found himself on the defensive. Yu could distinctly sense Sun Wukong's breathing becoming increasingly erratic. Bang, bang, bang. After barely fending off a barrage of Yu's strikes, Sun Wukong suddenly found the speed of Yu's attacks escalating yet again. Upon witnessing Yu's fists approaching with astonishing velocity, Sun Wukong was taken aback. While his eyes saw the oncoming attacks, his body struggled to keep pace with Yu's movements. Before Sun Wukong could react, Yu's fist connected with his cheek. Bang! The impact sent Sun Wukong's head reeling backward, causing his body to slightly sink. However, Sun Wukong was no ordinary fighter. After enduring Yu's punch, he retaliated with a swift counterstrike. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was apparent, and Yu anticipated Sun Wukong's every move. As Sun Wukong's fist came hurtling towards him, Yu deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. Bang! After dodging Sun Wukong's counterattack, Yu unleashed yet another blow to Sun Wukong's form. Although this punch was not delivered with full force, it was still beyond what Sun Wukong could withstand. Bang! The weight of Yu's super punch sent Sun Wukong plummeting like a projectile toward the ocean below. V1. Lap raised a cheer upon witnessing Sun Wukong being sent flying by Yu. Glancing momentarily at Sun Gohan beside him, though Lap said little, his gaze seemed to convey a message to Sun Gohan. I told you. Our Lord Yu is superior. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Sun Wukong's body erupted with a powerful shockwave just as he was about to plunge into the ocean. Under the influence of this shockwave and the counterforce from the water's surface below, Sun Wukong managed to stabilize himself. In stark contrast, a massive hemispherical depression suddenly formed on the water's surface beneath him. Is this truly the extent of your power? After regaining his balance, Sun Wukong ascended a short distance into the sky and paused to gaze at Yu above, inquiring, "What? Do you wish to continue?" Yu looked down upon Sun Wukong and replied, "No. This is my first time transforming into a Super Saiyan. I'm still not quite accustomed to this body." Sun Wukong clenched his fist and then lifted his gaze to Yu, adding, "Moreover, I am aware that even if I were to continue battling you, the one who would ultimately lose would be me." Upon hearing these words, Yu's hair instantly shifted from golden back to black. "Then we shall meet again next time." After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Yu soared directly towards where Toph and Lap were situated. "You too, return." Upon hearing Yu's command, Toph immediately flew toward him. Lap also stood up and called out to Sun Gohan and Tian, "Farewell." Originally, Lap had said goodbye out of habit, but upon realizing that there might not be another opportunity to meet, he quickly amended. "No, not farewell. After all, the universe is vast and boundless. The chance to meet on Namek today was purely serendipitous." With that, Lap soared into the sky, releasing a surge of energy before pursuing Yu ahead. Once Yu and his companions departed, Sun Wukong stood bewildered in the sky. What does "see you next time" mean? Sun Wukong pondered the words Yu had spoken as he left, just as Lap had suspected. There might not be another chance to meet. Yet, Yu had uttered the phrase to Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to him, in the near future, Earth would give rise to artificial beings even stronger than Frieza. Specifically androids 17 and 18, as well as the formidable ultimate android, Cell. That Yu sought to gather more combat power, and Earth was undoubtedly the optimal location for such endeavors. After all, it seemed that the elite warriors of Universe 7 were predominantly gathered on Earth. By the way, Dad, let us hurry to Frieza's spaceship. As soon as Yu and his group vanished from view, Sun Gohan immediately spoke to Sun Wukong. "What do we need to go to Frieza's spaceship for?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Sun Gohan then relayed Piccolo's words to Sun Wukong, essentially conveying that they could use Earth's dragon Shenron to resurrect everyone killed by Frieza on Namek, and subsequently use Namek's dragon to revive Krillin and Kairatsu, among others. The Namekian dragon can resurrect Krillin? That is splendid news. Upon hearing Sun Gohan's words, Sun Wukong was instantly overjoyed. There's no time to lose. Let us go right away. With that, Sun Wukong immediately took off with Sun Gohan and Tian in the direction of Frieza's spaceship. Several dozen minutes later, as Yu, Toph, and Lap ascended into the sky aboard their spaceship, the sky above Namek suddenly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. Observing this phenomenon, Yiyu's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems the Namekian dragon has been revived. Just as Yiyu spoke, on the battlefield where he and Sun Wukong had previously fought, the once-dead Vegeta suddenly came back to life. I'm not dead. Vegeta exclaimed, looking at his hands, his face a mask of confusion. What Vegeta was unaware of was that the wish made by Earth's Kami to the dragon was for all those killed by Frieza and his cohorts on Namek to be resurrected. And Vegeta had indeed been slain by Frieza. Chapter 53. Gravity Training Beyond Namek. There existed a colossal spaceship resembling a tank. Just then, 3 white light orbs, akin to shooting stars, pierced through Namek's atmosphere. Hurtling towards the spaceship, inside the control room of the immense spaceship, upon noticing the 3 red dots approaching on the screen, the dog-headed alien's expression shifted, and he promptly turned to announce, Lord Yiyu has returned. Prepare for reception. What? Lord Yiyu has returned. The other cosmic warriors in the control room were taken aback upon hearing this. Initially, they had suspected that Yiyu's mission might be fraught with peril, given that the cosmic tyrant Frieza was present on Namek. However, they were astonished to discover that Yiyu and his companions had returned unscathed. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and go welcome Lord Yiyu. After the dog-headed alien's command, he swiftly exited the control room. Once the dog-headed alien left, the remaining cosmic warriors tidied themselves up before following suit. Minutes later, the 3 white light orbs that had shot out from Namek safely landed in the spaceship's return pod. As the pod's door opened, Yiyu, Toph, and Lap emerged. Welcome back, Lord Yiyu. The leading dog-headed alien approached as Yiyu stepped forward. Safe? Upon hearing those words from the dog-headed alien, Yiyu halted momentarily and looked down at him, asking, Did you honestly think I would perish on Namek? The dog-headed alien and the other cosmic warriors visibly flinched at this, their faces betraying their unease. Indeed, they had harbored such thoughts, but they dared not express them in front of Yiyu. While the cosmic warriors contemplated how to respond to Yiyu's inquiry, he continued, However, it's quite reasonable for you to think so, considering our adversary was Frieza. At the mention of Frieza's name, the cosmic warriors were stricken with fear. Yiyu paid them no mind and strode purposefully into the spaceship. After Yiyu departed, the cosmic warriors surrounded Lap and Toph, their expressions filled with curiosity as if they were observing pandas at a zoo. Lap, it's remarkable that you returned unscathed from Frieza's clutches. Your fortune is truly exceptional. Lap, you've returned without a scratch. Upon hearing their praises, Lap puffed out his chest, his face beaming with satisfaction. In that moment, Lap felt like a hero returning triumphantly, embraced by an adoring crowd. Just as Lap was about to regale his companions with tales of his heroic exploits, Toph interjected, This is all thanks to Lord Yiyu's assistance. We would not have returned safely otherwise. In this mission, we played no significant role. At Toph's remark, Lap's expression fell, as if cold water had been splashed onto him, his face twitching in discomfort. Could you let me have my moment of glory? Hearing Toph's words, the cosmic warriors turned to him, eager to hear. Toph, please tell us how you and Lord Yiyu managed to escape Frieza's grasp. Escape? It was not an escape. Frieza was already defeated by Lord Yiyu. As Toph's words echoed through the previously lively return pod, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Frieza was defeated by Yiyu. The cosmic warriors clearly found Toph's statement hard to believe. While they acknowledged Yiyu's formidable strength, they contended that it was inconceivable for anyone to surpass the cosmic overlord, Frieza. Tophs, you jest once more, one warrior began to speak, but Tophs interjected, I am not joking. Before striding directly into the spacecraft, that little rascal, though small in stature, possesses quite the temper. Lap, please enlighten us about what transpired on Namek. After Tophs departed, the cosmic warriors turned their attention towards Lap. Actually, the situation aligns closely with Toph's account. Lord Frieza has indeed been vanquished by Lord Yiyu. What? Lap, that joke is far from amusing. I assure you, I am not jesting. Have you ever witnessed Lord Yiyu's true prowess? Lap asked gravely, looking at the assembled warriors. They exchanged glances before collectively shaking their heads. Exactly. Lord Yiyu's true power eclipses that of Frieza. Rest assured, the news of Frieza's demise will soon ripple throughout the universe. Observing Lap's earnest demeanor, the cosmic warrior's disbelief began to waver, shifting from outright skepticism to a tentative acceptance. Hey, Lord Yiyu requests that you all hurry inside. At that moment, Toas reappeared, beckoning to the group. Subsequently, Lap and the others followed Toas into a training room within the spacecraft. This training facility was an ultra-gravity chamber constructed after the design of Sun Wukong spacecraft, as per Yiyu's directive. At this juncture, a crimson display screen beside Yiyu revealed 1G, indicating that the gravity in the training room was currently set to 1 times Earth's gravity. Lord Yiyu, have you summoned us here for sparring? Lap inquired as they entered the room. No, for the time being, you are not to engage in combat. I require you to train. Train? How will we train? Upon hearing Lap's question, Yiyu gestured to Toas. And once Toas exited the training room, Yiyu pressed a red button on the display. As soon as Yiyu activated that button, the numbers on the screen began to escalate. 1G, 10G, 20G. With each increment, the gravity in the training room surged relentlessly. Under 10G, Lap and the others felt little discomfort. However, once the gravity surpassed 10G, it felt as though a mountain weighed down upon them. Lord Yiyu, what are you doing? Please stop. If this continues, we shall perish. As the gravity reached 20G, every warrior within the chamber collapsed, unable to move. From this day forth, you will train in this ultra-heavy environment. Each week, the gravity will increase by a factor of 10. Should anyone be unable to endure, I will expel them immediately. Yiyu declared as he set the gravity to 20 times Earth's gravity and released the controls. Upon hearing Yiyu's pronouncement, the warriors, sprawled on the ground, wore expressions of despair, increasing gravity by 10-fold each week. Are you certain this is training and not a death sentence? As the complaints arose, Yiyu's mind remained focused. Despite the warriors' daily battles providing him with considerable combat strength, he recognized that since their return from Namek, Lap and his comrades' power levels were alarmingly low, without even comparing them to Frisia or Sun Wukong. The members of the Jinyu force surpassed Lap and his cohort in strength. Sharpening the blade does not hinder the chopping of wood, Yiyu mused, believing that once these warriors enhanced their combat abilities, their own power would rise significantly during battles. 10 times. Lord Yiyu, as usual, 10-fold gravity training is more than sufficient. Lap managed to rise under the 20G pressure and addressed Yiyu. Unacceptable. Time is of the essence. You must expedite your training and strive to augment your combat prowess. Yiyu replied sternly. Time is of the essence? What do you mean? Lap and the others looked at him in confusion. Naturally, they were unaware that Yiyu's reference to time was regarding the imminent birth of the ultimate android, Cell. Although Yiyu's current strength was more than adequate to contend with Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, he felt he still fell short compared to the perfect form of Cell. That why Yiyu contemplated the necessity of enhancing his power before Cell's emergence. This way, when he next confronted Cell on Earth, he would face the challenge without reservations. By the way, how many years remain until Cell's birth? Chapter 54. Super Saiyan Broly in the Southern Galaxy. On the planet Brill, chaos reigned. Aerial views revealed a vast city engulfed in flames and smoke. Reduced to devastation, suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the city. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center, transforming the once mighty metropolis into a desolate ruin. The city has vanished. A brilliant warrior, clad in battle armor and hovering in the sky, gazed in horror at the obliterated cityscape below him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Damn monster! After a moment of shock, seething rage surged through him as he shifted his gaze to the sky, where a towering figure loomed. The man, muscular and imposing, had his upper body bare, showcasing bulging muscles, with his striking yellow-green hair standing out prominently. If Vegeta were present, he would be astounded to recognize that this individual was none other than the Super Saiyan. Broly. Roar. Broly clenched his fists and unleashed a primal scream. Instantly, a powerful energy wave erupted from Broly's massive form, shaking the very ground of the city. Power, it's about to overflow. The frenzied Broly let out another roar, and the potent energy within him transformed into swirling yellow-green orbs, indiscriminately hurtling in every direction. Boom! Boom! The energy orbs detonated upon impact, igniting a series of massive explosions throughout the city. Stop him! We must stop him! If this continues, our planet Brill will be completely annihilated. At that moment, a Brillarian bellowed through clenched teeth. With his command, thousands of warriors behind him surged forth like a swarm of locusts, launching themselves at Broly in the skies above. Observing the densely packed throng rushing towards him, Broly's grotesque visage did not betray any semblance of fear. Instead, it was animated by a fervent excitement. Kill, 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 Broly grunted, uttering the word of slaughter. Instantly, he spread his arms wide, summoning 2 energy spheres that materialized in his palms. With a resounding bang, a Brolarian warrior charged at him, only to be met by Broly's swift strike. The energy sphere from his palm collided with the warrior's chest. And while it may have felt like a mere brush to Broly, the warrior's body disintegrated into a shower of fragments. After dispatching the first Brolarian warrior, Broly showed no signs of hesitation. He unleashed another energy sphere from his other hand. In an instant, Broly stood solitary amidst the throngs, his every strike resulting in the fall of yet another Brolarian warrior. Wherever he tread, the Brolarians crumbled like dry straw beneath his relentless onslaught. Curse that damned monster! At that moment, the captain of the Brolarian warriors, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, extended his palm and unleashed an energy wave towards Broly in the sky, with a whoosh and a bang. The energy wave struck Broly without any hindrance. Yet, regrettably, Broly remained unscathed. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the captain, a grin curling on his lips as he charged towards the captain's position. Meanwhile, not far atop a mountain peak stood a middle-aged man with black hair. If I conquer this Brolarian planet, I will have dominion over a significant portion of the southern galaxy, he declared, his ambitions palpable as he observed the battle unfolding below. This black-haired man was none other than Paragus, Broly's father, Lord Paragus. Just then, an alien resembling a frog hurriedly approached from a nearby spaceship. What is it? Paragus asked in a calm tone, regarding the newcomer. Communication just came in. Frieza has been taken down. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Paragus's face, albeit momentarily. While many in the universe trembled at the mention of Frieza, Paragus was not among them. The reason for his confidence lay in Broly's extraordinary might. Oh, Frieza has been eliminated. That saves me the trouble of seeking him out, Paragus said nonchalantly, then inquired with curiosity, who is this individual who defeated Frieza? After all, Frieza's power was tremendously formidable. Among those Paragus knew, only Broly seemed capable of such a feat. It is a Saiyan named Yu. Upon hearing the name Saiyan, Paragus's expression shifted. A Saiyan who could vanquish Frieza. How intriguing that if he could recruit this Yu, then controlling the entire universe might not be beyond reach. After contemplating briefly, Paragus turned to the frog-like alien and asked, do you know anything about this Yu? Yes, he has established his own faction, much like Frieza. As the alien spoke, a smirk crept across Paragus's lips. Find a way to contact this Yu. I wish to meet him. Yes. With that, the frog alien departed. As Paragus conversed with the frog-like alien, Broly had already annihilated all the Brolarian warriors and was flying towards them, his demeanor suggesting an intent to eliminate his own father. Paragus, stop, Broly. As Broly approached with bloodlust in his eyes, Paragus raised his arm, activating a collar around Broly's neck that subdued him. Once Broly regained some semblance of lucidity, Paragus let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. Who is the master of great might? In the training room aboard the spaceship of Yu, the gravity had increased from an initial 20G to 25G, though this was merely a 5-fold increase. For the cosmic warriors training inside, it posed a tremendous burden. After all, not everyone possessed the tenacity of Goku or Vegeta. Why are these individuals so obedient today, training with such seriousness? As the warriors engaged in push-ups and sit-ups, a canine-headed alien approached, astonished. Initially, when Yu had ordered them to train, they had concocted various excuses. They've just heard the news of Yu defeating Frieza, responded Tors, acknowledging the canine alien's bewilderment. Upon hearing this, the canine alien's expression shifted to one of understanding. Why did they suddenly comply with Yu's commands? Was it fear? While that was a factor, it was predominantly admiration. The situation mirrored that of Goten and Trunks when they learned the fusion technique. Initially resistant, they quickly became eager to follow Goku's instructions upon discovering his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, surpassing even Majin Buu. This was the power of admiration. The cosmic warriors felt similarly. Who was Frieza, the emperor of the universe? Upon learning that Yu had indeed slain Frieza, their respect for him intensified. Could it be that Yu is the strongest in the universe? To serve under Yu is an honor. From that moment on, the cosmic warriors were utterly compliant with Yu's directives. As Tors conversed with the canine alien, Yu noticed the shift in atmosphere and called out to the training warriors. Continue your training. Do not listen. Yes, Lord Yu. After Yu exited the training room, the canine alien immediately reported, Lord Yu, we have just received a commission from the Southern Galaxy. This commission involved tasks from planets in need of assistance, which Yu's faction would undertake in exchange for substantial rewards. After all, maintaining such a large spaceship in the cosmos required significant funds. The Southern Galaxy, is it? A bit distant. Let us decline. Yu gently stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before addressing the dog-headed alien. However, the offer put forth was one that we simply could not refuse. As he spoke, the dog-headed extraterrestrial spread his 5 fingers wide at this sight. Yu's eyes instantly brightened, and he cast a glance at Tess beside him, clearing his throat and stating, very well, we shall accept this mission. Indeed, I shall command the spacecraft to head for the Southern Galaxy immediately. After the dog-headed alien concluded his words, he promptly departed. Teacher Yu. You just declined. Why the sudden change of heart? Toes blinked in confusion, gazing up at Yu after the alien's departure. Naturally, Yu would not disclose to Toes that it was due to monetary incentives. For various reasons, Yu replied to Toes before swiftly entering the training room. Various reasons? Toes tilted his little head, his face brimming with perplexity, though the Northern Galaxy is quite distant from the Southern Galaxy. With Yu's spacecraft speed, it took merely a month to arrive at the planet Blue, where the commission awaited. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after Yu's spacecraft landed on Blue, alarms blared on the control room screen, revealing numerous red dots flashing and rapidly approaching from afar. Lord Yu, a considerable number of formidable beings are heading this way. Upon noticing this situation, the dog-headed alien promptly reported to Yu. Lap, these individuals are in your hands. Hearing the dog-headed alien's words, Yu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an underlying anomaly, yet unable to pinpoint what was amiss. After pondering fruitlessly, he commanded Lap and his team, who had just exited the gravity training room. Leave it to us. After a month of training, it's time to showcase our achievements. As soon as Yu finished speaking, Lap and the other cosmic warriors eagerly rubbed their fists, brimming with anticipation. With that, Lap, TOS, and the others followed Yu outside the spacecraft. Let me assess the enemy's combat power. A being resembling Jinyu forces Berta soared into the sky first, probing with a scanner. Soon, the scanner displayed numerous energy readings though, combat power 12,000, combat power 11,546. Upon discovering the challenger's powers exceeded 10,000, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. What's the matter, Carter? Are you intimidated by the opponent's combat power? Lap teased. Impossible. If it were before our training, it might have been troublesome. But now, the cosmic warrior named Carter confidently declared, clashing his fists together, they're here. Just as Carter and Lap spoke, a multitude of energy spheres descended from the distant sky, approaching rapidly. Engage. Under Carter's lead, the 10 or so cosmic warriors surged forward to confront the incoming foes. Clang. Just as Lap and Carter departed, a flash of insight struck Yu's mind. It was not merely a flash. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming energy, an extraordinary presence. What a potent aura! Upon feeling this immense power, Yu immediately lifted his gaze towards its source. Chapter 56. Broly arrives. Chapter 56. Yu's concern for this energy stemmed from its magnitude surpassing that of a normal Goku. It is worth noting that Goku's standard combat power exceeds 3 million. This implies that the owner of the aura Yu sense possesses a strength beyond 3 million. Such power is rare even within the entirety of the 7th universe. Who could this formidable entity be? Moreover, it seems to be a Saiyan. Yu murmured to himself, staring at the horizon. As Yu pondered, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained combat power attributes of 300. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained combat power attributes of 110.1. 2. 3. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained combat power attributes of 150. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Yu refocused his mind entirely on the battle unfolding before him. Never mind, I shall examine that immense power again once this battle concludes. Although Yu was intrigued by the overwhelming aura, gathering combat power attributes remained paramount at Lap, Carter, and their comrades engaged in combat. Combat power attributes began to plummet. Previously, When Lap and his team had combat powers exceeding 10,000, the attributes they accrued during battle were only slightly above 100. However, after a month of training, the combat power they accrued during battles soared to over 300, tripling their previous gains. This was merely the outcome of 1 month of training. It appears the training has been fruitful, boosting their combat power to over 30,000 in just a month, while Lap and his companions could not achieve what Goku did, elevating his power from over 10,000 to 90,000 in 6 days. Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with their progress. After all, Lap and his team were not Saiyans. Their power would not increase upon recovering from injuries. In 1 month, elevating combat power from over 10,000 to over 30,000 is remarkably commendable. As Yu focused on the battlefield before him, his vision shifted several thousand kilometers away, where a spacecraft was docked. And 3 figures stood outside. Among them were Broly and his father, Paragus. The overwhelming aura Yu sensed earlier belonged to Broly, and it was his standard form. Master Paragus, according to plan, Yu and his team have arrived at Blue. Spoke the frog-like alien accompanying Broly and Paragus. Well done, Buck. Once I conquer the universe, I shall entrust the entire southern galaxy to your governance. Paragus praised upon hearing Buck's words that Buck, the frog-like alien, received Paragus's commendation. His eyes gleamed, and he stood at attention, respectfully declaring, "It is an honor to serve you, Master Paragus." Silence. While Paragus and the frog-like alien conversed, Broly stared intently toward Yu's location. His body emanating a greenish glow, and a fierce expression marred his angular features. "Hold on, Broly. Yu is not our enemy for the moment. You must not act against him." Sensing Broly was on the verge of going berserk, Paragus immediately pressed a control device in his hand. In the next moment, a light flickered on Broly's forehead collar, calming his turbulent emotions. "Buck, let us meet this Yu. However, before we proceed, I must ascertain whether he truly possesses the strength to defeat Frieza." Upon Paragus's declaration, the frog-like alien quickly responded, "Leave it to me." Having spoken, Paragus, Broly, and Buck soared directly toward the direction of Yu. Simultaneously, as the trio approached Yu's location, he sensed their presence immediately. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment when Yu turned his gaze in their direction, TUS detector beside him also reacted promptly. Yu, 3 high-energy signatures are heading this way. Soon, Yu and TOS beheld 3 luminous orbs of white light on the horizon, resembling streaks of flowing light, approaching with astonishing speed. Indeed, they were Saiyans. Moreover, 2 of them were Saiyans. As the 3 white orbs drew near, Yu's heart instantly confirmed that the immense aura he had sensed earlier emanated from the Saiyans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, the 3 white orbs hovered in the sky not far from where Yu stood. At this point, Yu and TOS could clearly discern the features of the 3 individuals. Broly. The moment the trio revealed themselves, Yu's gaze fixated on Broly in the sky. As for Paragus and the frog-like alien beside Broly, they were entirely disregarded by Yu, while Yu focused intently on Broly. The trio also directed their attention toward him. Broly seemed to sense the immense power within Yu, causing his blood to surge with agitation, and his energy began to circulate once more. Broly, observing Broly's unusual reaction, Paragus called out his name with urgency. Once Broly settled down, Paragus fixed his gaze on Yu and spoke, "Is this the one who defeated Frieza?" Upon hearing Paragus's words, the frog-like alien immediately grasped the situation. "Is that so? Let me test my strength and find out. After all, my combat power has reached 180,000. With that, the frog-like alien unleashed a powerful energy wave, and in the next instant, his form transformed into a streak of light, launching an attack toward Yu. In the face of the frog-like alien's assault, Yu stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to it. "You little brat, do not underestimate me, Bada." Seeing that Yu didn't even glance his way, the frog-like alien was instantly filled with rage. Closing in on Yu with astonishing speed, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at him. However, before the frog's fist could make contact, Yu swung his arm. Do not interfere. With a single strike, the frog-like alien was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Chapter 57. Who is stronger? A genius or an unfair advantage? In an instant, the previously motionless Yu suddenly swung his arm, obliterating the frog-like alien into a cloud of blood. The speed of Yu's action was so rapid that both TOS and Paragus were momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, all they could see was the aftermath of the frog-like alien's explosion. Witnessing this scene, Paragus' expression shifted dramatically, ultimately revealing a hint of a smile. And 180. Combat Power Bada was instantaneously defeated. It seems this one is truly Yu. After confirming Yu's identity, both Paragus and Broly swiftly flew toward him. Do not misunderstand. We are not here to be your enemies. Upon noticing Tus's wary demeanor, Paragus immediately raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Hearing Paragus' words, Tus's expression softened slightly. However, Yu's countenance remained unchanged. Earlier, when Yu had just arrived on Planet Blue, he had sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his unease. Yet, upon seeing Paragus and Broly before him, Yu finally understood what had felt out of place. "Are you the client?" Yu inquired, regarding Paragus with a smile that held an air of skepticism. "Indeed, I am the client," Paragus replied with a gentlemanly demeanor, introducing himself before continuing. "You are the esteemed Yu, the one who defeated Frieza. It is an honor to meet you. Since you are the client, then state your commission and provide the payment." Yu responded directly, cutting to the chase that Yu had never held Paragus in high regard. And the fact that Paragus had lured him to the southern galaxy using such deceitful methods only intensified his desire to sever ties with him. "That I sincerely apologize. The primary objective of this commission was to bring you to Planet Blue. However, rest assured, I will provide full remuneration for your services." Upon hearing Paragus' words, Yu's anger subsided somewhat. Before Yu could respond, Paragus continued, "In fact, the reason for inviting you in this manner is that I have a significant matter to discuss with you." As soon as Paragus uttered these words, Yu's intuition warned him that what would follow would undoubtedly involve an invitation to join in conquering the universe. "What is it?" Yu feigned ignorance. Inquiring further that I invite you to join us on New Vegeta, Paragus proclaimed, a fellow Saiyan. "You must know that 24 years ago, Frieza annihilated our Saiyan home, planet Vegeta. Since that time, our race has nearly faced extinction. I wish to invite you to help revitalize our Saiyan lineage and restore our former glory." Upon hearing Paragus' words, Yu could not help but inwardly curse, "Old fox." This individual had skillfully avoided mentioning the conquest of the universe, instead choosing to persuade Yu under the guise of revitalizing the Saiyans. That it was well known that Yu was a Saiyan and, naturally, harbored sentiments for his people. Presently, Paragus was waving the banner of Saiyan resurgence to entice Yu. Had Yu not traversed through time and been aware of Paragus' true intentions, he might have genuinely been swayed. After all, in Dragon Ball, Vegeta had fallen for Paragus' scheme. After Paragus' lengthy discourse, Yu merely responded with a disinterested, "Not interested." Upon hearing Yu's reply, Paragus' expression shifted noticeably. Subsequently, his tone changed as he began to introduce Broly to Yu. "Perhaps you are unaware, this is my son Broly. He has possessed formidable combat power since childhood and can now transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Originally, I intended for Broly to eliminate Frieza, but time has never permitted. You have avenged the Saiyans by defeating Frieza. Both Broly and I are immensely grateful to you. If you could join forces with Broly, not only could we revive the Saiyans, but conquering the universe would also be within reach." Upon hearing Paragus' words, Yu's expression shifted. While Paragus appeared to be introducing Broly, he was, in fact, signaling to Yu that Frieza was insignificant before Broly, and that he should not presume that his victory over Frieza was anything extraordinary. The underlying threat was unmistakable. "What? Are you threatening me?" Yu cast a glance at Broly, then solemnly addressed Paragus. "No. I merely wish to advise you to recognize the situation." Upon witnessing Yu's unwavering demeanor, Paragus' facade crumbled instantly as he uttered these words. All pretense of politeness vanished, replaced solely by an air of menace. "It appears you have great confidence in Broly's strength." After hearing Paragus' remarks, Yu's gaze shifted to Broly, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan, a being far beyond the likes of ordinary Saiyans such as yourself." Upon hearing Paragus' statement, Yu raised an eyebrow. Finding himself at a loss for a rebuttal, it was true that typical Saiyans could not be compared to Broly. However, while you may consider Broly a genius, I, Yu, have my own extraordinary advantages. "Make your move, Broly." Upon noticing Yu's silence, Paragus retreated behind Broly, issuing commands to him. "Roar." Broly's pent-up fury erupted as he released a primal scream. In the next instant, a formidable wave of energy surged from Broly's being. Almost immediately, TOS and Yu beheld the transformation as Broly's ebony locks shifted to a vibrant golden-green hue, surrounded by flickering flames of the same color. This is the same as Teacher Yu. Upon witnessing Broly's transformation, TOS' expression altered dramatically, while a sly grin crept onto Paragus' lips. Chapter 58. Confrontation with Broly. After receiving Paragus' consent, the enraged Broly no longer needed to contain the immense energy within him. With a deafening roar, an astonishing aura radiated from his form, causing the ground beneath him to cave, and a powerful shockwave emanated outward from Broly's very being, sending debris flying in all directions. The scene was chaotic, with dust and energy swirling around. Simultaneously, Broly's hair transitioned from black to a vivid golden green, his body crackling with the same luminous energy. This stance can only belong to a Super Saiyan. As TOS stood in awe of Broly's transformation, the ongoing skirmish involving Lap and Carter was abruptly halted, their attention drawn to Broly's overwhelming presence. In that fleeting moment, both sides of the conflict ceased their attacks. Their gazes fixed in unison upon Broly. As they beheld his formidable transformation, expressions of fear and astonishment danced upon their faces. What on earth is that? Is it human? How terrifying! A monster! Although Lap, Carter, and their companions lacked the ability to sense energy, they felt an undeniable, oppressive aura of death emanating from Broly. Upon becoming a Super Saiyan, Broly's gaze immediately locked onto Yu, who stood a short distance away. With a savage grin, Broly propelled himself forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet as he charged towards Yu. He's attacking. That monster's target is Lord Yu. Stay calm. Lord Yu has defeated Frieza before. This time, we shall witness his true power. As Broly lunged, Lap, Carter, and their fellow warriors were gripped by trepidation. Meanwhile, as Broly approached, Yu felt a surge within him, and an intense energy erupted forth, almost simultaneously, to the astonishment of Carter and the others. Yu transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! The moment Yu became a Super Saiyan, his fist collided forcefully with Broly's. In that instant, a resounding clash echoed through the air, and a tumultuous wave of energy radiated from the two combatants. The sheer force sent Lap, Carter, and the other warriors tumbling like leaves in a storm. Such overwhelming power. Is this the true strength of Lord Yu? As they were blown back several meters, Lap, Carter, and their companions gazed at the fierce clash between Yu and Broly, their expressions a blend of fear and awe. Seeing Yu transform into a Super Saiyan caused Paragus to show a flicker of surprise. Albeit fleeting in his mind, he still deemed Yu no match for Broly. Despite the latter's formidable reputation, no wonder he managed to defeat Frieza. He indeed possesses some strength. It seems I cannot linger here. Even I may struggle to reign in Broly in this state. Paragus muttered to himself before vanishing into the sky, leaving no trace behind. That Paragus. Yu, locked in a stalemate with Broly, cursed under his breath as he observed Paragus' hasty retreat. Buzz, just as Yu scolded in silence, Broly's other hand suddenly gathered an orb of azure energy. By the time Yu regained his focus, Broly had launched the energy sphere directly at him. Alarm flashed across Yu's face. Boom! An explosive blast erupted at the point of contact between Broly and Yu. Lord Yu, Lap, Carter, and the others gasped in horror as they witnessed the blast engulf Yu. Moments later, he emerged from the smoke, his arms crossed protectively in front of him, evidently having withstood the brunt of Broly's attack. Truly the legendary Super Saiyan, far stronger than Son Goku. Yu marveled at his arms, which were still smoking from the encounter. Whoosh! Before Yu could catch his breath, Broly surged from the smoke, relentlessly pursuing him. Bang! In an instant, their fists and knees collided once more, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath them, causing it to crumble significantly. Even the distant spacecraft belonging to Yu began to tilt precariously. This is bad. If the spacecraft is destroyed, it will be disastrous. I must lure this brute away to another location. As Yu grappled fiercely with Broly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the spaceship tilting, causing a subtle change in his expression. In the next instant, Yu unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Broly. This strike was devoid of mercy, channeling the full force of his combat power exceeding 3 billion. Observing Yu's assault, Broly's heavily muscled arm instinctively rose to shield himself. The impact was thunderous. Although Yiyu's punch was intercepted by Broly's robust arm, the sheer force sent Broly careening backward like an arrow released from a bow. Without hesitation, Yiyu pursued Broly, intent on continuing the onslaught. In the midst of his flight, Broly's fierce visage twisted further into a mask of savagery that it was evident that prior to encountering Yiyu, Broly had never faced such a formidable adversary. Previously, no matter the opponent, he had dispatched them in an instant. Yet today marked the first occasion he found himself engaged in a prolonged struggle. Initially, he managed to maintain some semblance of reason. But as time wore on, his rationality began to fade. This moment, he was completely consumed by his primal instincts, driven solely by the desire to kill. With a roar, Broly abruptly halted, his fists clenched tightly as he released a chilling howl to the heavens. In an explosive display, numerous azure energy spheres erupted from his form, igniting a cascade of violent explosions all around. Broly's power was swelling exponentially. After narrowly evading a barrage of energy spheres, Yiyu regarded Broly with a grave expression and remarked heavily. As Yiyu charged toward the frenzied Broly, he raised his right hand, summoning a brilliant golden energy sphere. Drawing closer to Broly, he directed the energy sphere straight at Broly's chest. However, in that moment, a yellow-green spherical aura materialized around Broly, enveloping him like an impenetrable energy shield. Yiyu's energy sphere collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion that forced him several steps backward. Yet, Broly's protective barrier remained unscathed. This foe is remarkably powerful. Witnessing his attack fail to shatter Broly's energy shield, Yiyu's eyes flickered with determination. Simultaneously, Broly's eyes transformed into a stark white. In that instant, he resembled a soulless beast, driven only by the instinct to kill. The next moment, as the energy shield dissipated, a formidable yellow-green aura erupted from Broly. Upon hearing the system's words, Yiyu's heart surged with joy. Initially, he had harbored concerns that upon absorbing the Berserk's cells, he might transform into a mindless monster akin to Broly when attempting to become a Super Saiyan. Yiyu was resolute in his desire to avoid such a fate. However, following the system's elucidation, he realized that as long as he refrained from activating the Berserk's cell attributes, he would not succumb to Berserk transformation. Furthermore, he could still transform into a normal Super Saiyan, thereby enhancing his combat power by 50-fold. Consequently, by absorbing the Berserk's cells, Yiyu had essentially acquired the legendary potential and innate talent of a Super Saiyan, akin to Broly. The distinction lay in the fact that as long as Yiyu did not activate the S-cell attributes, he would not lose his sanity in the process of transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan. Without any hesitation, Yiyu promptly chose to absorb the cells. No sooner had he spoken than the Berserk's cell attributes beneath Broly's feet began to converge toward him, swiftly merging into Yiyu's body. Subsequently, Yiyu beheld on the system's screen that the Berserk's cell attributes had appeared alongside the S-cell attributes. He silently hoped that he would never encounter a situation that necessitated the activation of the Berserk's cell attributes. Gazing at the Berserk's cell attributes, Yiyu muttered to himself. After all, those Berserk's cell attributes resembled a ticking time bomb. Once activated, he would transform into a mindless being like Broly. System, why hasn't my combat power changed? Yiyu then directed his gaze toward the combat power displayed on the system screen. Upon noticing that his combat power still hovered around 60 million, he inquired of the system, "What happened to the legendary Super Saiyan physique? I was promised that a legendary Super Saiyan's combat power would increase exponentially with age. Why hasn't mine grown?" The legendary Super Saiyan physique is calculated from the moment of birth. The host has only just acquired the Berserk's cell attributes, so the accumulation of combat power begins today. Upon hearing this, Yiyu finally understood. This meant that, in addition to acquiring combat power attributes through the system, his innate legendary Super Saiyan physique would also continuously augment his combat power, just as Yiyu immersed himself in the system. Broly unleashed a furious roar. He then spread his palms wide, directing them toward Yiyu in the sky. Observing Broly's posture, Yiyu furrowed his brows slightly. In the next moment, a cerulean energy sphere coalesced above Broly's palms. Whoosh! As the energy sphere took shape, it was immediately launched toward Yiyu. Initially, the energy sphere was no larger than a fist, but as it hurtled toward Yiyu, it expanded at a visible rate. By the time it reached Yiyu, the once fist-sized energy sphere had transformed into a colossal mass, As this enormous energy sphere bore down upon him, Yu's heart plummeted. Chapter 60. Broly. Annihilation. Chapter 60. Broly is far superior to Frieza. On Namek, Yu had managed to deflect Frieza's energy sphere with his bare hands. However, Broly was leagues stronger than Frieza. Thus, the energy sphere he launched was incomparably more potent than Frieza's. Gazing at the rapidly enlarging cerulean energy sphere before him, Yu felt a palpable threat. It was clear that if he were struck by this energy sphere, it might very well spell his demise. Hey, is this for real? That energy sphere is massive. Is that monster intending to exterminate all of us? If that sphere impacts this planet, we are all doomed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lap and Carter, along with a host of other cosmic warriors, turned pale upon witnessing the ever-expanding energy sphere in the sky, despair creeping into their hearts. Only Lap and Tors, who had previously witnessed Yu's true strength, prayed fervently for Yu as they watched his silhouette. Lord Yu, you must block that energy sphere. Buzz, as if sensing Lap's silent prayer, Yu unleashed all his power at the moment the colossal energy sphere surged toward him, upon releasing the energy equivalent to a combat power of 3 billion. A tremendous golden energy aura erupted around him. Despite being over 100 feet off the ground, the waves of energy radiating from him stirred up clouds of dust on the ground, spreading out like ripples. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan at the second level in Dragon Ball. However, unlike Gohan, Yu's aura did not manifest with lightning, and the golden flames did not spout forth. Buzz, after liberating all his power, Yu immediately spread his palms. The raging energy within him surged down his arms and converged upon his hands. In the next moment, a dazzling light radiated from Yu's palms. For a brief instant, to Lap, Carter, and the others below, the brilliance emanating from Yu's hands surpassed even that of the sun in the sky. As the cosmic warriors shielded their eyes from the blinding light, Yu swiftly launched the energy wave he had gathered in his palms. Soon, the energy wave shot forth from Yu's hands like a beam of light, colliding with Broly's energy sphere. At the moment of impact between the energy wave and the energy sphere, a flurry of energy sparks erupted, the sky crackled with thunder, and the entire Broly star trembled in response. This sight was akin to the impending arrival of the apocalypse. What terrifying combat power! Is this truly Lord Yu's strength? At that moment, Lap, Carter, and their companions, who were swaying unsteadily on the ground, wore grave expressions, their hearts heavy with dread. Meanwhile, the technicians aboard Yu's spaceship, who were unfamiliar with combat power, cowered beneath tables, terrified. What on earth is happening? Where is Lord Yu? High above, Yu's energy wave and Broly's energy sphere remained locked in a stalemate for nearly 10 seconds. Suddenly, Yu exerted force, and the energy wave effortlessly pushed Broly's energy sphere back. In that instant, the energy wave and energy sphere hurtled downward toward Broly. How is this possible? This guy actually deflected Broly's energy sphere. In the sky, Paragus rarely exhibited a look of shock as he beheld the scene unfolding before him. In the next moment, he noticed Broly below, spreading his arms as if to catch the rebounding energy wave and energy sphere, prompting a drastic change in his expression. Broly, get out of the way! Paragus, filled with frustration akin to that of a blacksmith lamenting over untempered steel, shouted at Broly. However, in his state of fury, Broly was oblivious to Paragus's words. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised both palms to confront the descending energy sphere. In that instant, Broly's body seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 tons, his legs sinking into the ground as the earth beneath him caved in. With a ferocious roar, Broly unleashed a powerful surge of energy that enveloped him. Yet, tragically, in that fleeting moment, the ki blast, an energy sphere obliterated Broly's form. An eerie silence fell across the cosmos. Yet all were acutely aware that this stillness was but a prelude to an impending cataclysm. Boom! As predicted, mere breaths later, a tremendous explosion erupted. From the expanse of space surrounding planet Baru, it appeared as though the planet had been struck by a colossal meteor. The surface of planet Baru was marred with a spiderweb of fissures, and columns of molten rock spewed forth from every corner. The planet trembled precariously, resembling a fragile orb on the brink of annihilation. Zooming in on planet Baru, in the instant of the explosion, a violent shockwave erupted, flinging Lap, Tors, Carter, and the others into the air. This tempestuous wave came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Moments later, Lap and Carter, rising from the ground, were left speechless by the scene before them. They beheld a vast chasm, shrouded in darkness, with no visible bottom. Danger! As the cosmic warriors stood in stunned silence, Lap suddenly dashed forward, shoving them aside just as a column of crimson lava surged forth from the chasm's crevice. Though the cosmic warrior was saved by Lap, his clothing was caught by the lava and disintegrated in an instant. "We're saved." Upon witnessing his garments reduced to ashes, the cosmic warrior's face reflected a mix of relief and lingering dread. "Where is Lord Yeyu?" Meanwhile, Tors activated his scouter, scanning the surroundings for Yeyu's presence. After all, Yeyu had been the closest individual to the explosion. "Quickly retreat. This planet is on the verge of exploding." Just then, Yeyu appeared, calling out to Tors, Lap, and the others before swiftly making his way towards a distant spaceship. In the wake of Yeyu's departure, Lap and the others, akin to a swarm of locusts, hurriedly pursued him as Yeyu's craft ascended from the surface. The entirety of planet Buru became engulfed in lava, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated. "Lord Yeyu, what about that one-eyed scion? He deceived us into coming to the southern galaxy. We cannot simply let him go." "Oh, you mean Paragus? I gave him a punch just before I left. He should be fine, right?" At Yeyu's words, Lap and the others couldn't help but twitch in disbelief. Who could withstand your punch? Meanwhile, on planet Buru, Paragus had already plunged into the molten depths. Chapter 61. The terrifying duo emerges? This journey to the southern galaxy, although devoid of any task rewards for Yeyu, yielded the legendary Rage S cells of Broly, rendering it not entirely fruitless. After this brief interlude concerning Broly, the subsequent days unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Yeyu merely lay back, allowing his combat power to increase naturally, while Lap, Carter, and the other cosmic warriors engaged in rigorous training within the hypergravity chamber. Time in the universe seemed to flow swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, for years had passed on a certain island in the southern part of Earth. On this day, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and other Earth warriors had arrived early. Their purpose for gathering on this island stemmed from a warning 3 years prior when a boy named Trunks informed Goku that a formidable duo would manifest on this very island. This duo possessed terrifying strength, having nearly annihilated all warriors on Earth in the future. Thus, Goku and Gohan arrived early to await the emergence of the duo Trunks had foretold, atop the island's peak. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha had gathered. Although Krillin had perished at the hands of Frieza on Namek, he was subsequently resurrected by the Namekian dragon as for Gohan. The passage of 4 years had undoubtedly altered his appearance. He had grown significantly taller. That guy Vegeta's still not here. Goku scanned the surroundings, noticing Vegeta's absence, and voiced his complaints. "Goku, you remain as carefree as ever, even with a formidable enemy looming." Krillin observed Goku's nonchalant demeanor with a hint of envy. Since learning of the impending duo, Krillin had diligently trained, yet despite his efforts, a sense of trepidation lingered within him as he stood there. "Honestly, I'm just excited to face a strong opponent," Goku chuckled, scratching his head in amusement at Krillin's words. But at that moment, a flash of lightning surged through the minds of Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. In truth, it was not lightning. Rather, all four simultaneously sensed an overwhelming aura. What an immense energy! Upon sensing this power, the expressions on Goku and Gohan's faces shifted dramatically, prompting them to ascend into the skies, their gazes converging upon a specific location on the island. "Is it over there?" Goku's aura erupted, propelling him toward the source of the energy he sensed. Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha hesitated briefly before unleashing their own auras to follow suit. Soon, Goku reached the location of the energy, and as he looked down, he beheld 2 figures seated upon a chair. The immense energy emanated from one of them. "Are you two the androids?" Goku landed, regarding the seated figures with vigilance, raising his voice. In short order, Krillin and Gohan arrived as well. At that moment, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha assumed a defensive stance, their expressions tense as they focused on the 2 seated individuals. Then, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, the 2 figures finally turned to face them. In that instant, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin nearly stumbled in disbelief. "You, why are you here?" Indeed, the 2 individuals before Goku and his companions were not androids. but rather Yiyu and Tors. Well, Goku, it has been quite some time. Upon the appearance of Sun Wukong and his son Gohan, Yiyu promptly greeted them. Hearing Yiyu's words, both Sun Wukong and Son Gohan were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions darkening in confusion. I thought you were androids. How did you come to be on Earth? Moreover, your energy is so different that I barely recognized you. As they spoke, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan approached Yiyu. Why was Yiyu present on Earth? Naturally, he had come to gather combat power attributes. He was aware that formidable androids would soon emerge on Earth, prompting his early arrival on this island. As for his energy, Sun Wukong and the others failed to recognize it. Based on Yiyu's speculation, it was likely a consequence of Broly's Berserk S-Cell attributes over the past 4 years, in addition to absorbing combat power attributes through the system. The legendary Super Saiyan physique had continuously enhanced Yiyu's power. This change in his energy might have been the reason for their failure to identify him. Of course, Yiyu would not divulge these reasons to Sun Wukong. He merely remarked, I heard there was some excitement here, so I came to take a look. While Sun Wukong and Yiyu were reminiscing, Yamcha wore a puzzled expression. Having never visited Namek, he did not recognize Yiyu. Do you know this person? Yamcha inquired, glancing at Yiyu and addressing Krillin. He is a remarkably powerful Saiyan. According to Wukong, he was the one who defeated Frieza on Namek. Krillin responded, looking at Yiyu with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Saiyan, Yamcha murmured, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yiyu's backside, not out of curiosity, but rather to see if Yiyu had a tail, as all Saiyans did. Unfortunately, he saw no tail. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a loud explosion erupted from the distant island. Upon hearing the sound, Sun Wukong and Krillin's expressions shifted dramatically as they soared into the sky, witnessing thick smoke billowing from the ground below. Yiyu immediately stood up, his expression shifting as he contemplated. So, they have finally made their appearance. Androids, Chapter 62. Androids number 19 and 20. Chapter 62. Strange, why can't I sense the energy of those two androids? Sun Wukong and the others hovered in the sky, staring intently at the smoke-filled area, muttering in confusion. It's probably because they are androids. Just then, Piccolo flew in from a distance to address Sun Wukong. Piccolo. Upon seeing Piccolo approach, Gohan's face lit up with joy. As if he were greeting his own father. Gohan. Piccolo responded with a smile. Then his gaze fell upon Yiyu below. Earlier, Yiyu had deliberately released a burst of energy to draw Sun Wukong and the others over. Now, he had suppressed his energy, so Piccolo sensed nothing unusual. He only noticed the cosmic attire of Yiyu and Tosi, which piqued his curiosity. Old son, who are these two? Piccolo inquired, glancing at Yiyu and Tosi. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Gohan excitedly interjected, Don't worry, Piccolo, these two are friends we made on Namek. He.S. the one who killed Frieza. Though Gohan's words were casual, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically at the mention of Frieza's demise at Yiyu's hands. He stared at Yiyu, his eyes flickering with astonishment, and feared. Is this the one who killed Frieza? Piccolo thought to himself, astonished. Boom! Just as Piccolo pondered this, another explosion echoed from the distant island. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Gohan noticed two figures appear in the sky. However, they quickly descended into the city on the island, vanishing from sight. This is troublesome. I can't sense them at all. Piccolo, Krillin, let's split up and search. Remember, those two are very strong. Do not attempt to confront them alone. With that, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Gohan transformed into four shadows, rushing in different directions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong approached Yiyu, an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry. Yiyu, we are currently searching for two androids. Once we deal with them, we will surely treat you well. After addressing Yiyu, Sun Wukong swiftly descended onto the street, continuing his search for the elusive androids. Then let us begin. Once Sun Wukong departed, Yiyu lazily spoke. Tosi, you stay here and do not move. Although Tosi was unsure of Yiyu's reasoning for this command, he complied, responding, Yes, Master Yiyu. He then stood at attention, resembling a soldier on guard. Seeing this, Yiyu felt a twinge of frustration. You don't need to be so formal. Just relax a bit. To prevent Tosi from taking things too seriously, Yiyu added. Just sit in that chair. Once Tosi settled into the chair, Yiyu departed. According to his memory, the androids currently on this island were number 19 and number 20. These androids grew stronger by absorbing the energy of others. At this moment, they were undoubtedly searching for potential targets to attack. Tosi was, in fact, an excellent bait that Yu intended to use Tosi to lure the androids out. After moving a considerable distance away, Yu flew up to a rooftop, where he could easily observe Tosi's location. Of course, Yu did not solely rely on Tosi. Yamcha, Krillin, and Gohan would all be targets for androids number 19 and no. 20. Thus, while keeping an eye on Tosi, Yu was also attuned to the energy signatures of Yamcha, Krillin, and the others. As time passed, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. Sun Wukong, Gohan, and the others were tirelessly searching for the androids. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly called from behind Yu. "Excuse me, are you waiting for us?" Upon hearing that sound, Yu immediately turned to look and saw two figures swiftly approaching. As he beheld these two silhouettes, Yu's brow instinctively furrowed. These two individuals were none other than Android 19 and Android 20. But originally, Yu had been pondering which of the two would strike first. However, he never anticipated that these two would designate him as their primary target. Nevertheless, Yu was not surprised. After all, his energy was currently suppressed to around 10,000 battle power. Androids 19 and 20 must have detected the considerable energy within Yu, prompting them to pursue him in hopes of consuming it. Realizing this, Yu couldn't help but inwardly lament. Who would have thought that Yu, would one day be regarded as a soft target? "Make your move, number 19. Just as Yu turned, Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20, promptly commanded Android 19. With Dr. Gero's order, Android 19 closed in on Yu at an astonishing speed, extending its large hand to seize Yu's head. It seemed intent on subduing Yu before he could signal for help. However, at the very moment Android 19's hand reached out, Yu suddenly swung his arm towards the sky. With a swift motion, Android 19's entire arm was severed and sent soaring into the air. Witnessing this, both Android 19 and Dr. Gero were struck with astonishment. Before either of them could react, Yu pointed his finger, and a golden beam of light shot forth like a laser, striking the descendee. It was merely that Dr. Gero was unaware. This was the first time Yu had arrived on Earth, and naturally, his computer lacked any data regarding Yu. However, even if there had been data on Yu, it would have been of no consequence. After all, in the face of an absolute disparity in power, certain tactics become futile. Now it makes sense. I wondered how he so effortlessly evaded my attack. It turns out he had my combat data. Yet, such combat data is of no use to me. Sun Wukong approached and softly uttered these words. In that moment, a formidable wave of energy erupted around him. Simultaneously, the golden aura around him flickered like flames, dancing incessantly. The instant Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. The data within the vision of Dr. Gero and Android 19 fluctuated wildly, while Yu, sensing the energy radiating from Sun Wukong, displayed a hint of astonishment on his face. Over the past 4 years, Sun Wukong has indeed grown significantly stronger. Chapter 64. Combat Power 6 billion. As Android 19 beheld the transformed Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, data flashed continuously within his vision, his expression rife with avarice. Such immense energy. After emitting a sharp cry, Android 19 lunged with his single arm towards Sun Wukong, declaring, "I shall claim your energy." At that very moment, Dr. Gero's countenance darkened slightly. 19 is truly impatient. With that thought, Dr. Gero glanced skyward at the hovering Yu, who stood with arms crossed, fixated solely on the clash between Sun Wukong and Android 19, showing no intention of intervening. This reassured Dr. Gero, who then shifted his gaze to Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Yamcha. Although their energies did not rival that of Sun Wukong, should he absorb them, even the figure in the sky might be bested. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of greed sparkled in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo and the others were focused on Sun Wukong and Android 19, he swiftly advanced towards the nearest Krillin. "Krillin, be careful." Son Gohan reacted quickly, raising his palms. Magic flash. In the next instant, a brilliant light emanated from Son Gohan's palms, conjuring a massive shockwave that surged towards Dr. Gero like a pillar of light. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Gero's expression shifted abruptly, and he halted, extending his hand to intercept Son Gohan's magic flash. Buzz! In that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before Piccolo and Krillin. Dr. Gero's palm absorbed the magic flash the instant it made contact. visibly diminishing the energy at an alarming rate. In mere moments, Son Gohan's magic flash was entirely devoured by Dr. Gero. He actually absorbed Gohan's magic flash? Does he possess the ability to consume energy attacks? Yamcha and Krillin stared at Dr. Gero, disbelief etched on their faces. Noting the shock on Piccolo and Son Gohan's faces, Dr. Gero's smile widened, as though his invention had gained global acclaim. Indeed, I possess the ability to absorb energy. Any shockwave you unleash becomes my own, augmenting my strength, Dr. Gero taunted, spreading his palms mockingly towards Son Gohan and the others. This villain is so reckless as to reveal his abilities at that moment. Yu, observing from above, let out a resigned sigh upon hearing Dr. Gero's words. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 1.5 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 1.4 million. As Yu's focus remained on Dr. Gero below, the system's notification echoed in his mind, shifting abruptly. 1.5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Yu's brow arched, and he directed his gaze towards the ongoing battle between Sun Wukong and Android 19. Initially, when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and engaged Android 19, the system had reported, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 250,000. However, the combat power attribute had suddenly plummeted to 1.5 million, capturing Yu's attention. As Yu focused on Sun Wukong, he noticed him gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, clearly exhibiting signs of exhaustion. What is this? Observing Sun Wukong's condition, Yu's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that Sun Wukong was not fatigued from battling Android 19, but rather, has his heart condition flared up? Yu murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Indeed, Sun Wukong suffers from a heart condition. Bang! Just as Yu contemplated this, Android 19 seized the opportunity, striking Sun Wukong's body with a powerful punch, sending the Super Saiyan flying. Hey, Wukong! At that moment, Piccolo and the others also noticed Sun Wukong's abnormal reaction. Suddenly, Piccolo recalled Trunks' words from 3 years prior. In the future, Mr. Wukong, you will succumb to a heart disease. Realizing this, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Old Sun's heart condition has flared up. Gohan, quickly take Wukong away. I'll handle this. After speaking to Son Gohan, Piccolo charged toward the approaching Android 19. Simultaneously, Krillin and Yamcha joined the fray. In no time, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Krillin were embroiled in battle with Android 19 and Drive. Gero. Meanwhile, a continuous stream of mechanical notifications resonated in Yu's mind, collecting combat power attributes. As Night Feather gazed at the incessantly cascading combat power attributes below, he uttered a command to the system. With his directive, the combat power attributes beneath the feet of Piccolo and Android 19, combined with those dropped during the recent battle between Son Goku and Android 19, converged towards Night Feather's body like golden tadpoles, forming an unending river of scripture. Once these combat power attributes coalesced within Night Feather, the virtual screen before him displayed a steadily rising combat power, 121.2 million, 122.7 million. Indeed, Night Feather's combat power had now surpassed 120 million. 4 years prior, his combat power was merely over 60 million. However, through the legendary physique of a Super Saiyan and the accumulation of combat power attributes obtained from battles with numerous cosmic warriors such as Lapu and Carter, Night Feather had enhanced his combat power to an impressive 121.2 million over these 4 years. This increase of over 60 million in just 4 years equated to the total combat power he had amassed over the previous 24 years. Such a rate of enhancement was astonishing. Furthermore, this 120 million was merely his base combat power. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat power would soar to over 6 billion. A combat power of 6 billion was indeed a terrifying figure. Chapter 65. The emergence of Cell. Not far from the island where Night Feather resided, within a deep mountain, a closer inspection revealed a machine resembling a rocket on the ground below. Had Trunks been present, he would have been astonished to discover that this machine was none other than the time machine he once traveled in. At this moment, the time machine was covered in green moss, indicating that it had been stationary for quite some time. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from within the time machine, akin to the shattering of glass. In that instant, a shadow burst through the shattered glass of the time machine, and fell to the ground below. This shadow was a colossal egg, more accurately described as a monstrous larva. The enormous larva quivered momentarily, and the next second, a crack appeared upon its surface. That crack spread like a spider's web in all directions. Once the shell of the larva ruptured, a creature, drenched in a viscous liquid, emerged from within. This scene resembled that of a chick hatching from its egg. However, instead of a chick, what emerged was a humanoid monster resembling a mantis. The creature was entirely Saiyan, adorned with a pair of massive wings upon its back. If Night Feather were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this winged creature as none other than Android Cell. Yet, the Cell before him appeared somewhat different from Night Feather's memories. He was more robust than the first form of Cell, yet not quite identical to the second form. Finally emerged, after breaking free from the shell. Cell stood up, clenched his fists, and displayed a joy akin to witnessing the light of day once more. That I wonder if Android 17 in this timeline has been eliminated. If he has, I shall have to search for him in another timeline. Cell murmured, glancing back at the time machine. Indeed, this Cell, like Trunks, had traversed through the time machine from a different timeline. Originally, Cell intended to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to evolve into his perfect form. However, in his timeline, Android 17 had been defeated by Trunks, leaving only Android 18. That after consuming Android 18 from his timeline, Cell seized Trunks' time machine to arrive in this current timeline, hoping to locate Android 17 and achieve his perfect form. Thus, the Cell before us represented the second form after absorbing Android 18 from his timeline, while Night Feather knew the second form of Cell as the evolution after absorbing Android 17. Ding! At that moment, a flash of insight struck Cell's mind, although it was not a mere flash of lightning. Instead, it was his ability to sense energy, detecting several immense energies not far from his location. These energies belonged to Piccolo, Krillin, Son Goku, and others. Quickly, Cell recognized the owners of these energies. Simultaneously, he tightened his fists and confidently stated, "Although my current strength would allow me to easily eliminate Goku and the others, I should first locate Android 17 and evolve into my perfect form." With that, Cell's wings unfurled, and he soared into the sky. Dr. Gero's laboratory should not be too far from here, he murmured before unleashing a powerful energy aura that propelled him deep into the mountains. At that very moment, as Cell unleashed his formidable energy, Night Feather, situated on the battlefield with the androids, immediately sensed this energy. Alongside Night Feather, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha also detected this aura that energy Goku's. Not only Goku, but also Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Vegeta, and even my own. At this moment, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged puzzled glances, gazing towards the direction from which the energy emanated. What is happening? Why are so many energies converging in one place? And they all belong to us. Perhaps Piccolo and Krillin were bewildered by the situation, but Night Feather understood the truth. It cannot be mistaken. This energy belongs to Android Cell. Night Feather thought to himself. His gaze fixated on Dr. Gero. Although Night Feather had never encountered Cell, he was aware that Dr. Gero's computer had utilized the cells of warriors like Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo to create Android Cell. Thus, it was no surprise that Cell possessed such a myriad of energies. Night Feather recognized the energy as belonging to Cell. Dr. Gero's expression shifted dramatically to Goku's energy, Vegeta's energy, Piccolo's energy. What are these fools talking about? Initially, Dr. Gero, lacking the ability to sense energy, was oblivious to the conversation between Krillin and Piccolo. However, suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his face to pale. That a vision flashed in his mind. An embryo immersed in a nutrient solution. The very embryo that represented the early form of Cell in this timeline. Could it be that these fools have sensed Cell's existence? Impossible. Cell is merely an embryo. How could they possibly detect him? Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, the Cell that Night Feather and the others sensed was not the Cell of this timeline, but rather the Cell that had traversed through time from the future. Additionally, since Cell's energy was not fully unleashed at that moment, Night Feather remained unaware that this particular Cell was not the one he had come to know. Chapter 66. Super Saiyan Vegeta. That Cell, how audacious to willingly reveal his energy. Yu gazed upward at the location where Sheru's energy resided. A faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he whispered something inaudible to anyone but himself. As far as Yu was aware, Sheru was an exceptionally intelligent artificial being, adept at concealing his true power. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, Sheru, recognizing his own limitations, discreetly withdrew from sight, growing stronger by consuming the humans of Earth. Had it not been for the Earth's guardian discovering Sheru, he would likely have continued his silent evolution in the shadows. To Yiyu's astonishment, Sheru had chosen to reveal his energy. Unbeknownst to Yiyu, Sheru's audacity to expose himself stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his own strength. After all, the current Sheru was a formidable entity, having absorbed the future Android 18, now in his second form. Prior to entering the hyperbolic time chamber, neither Vegeta nor Son Goku could overpower Sheru in his second form. Just as Yiyu's gaze was fixed on Sheru's position, a brilliant white energy sphere hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed. It was Vegeta. In the midst of Piccolo's speech, Vegeta had already arrived on the battlefield. Halting directly in front of Yiyu. Now I understand. I sensed a Saiyan's energy. It is you. Upon Vegeta's arrival, his eyes immediately locked onto Yiyu. Hearing Vegeta's words, Yiyu turned to him, noting the confident curve of Vegeta's lips. The expression on Vegeta's face indicated that he had regained the self-assurance of Prince Vegeta after acquiring the power of a Super Saiyan. Damn it, another troublesome individual has arrived. Below, Dr. Gero's face shifted slightly upon seeing the sudden appearance of Vegeta. After hearing Dr. Gero's comment, Vegeta's attention swiftly shifted from Yiyu to Dr. Gero and Android 19. At observing the numerous exposed circuits on Android 19's severed arm, he mockingly remarked, "Oh, so these are the so-called androids?" While speaking, Vegeta, arms crossed, began to descend slowly until he landed before Dr. Gero and Android 19. Be careful, Vegeta. These two are quite strong. Seeing Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor, Krillin immediately called out a warning. "Humph, do not compare me to you pathetic beings." Vegeta retorted dismissively, then shouted toward the sky, "Yiyu, once I deal with these two androids, you will be next." "Hey, Vegeta, Yiyu is not an enemy," Krillin interjected, but Vegeta coldly snapped, "Silence. Who was he, Vegeta?" "The Prince of the Saiyans." Yet, this Saiyan Prince had been left far behind by Yiyu and Son Goku, fueling his resentment. Memories of the events on Namek lingered in Vegeta's mind, the figures of Yiyu and Son Goku haunting him. Refusing to fade in his quest to prove that he, Vegeta, was the strongest Saiyan, he had trained relentlessly for the past 4 years. Finally, he had attained the power of a Super Saiyan, and upon returning to Earth, his aim was to defeat the androids and Son Goku, ultimately seeking to confront Yiyu in the cosmos. With Yiyu standing before him, he was unwilling to let this opportunity for retribution slip away. Just as Krillin and Yamcha pondered whether Vegeta had lost his mind again, Vegeta suddenly assumed a combat stance, his fists clenched as he roared loudly. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy emanated from him. Buzzing with intensity, golden flames flickered around him. Just like Goku, a Super Saiyan, the moment Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo and Krillin were taken aback. How is this possible? Isn't a transformation into a Super Saiyan supposed to require a pure heart? Krillin gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. Regrettably, Prince Vegeta, possess a pure heart, albeit one that is purely evil. Observing the astonished expressions on Krillin and Piccolo's faces filled Vegeta with satisfaction, and his gaze turned to Yiyu in the sky. A confident smirk playing on his lips, though Vegeta did not speak much to Yiyu, his expression seemed to convey, "See, Yiyu, Vegeta, can also transform into a Super Saiyan." However, Yiyu remained unmoved, his face betraying no emotion. Buzzing with energy, Vegeta extended his palm toward Android 19, and in the next instant, a golden energy blast formed in his hand. "Hey, Vegeta, that guy has the ability to absorb energy. Don't use a ki blast against him." Krillin shouted a warning, but it was too late. Vegeta had already launched his attack. To everyone's astonishment, Android 19 simply opened his palm and absorbed the entirety of Vegeta's golden energy blast. "So, he can absorb energy. If that's the case, I shall let you feast to your heart's content." Krillin sighed in relief at Vegeta's earlier statement, but his expression changed dramatically upon hearing the latter part. Wait, suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a continuous barrage of energy blasts toward Android 19. Each one eagerly absorbed. "Hey, Vegeta!" Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed in alarm. Just then, Vegeta seemed to grasp something, abruptly ceasing his energy blasts and swiftly closing the distance to Android 19 before the android could react. Vegeta seized its arm with a firm grip, You can only use this arm to absorb energy, right? As he spoke, Vegeta yanked Android 19's entire arm from its socket. At that moment, Yu raised an eyebrow. Truly, Prince Vegeta demonstrated remarkable combat intuition. Despite appearing to feed Android 19 energy, Vegeta had been analyzing the android's abilities all along, ultimately deducing its weakness. Chapter 67. The Proud Vegeta with a Swift Motion. Vegeta yanked off Android 19's arm before the android could respond, leaving Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Dr. Gero in stunned silence. You seemed quite pleased to absorb my energy just now, Vegeta taunted, a smirk gracing his lips as he held Android 19's severed arm. Though Android 19 was a modified being, he too could experience fear. Faced with death, terror gripped him. His combat prowess and energy-absorbing abilities were entirely reliant on his arms. Having lost both, he looked upon the formidable Vegeta with dread. Panic-stricken, he turned to Fleapoint 20, "Save me," as Android 19 fled into the distance. Driven by an instinct for survival, he desperately sought help from Dr. Gero. Witnessing Android 3019's palpable fear of him, Vegeta felt an immense sense of satisfaction and erupted into laughter. However, once Android 19 had distanced himself sufficiently, the smile on Vegeta's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a glint of murderous intent. With a swift motion of his hand, a colossal energy beam shot forth from Vegeta's palm. In the blink of an eye, it struck the fleeing Android 19. Boom. The disarmed Android 19 exploded under the impact of the energy wave, scattering its components far and wide, with its head landing not far from Vegeta's feet. Without hesitation, Vegeta lifted his foot and crushed the remains of Android 19's head beneath it. After dispatching Android 19, Vegeta's gaze shifted to the sky, where Nightwing soared, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. However, Nightwing remained unfazed. Impressive, this Vegeta fellow might even surpass Goku. As they witnessed Vegeta eliminate Android 19 in a flash, Krillin and Yamcha were filled with both astonishment and delight. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero stared at Vegeta in shock, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief. This man. In the next moment, Dr. Gero's expression darkened, his gaze shifting back and forth between Vegeta and Nightwing. After all, among all present, only Nightwing and Vegeta posed a genuine threat to him. "Nightwing, grant me 5 more seconds. Once I eliminate this one, I'll come straight for you," Vegeta declared confidently, splaying his fingers. "Run." Just as Vegeta spoke to Nightwing, Dr. Gero seized the opportunity and swiftly fled past Vegeta. Upon seeing Dr. Gero escape, Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. In the next instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from him. Unfortunately for Dr. Gero, he merely extended his hand and absorbed Vegeta's shockwave before continuing his flight. "You won't escape." Yet, as Vegeta prepared to pursue Dr. Gero, Nightwing unexpectedly appeared before the doctor, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated him to that moment. The expressions of Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta were filled with horror, particularly Vegeta's. "So fast. I couldn't even see his movements." That android was annihilated in an instant. Furthermore, did this Saiyan, like Goku, also possess the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? As Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha gazed at Nightwing, who radiated a golden aura, their faces were etched with disbelief. After the initial shock, Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression one of seething frustration. "This fellow has become stronger than he was 4 years ago." Vegeta glared at Nightwing, his face a mask of resentment. His clenched fists creaked ominously. Although Nightwing had merely dispatched Dr. Gero moments ago, Vegeta was no fool. He could tell that Nightwing's strike had already surpassed the typical Super Saiyan level. For the past 4 years, Vegeta had devoted himself to training, aiming to surpass Nightwing and Goku and restore the dignity of Prince Vegeta. Yet, it seemed that Nightwing had ascended to an even greater height, leaving Vegeta unwilling to accept this reality. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared in frustration, and simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy erupted around him. The force of this energy wave pushed Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha back. "This isn't good." Vegeta wouldn't really consider fighting Nightwing, would he? Krillin said, struggling to maintain his balance, his voice grave. Boom! Just as the enraged Vegeta readied to attack Nightwing, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant forest. At that moment, the entire island trembled, following the sound. A brilliant light illuminated the horizon, resembling a massive energy sphere that had just detonated. Upon hearing the explosion, Nightwing and the others immediately turned their attention to its source. Someone is fighting. This energy is the one I sensed earlier. Soon enough, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha felt an exceptionally immense energy emanating from the site of the explosion. This energy was reminiscent of Cell's previous reading of 970. That what is happening? Why has Cell's energy surged so dramatically? Could it be that he has absorbed Android 17 or 18? Nightwing soared into the sky, murmuring to himself as he beheld the distant explosion. Toss, you stay here. After calling out to Toss, Nightwing flew toward the source of Cell's energy. You won't escape. Seeing Nightwing take flight, Vegeta immediately pursued him. Subsequently, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged glances before following suit. What on earth is happening? Why has Cell's energy increased so much, and why is he appearing at a different time? Could my presence have altered the timeline? As Nightwing sped towards Cell's location, his mind raced with these thoughts. After all, in the Dragon Ball universe, Cell appeared only after the emergence of androids 17 and 18. And he had been quietly developing since then. Yet now, Cell was actively seeking out Dr. Gero's base to locate androids 17 and 18, that the massive explosion they had just heard was likely the result of Cell battling one of them. Chapter 68. The Frigid Queen. Android 18. Not long after Nightwing and Vegeta departed from the battlefield with the androids, the sky began to ripple, and a rocket-like machine materialized out of thin air. Toss, who had been waiting, noticed the machine, and his expression shifted slightly. The machine then descended gently to the ground. Driven by curiosity, Toss flew towards where the machine had landed. Once it touched down, the glass hatch opened, and a young boy emerged. This boy, with his short cherry blossom-colored hair and a long sword slung over his back, exuded an air of martial prowess. This boy was none other than Trunks, who had traveled from the future using a time machine. That I wonder how Goku and the others are doing. Have they defeated the androids? After transforming the time machine into a capsule, Trunks soared into the sky. Soon, he arrived at the site where Vegeta had battled the androids. The battlefield lay in ruins, with parts of Android 19 scattered everywhere. The corpse of Dr. Gero, who had been obliterated by Nightwing, also lay on the ground. What on earth has transpired here? Trunks landed, picking up a severed arm of Android 19, his handsome face a mask of confusion. Just then, Trunks spotted Toss hovering in the sky, an alien. Upon witnessing the appearance and attire of Toss, which bore an unmistakable resemblance to that of an extraterrestrial being, Trunks furrowed his brow slightly, and his right hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of the sword at his back. However, just as Trunks was poised to unsheath his sword and eliminate the figure before him, Toss pointed ahead and spoke. They have all departed, just moments ago. Upon hearing Toss' words, Trunks narrowed his eyes and followed the direction indicated by Toss' finger. Soon, he sensed the energy of Vegeta emanating from that very location. Its father's energy. The moment he detected Vegeta's presence, a smile illuminated Trunks' face. That precise moment, Vegeta was exerting all his might in a relentless pursuit of Yiyu. Yet, no matter how he accelerated, the distance between him and Yiyu remained unchanged. That I refuse to let you escape today without a decisive outcome. Yiyu, Vegeta shouted through gritted teeth as he chased after Yiyu. Suddenly, Yiyu came to an abrupt halt. Stopped, Vegeta felt a flicker of confusion upon witnessing Yiyu's sudden stillness, but he quickly flew to where Yiyu was stationed. Just as he was about to speak to Yiyu, he was taken aback by the scene below. In the disarrayed forest, 3 figures were visible. Among them were a man and a woman, whom Vegeta dismissed entirely, his gaze fixating instead on the monstrous entity positioned opposite them. The creature was enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. Gazing at this golden radiance, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this a Super Saiyan? This monster has transformed into a Super Saiyan. And this creature's power is even greater than mine? At that moment, the being radiating golden energy was, of course, Cell. Vegeta was baffled as to why Cell had transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, Yiyu understood. Yet, at this moment, Yiyu was equally astonished by the sight of Cell before him. His surprise did not stem from Cell's transformation into a Super Saiyan, but rather from the realization that this version of Cell was, in fact, his second form after assimilating Android 17. But standing opposite Cell were none other than Android 17 and Android 18. What on earth is happening? Androids 17 and 18 are right here. So why is Cell in his second form? Yu observed the bewildering scene from his elevated position, his expression reflecting utter confusion. Just then, as Yu and Vegeta processed the astonishing scene before them, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha swiftly arrived on the scene. A Super Saiyan. The moment Piccolo and the others appeared, they too were struck by the overwhelming energy radiating from Cell in his Super Saiyan form. What could possibly be happening? Why does this creature not only possess our energy, but can also transform into a Super Saiyan? At that moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances with Yu and Vegeta before redirecting their attention to Cell. Meanwhile, Cell wore a grin as he regarded Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others. After a few breaths, Cell broke the silence. Vegeta, Piccolo, you've come. By the way, where is Goku? Cell observed the astonishment etched on Vegeta and Piccolo's faces, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Vegeta, Piccolo, how does this monster know our names? Both Vegeta and Piccolo were further stunned upon hearing Cell utter their names. Well, you're just in time. I need you as witnesses to behold the moment I, Cell, achieve my perfect form, Cell remarked, unfazed by the silence from Krillin and Piccolo, before once again focusing his gaze on Android 17. Upon hearing the arrogant tone of Cell, Android 17 scoffed lightly. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot. So fast, completely invisible. Who on earth is this guy? The moment Android 17 made his move, Piccolo and Krillin's expressions changed drastically, for they could not perceive any of Android 17's actions. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta could only catch a fleeting shadow of him. When Android 17 re-emerged, it was right before Cell, who effortlessly intercepted a downward strike aimed at his head, that he blocked it. Krillin was astonished at how easily Cell had deflected the attack from Android 17. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 3 million AT this point. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yu's mind. Humph. After Cell thwarted his attack, Android 17 scoffed again and launched a series of strikes. Yet the outcome remained the same. Cell saw through each of Android 17's assaults. Meanwhile, the system's notifications continued to resonate in Yu's mind. While combat power attributes rained down beneath Cell and Android 17, each exceeding 3 million. Hey, if you value your lives, you should leave this place immediately. It's not where you belong. As the battle raged between Android 17 and Cell, Android 18, who had remained silent until now, casually flicked her golden hair with a cool demeanor and addressed Yu and his companions in a frosty tone. Chapter 69. Trunks vs. Android 18. Upon hearing Android 18's words, Yu shifted his gaze from the ongoing battle between Cell and Android 17 to her AT. That moment, Android 18's fair and exquisite face was adorned with a composed expression, seemingly brimming with confidence in Android 17's abilities. Although Cell's second form lacked the strength of his perfect form, it was likely that even a combined effort from Androids 17 and 18 would not suffice to contend with Cell's current power. As Yu contemplated the disparity in strength between Cell and Android 17 while gazing at Android 18's profile, it appeared that 18 sensed his gaze as she looked up at him. Their eyes met. While Yu regarded Android 18 merely in thought, pondering the power dynamics, Android 18 interpreted it differently. After a brief glance at Yu, she playfully blinked. This did not imply any romantic interest. Rather, it was simply a reflection of Android 18's spirited personality in this timeline. Just then, two energy signatures, akin to streaks of light, rapidly approached from the distance. Yu. Upon detecting these energy signatures, Piccolo and Krillin turned to see none other than Trunks and TOS. Trunks first greeted Piccolo and Krillin, then his gaze shifted downward. The instant he laid eyes on Android 18, his expression changed dramatically. Although the 18 from this timeline was entirely different in personality and strength from the 18 of Trunks' timeline, their appearances were identical. Upon seeing her face, Trunks was reminded of the grim scenes from his future world, and a surge of rage began to swell within him. Androids. With a furious roar, Trunks unsheathed the sword from his back and leaped directly towards 18. Hey! Krillin attempted to stop Trunks, but he was unaware of Trunks' name. 3 years prior, Trunks had only disclosed his identity to Goku, leaving Krillin in the dark. As Krillin spoke, Trunks had already unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan. Soaring above 1/8 in his fury, he brought his sword down in a furious strike. Yet, just as the blade was about to connect with 18, she effortlessly raised her delicate hand and caught Trunks' sword between her fingers. Before Trunks could react, 18 kicked him away with a swift motion. Witnessing this, the expressions of Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and Vegeta shifted dramatically. It was crucial to remember that Trunks possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan. They were all too aware of just how formidable that power was. However, here, in front of what appeared to be a mere beautiful woman, Trunks was bested in a single exchange, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The astonishment on Vegeta and Piccolo's faces was palpable. Yet, Nightwing, observing 18's swift and decisive actions, couldn't help but smile, thinking, quite capable indeed. Hey, you just mentioned this woman is an android. What exactly does that mean? Vegeta shouted at the fallen Trunks. That woman and the man over there are androids 17 and 18. In the future, they will bring destruction to Earth. Trunks, rising with fury etched on his face, directed his response at Vegeta. They are the androids. What does that even mean? Who were the two I killed earlier? Upon hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta and Piccolo's expressions shifted with shock. That I don't know. Regardless, 18, I will never forgive you. Trunks roared, unleashing a powerful golden aura as he charged at 18 once more. However, 18 easily dodged his furious assault and retaliated with a punch that sent Trunks reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Despite Trunks' deep-seated hatred for 18, she remained oblivious to him. Discarding the sword she had seized from him, she casually flicked her hair and looked at Trunks, her brows slightly furrowed, saying, "This is absurd. If you attack again, I might just take you seriously." Meanwhile, Cell had captured Android 17 last. "My wish is coming true," Cell exclaimed, gripping 17's neck. And no matter how much 17 struggled, he couldn't escape Cell's grasp. Then, to the shock of Piccolo and Krillin, Cell's tail unfurled like a trumpet flower, engulfing 17's entire body. 17. Upon witnessing this, 18's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, she charged at Cell, seemingly intent on rescuing 17. However, Cell evaded all of 18's attacks with ease. As if her efforts were as insubstantial as willow fluff, that creature was effortlessly dodging all of the woman's strikes. Piccolo and Krillin were astonished by Cell's agility. They knew all too well how easily 18 had defeated Super Saiyan Trunks earlier. Yet now, Cell was avoiding her attacks with remarkable ease. The comparison highlighted the terrifying strength of Cell. As Cell dodged 18's blows, his tail writhed, slowly drawing 18 closer to him, reminiscent of a python swallowing its prey. 18, although I have absorbed the future version of you, if you insist on seeking your demise, I would not hesitate to destroy you. Upon hearing this, Nightwing's expression shifted dramatically, absorbing the future 18. Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder Cell had reached his second form. In that moment, Nightwing realized why Cell had assumed this form while 17 and 18 were still present. Before Nightwing could finish his thought, a blinding light erupted from Cell's body. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from him. Chapter 70. The Birth of Perfect Cell Buzz. After absorbing 17, Cell's body radiated an intense light, eclipsing even the SUNDAS. This brilliance spread. A formidable energy wave erupted from Cell, far more violent than any he had unleashed before. What is happening? What is going on? Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, the weaker fighters, were sent flying thousands of meters away by the force of the wave. Even Vegeta and 18 were forced to step back under the pressure. Soon, the entire massive island was engulfed by this overwhelming energy wave. The sky darkened with swirling clouds, thunder roared, and the ground trembled as small pebbles seemed to be drawn skyward by an unseen force. It felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Standing in midair, Nightwing crossed his arms, allowing the powerful energy to wash over him. Yet, he remained utterly unmoved, showing no signs of retreat. Cell's power was growing exponentially. As the energy wave spread, Nightwing sensed, through his heightened awareness, that the energy within Cell had surged to unimaginable levels. In that instant, this terrifying energy rippled across the vast expanse of the universe. Even far away on Namek, the inhabitants could distinctly feel the overwhelming aura emanating from Earth. Atop Karen Tower, the White Cat Sage sensed this extraordinary energy, and, for once, his typically placid expression revealed a flicker of emotion. "This is truly remarkable. I never imagined anyone could possess such immense power. Earth is likely on the brink of a crisis once again." The White Cat Sage squinted his eyes, his pair of eyes completely obscured by his plump feline face. At the same moment, the temple high above Kalinta was also shaking due to the overwhelming aura. triggering an earthquake. God, what on earth is happening? Bobo, with his distinctly white-ringed eyes, inquired of the deity at the edge of the temple. The old god did not respond to Bobo's question. His face was filled with shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was evident that this immense pressure had also unnerved the old god. 5 minutes later, the anomalies on Earth ceased, and the waves of energy surrounding the island where Yi was located also subsided. Clint, who had been knocked down by the gusts, opened his eyes after the turbulence had calmed. The moment he opened his eyes, he was astounded by the scene before him. The once boundless forest had completely vanished, replaced by a barren expanse of desolate soil that was as if the island had been leveled by a bulldozer. Not a single tree remaining. The forest has disappeared. Clint stood up, his face a mask of horror at the sight of the vanished woods. His gaze then fell upon Shalu, who was surrounded by a massive golden aura. The ground around Shalu was enveloped in circular wisps of smoke, rippling outward with the ebb of the energy. Looking down at Shalu's feet, Clint noticed a dramatic transformation had taken place. The long tail that once trailed behind him was now concealed, and his formerly unattractive face appeared somewhat handsome. His physique was remarkably perfect. Gazing at Shalu's form, Clint was so frightened that he fell back onto the ground. However, it was not Shalu's appearance that terrified him. Rather, it was the abnormally vast energy emanating from within Shalu. Aside from Clint, Piccolo, Yamcha, Trunks, and Vegeta all looked at Shalu with expressions of utter shock, their hearts undergoing a profound upheaval. Only Yi maintained an impassive expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Is this the complete form? Shalu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and his confidence surged as he tightened his grip. The strength of his complete form had surpassed all of my expectations. This is the true ultimate android. What a farce! How could such a massive energy belong to a mere android? Vegeta, sensing the astonishing energy within Shalu, wore an expression of disbelief. Buzz. The next moment, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a swift movement, he created a deep indentation in the ground before launching himself at Shalu like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Vegeta closed the distance to Shalu, his fists rained down like a machine gun, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Nevertheless, no matter how ferocious Vegeta's strikes were, Shalu effortlessly evaded them, his feet remaining firmly planted throughout. Too slow. After dodging a flurry of attacks from Vegeta, Shalu suddenly swung his arm. Upon witnessing Shalu's counterattack, Vegeta's expression shifted in an instant. Although he recognized Shalu's assault, his body could not react in time. Shalu's strike landed squarely on Vegeta, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Trunks, seeing Vegeta being sent flying, erupted with a powerful aura, his figure flashing as he charged at Shalu. Following suit, Piccolo, Clint, and Yamcha sequentially launched their assaults at Shalu. Yet, facing the attacks from Trunks and the others, Shalu evaded them with ease, as if strolling through a park. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 500,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 2 million. As Clint, Trunks, and the others continued their offensive, a series of mechanical notifications echoed in Yiyu's mind. Furthermore, the combat power attributes dropped from the previous battles against androids 17, 18, and the second form of Shalu began to converge into Yiyu's body at his command. In a mere few breaths, Yiyu's combat power surged from 120 million to 150 million, meaning that the battles against androids 17 and 18 had granted him an additional 30 million in combat power attributes. The complete form of Shalu. Let me see just how formidable it truly is. Chapter 71. Battle against Shalu. Yiyu was intensely eager to grow stronger, equally yearning to engage in combat with powerful foes. At this moment, feeling the immense energy emanating from Shalu's complete form, the Saiyan blood within him began to boil. It felt as though a demon was urging him to confront Shalu. This was the instinctive response of a Saiyan when faced with a formidable opponent. Just as it was for Son Goku and Vegeta. Just as Yiyu prepared to step forward and engage in battle with Shalu, a delicate voice called out from behind him, "Return Android 17 to me." As the voice reached his ears, Yiyu felt a fragrant breeze brush past him, and in the next moment, Android 18 zipped by his side, charging directly at Shalu. Android 18, "You're just the one I want to test this body's strength on." Shalu, having casually dispatched Piccolo and Clint's group, turned his gaze toward the approaching Android 18. Whoosh, Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Android 18 was locked in combat with Shalu. Initially, Shalu did not unleash his full power, barely using even half of his strength. Yet, despite this, Android 18 was still being dominated. Buzz, a sphere of energy suddenly coalesced in Android 18's right hand. She then hurled the energy sphere at Shalu. Humph, do you think such a thing can affect me? Shalu scoffed, sweeping his arm to deflect the energy ball back at her. Boom! The energy sphere rebounded onto Android 18, resulting in a powerful explosion. The force of the blast sent Android 18 hurtling backward. However, just as she was about to crash to the ground, a dark figure swooped in to catch her. This figure was none other than Yiyu. Shalu, let me see how strong you truly are, Yiyu said with a smile, cradling Android 18 in his arms as he addressed Shalu from a distance. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Shalu raised an eyebrow. He had little impression of Yiyu, as Dr. Gero's computer contained no records of him, nor had he witnessed Yiyu in battle. Nevertheless, Shalu sensed that this scion was not to be underestimated. Earlier, when Shalu had evolved into his complete form, he had unleashed a powerful energy wave that had pushed everyone back, even Vegeta. Yet, Yiyu had remained unaffected. From this alone, Shalu could tell that Yiyu was strong, at least stronger than Vegeta. Very well, I happen to be bored, but don't let me down. Shalu confidently addressed Yiyu with a firm grip. Just as Yiyu was about to respond, the figure of number 18, cradled in his arms, broke free and leaped to the ground, intent on launching another attack against Shalu. However, the moment number 18 took a step forward, Yiyu swiftly grasped her hand. The instant Yiyu's grip enveloped her palm, a fierce anger surged across number 18's delicate features. After all, her sole intention was to eliminate Shalu and rescue No. 17. Yiyu's intervention was akin to throwing herself into the line of fire. Yet, as number 18 turned to unleash her fury upon Yiyu, he merely cast a glance at Shalu and remarked, "You are no match for this fellow. Allow me to entertain him." With that, Yiyu released No. 18's hand and strode purposefully towards Shalu at that moment. Remarkably, number 18 did not erupt in anger nor charge at Shalu. Instead, she stood there, dumbfounded, watching Yiyu pass by her. Although she was seething within, she was not foolish. From their brief encounter, she had realized the vast disparity in strength between herself and Shalu. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, it was as if a sudden illumination had dawned upon her. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts to Yiyu, she witnessed an overwhelming surge of energy radiating from him, with golden flames flickering around him. Upon witnessing this immense power, a look of astonishment crossed number 18's face, and the words she had intended to utter were swallowed back. This individual was not merely posturing. Staring at Yiyu's retreating silhouette, she whispered to herself, "Such immense energy." Shalu, sensing the tremendous aura emanating from Yiyu, was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his confidence, stating, "But at this level, you're still no match for me. It is only through our sparring that one can truly discern their capabilities, and I have yet to unveil my full strength." As these words left his lips, a sly smile crept across Shalu's face, and he beckoned Yiyu with a casual flick of his hand. "Come on." With a swish, Yiyu gathered all his combat attributes from the battlefield and transformed into a shadow. Vanishing from sight, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared above Shalu's head, so swift. Upon witnessing Yiyu's speed, number 18's expression shifted in astonishment. Then, as she watched, Yiyu executed a sweeping kick aimed at Shalu below. However, upon impact, Shalu's figure morphed into an afterimage and vanished in afterimage. Number 18 murmured, and soon after, Shalu's true form materialized not far from Yiyu. Indeed, his speed surpassed expectations, far exceeding that of Vegeta, hovering in midair. Shalu gazed at Yiyu with a grin, exclaiming, "Your agility is commendable." Although Shalu's words were merely an objective assessment, they ignited a simmering frustration within Vegeta, who had been striving to surpass both Son Goku and Yiyu for the past 4 years. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta had believed he had finally eclipsed both Yiyu and Son Goku. However, upon witnessing Yiyu effortlessly dispatch Dr. Gero, Vegeta recognized that Yiyu's strength was indeed formidable. Now, observing the brief confrontation between Yiyu and Shalu, Vegeta begrudgingly acknowledged that Yiyu had once again surpassed him, the prince of all Saiyans. "You are not weak either." Yiyu dismissed Vegeta's simmering resentment and, after addressing Shalu, launched into another offensive. Chapter 72. Inducing Shalu. Chapter 72. Before this chapter, there are no official power levels after the Namek saga. Various figures for perfect Shalu's power level circulate online. Some claim 5 billion, others 60 billion. For the smooth progression of the narrative, the author tentatively posits that Shalu's complete form possesses a power level slightly above that of the protagonist. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling above, the Super Saiyan Yu engaged in a fierce battle with perfect Shalu. Their fists, knees, and elbows collided relentlessly, filling the air with the sounds of violent impacts. Incredible! Yu can actually hold his own against that monster. Straining to maintain his composure, Krillin gazed upwards at the clash unfolding in the sky, his expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. Meanwhile, not far away, Vegeta also looked skyward, his countenance a complex tapestry of shock, fear, and deep-seated resentment. Vegeta had first-hand experience of Shalu's immense power in a single blow. Shalu had sent him flying while he was in his Super Saiyan state, as if casually swatting a flyat that moment. It felt as if all 30 bones in his body had been shattered. And even now, he was racked with pain. Damn it! Vegeta grimaced, clutching his still-bleeding arm, muttering bitterly as the focus returned to the sky. Shalu appeared to be reveling in the battle against Yu. After all, he too possessed the cells of a Saiyan. When Shalu's fist collided with Yu's, their attacks briefly paused, allowing Shalu to remark, "Impressive. You can actually keep pace with my current speed. This level is insufficient to defeat me." Shalu, Yu retorted, a confident smirk adorning his face. Before launching a kick at Shalu, swish, Shalu evaded Yu's strike and descended from the sky, aiming a kick back at him. In that case, I shall gradually increase my speed. With that declaration, the intensity of their battle escalated, and the velocity of their movements surged to unimaginable heights. So fast, it's impossible to see. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the figures of Yu and Shalu battling above the sky, Klin's expression turned to one of astonishment that it was not only Klin who was unable to see them. Even the Super Saiyans Trunks and Vegeta could merely catch a fleeting glimpse. It seemed that only Android 18 was able to clearly observe the fierce clash between Yu and Shalu in the heavens. That individual, Android 18, gazed upward at the battle, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Previously, when she had first encountered Yu, she had regarded him as an ordinary person. Thus, upon noticing Yu's gaze, she playfully winked at him. However, at this moment, Android 18 realized the extraordinary strength possessed by this man. Just as Android 18 pondered this, Shalu's fist struck Yu's cheek with a resounding thud. In response, a sense of unease gripped her heart. It seemed as though she was anticipating something. Hoping that Yu could vanquish Shalu and rescue her brother, number 17, with a powerful kick, Yu retaliated against Shalu. And after exchanging blows, they launched into a flurry of fierce attacks. For a time, their combat was evenly matched, each trading blows with fervor. With every strike, the air itself quivered. Truly, as the ultimate android, Shalu proved to be formidable. As Yu pressed the attack, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe within that moment. His battle power had reached an astonishing 150 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it soared to a staggering 7.5 billion. However, despite this immense power, Yu sensed that Shalu's strength exceeded his own. He had exerted his full effort, yet Shalu appeared to be effortlessly handling the situation. Of course, this did not imply that Yu was incapable of defeating Shalu. After all, he possessed the King Kai fist and the ability to pause time as trump cards. Yet, in this battle, he sought merely to gauge Shalu's full power, rather than engage in a life-and-death struggle. In the midst of their combat, Yu suddenly created distance between himself and Shalu, just as Shalu intended to pursue him. Yu raised his palm in a gesture of halting. "Stop." Upon hearing this command, Shalu immediately came to a halt. "What's the matter? Were we not having fun?" he replied with a grin. "I must admit, your current strength is impressive, even surpassing my own." Upon hearing Yu's words, a pleased expression spread across Shalu's face. Yu then proposed, "How about we play a game?" Upon hearing this suggestion, a mischievous glint appeared in Shalu's eyes. If a mere ordinary person had made such a request, Shalu would have undoubtedly refused. However, in his eyes, Yu's strength warranted such a proposal. "Go. What kind of game?" "Do tell," Shalu inquired, stroking his chin with interest. Meanwhile, below, Piccolo and Trunks exchanged glances, their expressions filled with frustration. Why not just defeat Shalu outright instead of playing games? Trunks gritted his teeth. Klin glanced at Vegeta, recalling Goku, and awkwardly remarked, "Aren't you Saiyans all like this?" Goku is, and so is Vegeta. As Klin and Trunks conversed, Yu above announced, the World Martial Arts Tournament. The name of the tournament was not unfamiliar to Shalu. It had been recorded in Dr. Jero's computer. Upon hearing Yu mention the tournament, a spark of interest ignited in Shalu's eyes. The World Martial Arts Tournament, you say? That sounds intriguing. Are you proposing to host one? Indeed. It would be quite entertaining if I, along with Son Goku, were to participate. As Yu mentioned Goku's name, Shalu's eyes lit up, and he promptly agreed. Very well, let us hold the World Martial Arts Tournament. And you shall all participate. Upon hearing Shalu's consent, Yu felt a surge of joy that if Goku, Vegeta, and the others were to battle Shalu, it would undoubtedly enhance his own combat prowess when Shalu fought at his second form against Android 18. He had granted Yu an increase of 30 million in battle power. If the fully realized Shalu were to clash with Goku and Vegeta, Yu believed it was not impossible to gain an additional 100 million in battle power. On the other hand, Yu was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. He had no guarantee of defeating Shalu outright. After all, Shalu possessed the cells of Piccolo, allowing him to recover from injuries. If Yu could not eliminate Shalu in one decisive blow, the latter's regenerative abilities coupled with the augmentation from Saiyan cells would make him even more formidable. However, if Yu could bolster his foundational battle power by 100 million, defeating Shalu would become a simple task. Chapter 73. The hyperbolic time chamber. Following the agreement reached between Yu and Shalu, the latter promptly departed from the scene. Yu then descended slowly from the sky. Before he could fully touch down, Trunks rushed over, reproaching him. Hey, you could have defeated Shalu. Why didn't you eliminate him? Yu, not one to disregard his own life, found Trunks' agitation puzzling, as he harbored a deep-seated hatred for androids. In response to Trunks' admonishment, Yu merely paused briefly before landing on the ground, stating, "With my current strength, I am unable to completely eradicate Shalu." The moment those words left his lips, Klin and Trunks' faces changed dramatically. What? Even you cannot defeat Shalu? Yu's power had been evident to Klin and the others. If anyone on Earth could vanquish Shalu, it was undoubtedly Yu. Yet, his claim of being unable to contend with Shalu shattered their last glimmer of hope. Of course, Yu withheld an additional piece of information from Trunks and the others. Shalu's cells contained those of Piccolo, and unless he could deal a fatal blow, Shalu would regenerate and enhance his strength through Saiyan cells. Should Yu reveal this, Trunks and Piccolo would surely descend into deeper despair. Rest assured, as long as you all train diligently, it is not impossible to defeat Shalu. Though Yu's voice was not particularly loud, it reached Vegeta's ears. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's anger flared. What nonsense are you spouting? Defeating that monster? Do you think he will grant us ample time to train? Vegeta approached, his expression a mix of resentment and fury. Indeed, in the short term, they could not hope to reach a level of strength sufficient to defeat Shalu. However, I seem to recall a place on Earth known as the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, a year of training equates to merely one day in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Vegeta interjected, "How could such a thing be possible? This world cannot possibly possess such a..." Before he could finish, Piccolo interrupted him. It does. As Piccolo spoke, the gazes of Vegeta, Trunks, Klin, and the others converged upon him. While they might have been skeptical of Yu's words, Piccolo's affirmation compelled them to consider the possibility. Indeed, the hyperbolic time chamber within the sacred world of the Kais allowed 1 year of training to pass in the span of a single day in the outside world. As he spoke, Piccolo's gaze shifted once more to Yu, and with a tone laced with skepticism, he inquired, "I never would have imagined that you are not from Earth, yet you are aware of the hyperbolic time chamber. Pray tell, does such a place truly exist? Hurry, take me there." Upon receiving Piccolo's affirmation, Vegeta's excitement surged, and he seized Piccolo by the collar. However, he was promptly shoved away by Piccolo. Indeed, it exists, but the air within the hyperbolic time chamber is thin, and the gravity is extraordinarily high. Most individuals cannot endure it for long. Furthermore, one can only spend 2 days inside, which equates to 2 years in that realm. As Piccolo's words hung in the air, Vegeta clenched his fists, exuding confidence as he declared, 2 years is more than sufficient. While speaking, His eyes darted briefly towards Yeyu. Though he uttered little, the expression on his face seemed to convey to Yeyu, "Once I emerge from my training, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." To think such a place truly exists. This is splendid news, is it not, Yeyu-san? If only Yeyu-san were to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, surely he could vanquish Cell. Trunks exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Yeyu. Hearing Trunks' words, Yeyu raised an eyebrow. Train? I shall never engage in such endeavors. That I have no need for training. Simply lounging around is sufficient for me to amass power. I possess alternative methods of cultivation. Upon hearing Yeyu's proclamation, Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. Humph, very well then. Piccolo, lead me to this hyperbolic time chamber without delay. Once I complete my training, all will be well. Vegeta's commanding demeanor caused Piccolo's expression to shift abruptly, while Trunks' face flushed slightly as he quickly apologized. My apologies. Confused, Krillin interjected. Why are you apologizing? While Krillin may have been perplexed by Trunks' contrition, Piccolo understood all too well. After all, his keen ears had caught the conversation between Trunks and Goku, revealing that Trunks was indeed Vegeta's future son. That a son apologizing for his father. He mused, if that is the case, then let us depart. With that, Piccolo's form ascended slowly into the sky, with Krillin and Vegeta following suit. Only Trunks remained behind, casting a glance at Android 18, his fist tightening slightly before he too pursued the group of Piccolo and Vegeta into the distance. In the end, the desolate island was left with only Yeyu, Android 18, and Tors. Let us discuss the matter of battle power. After Namek, the author ceased using battle power as a unit of measurement. The subsequent Warriors' official figures were merely 2. Broly at 1.4 billion and Cooler at 470 million. The remaining battle power figures circulating online are merely conjectures. Upon returning from Namek, Goku was capable of defeating Cooler, which suggests he possessed at least 500 million in power. After 3 years of training, Goku's power was still lower than Broly's 1.4 billion, indicating that Goku's battle power ranged between 500 million and 1.4 billion. Furthermore, Super Saiyan Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku should be relatively comparable in strength. Android 18 effortlessly overwhelmed Super Saiyan Vegeta, suggesting her battle power is around 1 billion. As for Cell's first form, it could defeat Android 17, while his second form, which absorbed Android 17, would have a battle power at least double that of Android 17, estimating around 3 billion. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta would be capable of defeating Cell's second form, implying his battle power exceeds 3 billion. Since Little Cell easily defeated Vegeta, Little Cell's power must fall between 3 billion and 4 billion. Fully formed Cell would be at least twice as strong as Little Cell, estimating his power at around 8 to 10 billion. Of course, these are merely the author's speculations, entirely conjectural. Haha, the intent is to convince you that fully formed Cell surpasses the protagonist's power of 7.5 billion, just enough to propel the subsequent narrative. Over the last couple of days, the author has been scouring for various data, but alas, the figures are inconsistent, leaving the author quite exasperated. Chapter 74, Cell's death declaration on this barren island in the midst of Earth. 3 figures stood. Yeyu, Android 18, and Tors. A gust of wind swept across the terrain, stirring the dust and lifting the golden strands of Android 18's hair, revealing her fair and smooth profile. Yeyu cast a glance at Android 18. Although he had previously caught her with little effort, it was merely a casual act without any deeper significance. Tors, let us depart. With that, Yeyu ascended into the sky. Tors hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Android 18 before promptly following suit. Shortly after Yeyu and Tors took to the air, Yeyu sensed someone trailing behind him, but to be precise, it wasn't so much a pursuit as it was a blatant following. The individual in question was none other than Android 18. As Yeyu turned to face her, Android 18 immediately averted her gaze. Tors, let us accelerate, Yeyu called to Tors, and in an instant, a powerful aura enveloped him, propelling both Yeyu and Tors forward at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Android 18 also quickened her pace. Yeyu-sensei, she is catching up, Tors exclaimed after they had flown a distance. Yeyu glanced back and, sure enough, Android 18 was rapidly closing in on them. After a moment's contemplation, Yeyu suddenly halted mid-flight. Android 18, too, came to an abrupt stop. What do you follow me for? Yeyu inquired, hovering in the air while regarding the sideways-facing Android 18, but upon hearing his question, Android 18 remained silent. merely shifting her gaze to glance at Yeyu from the corner of her eye. Moments later, as Yeyu prepared to move again, she promptly pursued him once more. However, Yeyu's movement was merely feigned. "What is your intention?" Yeyu queried, observing Android 18 as she drew nearer. "Nothing much, merely passing through." Android 18 replied in a melodious voice. Upon hearing her response, Yeyu's brow arched in skepticism. "Merely passing through? Even Tors, this little rascal, can discern that you are following me." Yeyu studied Android 18's profile, and at that moment, a thought struck him that he then asked, "Are you seeking my assistance to rescue Android 17? The mention of Android 17 caused a flicker of emotion to cross Android 18's face. And she turned to meet Yeyu's gaze directly, stating, "Indeed, you are the only one capable of defeating that monster and rescuing my brother, Android 17. Upon receiving her affirmation, Yeyu sighed, feeling a mix of apprehension and hope. "You truly have a high regard for me." As Yeyu spoke a few words to number 18, he soared directly towards a nearby city. Number 18 promptly followed suit. However, this time, Yeyu made no effort to distance himself from her. Upon reaching the sky above the city, he descended immediately. Soon, Yeyu found a restaurant and ordered a lavish spread of food. Being a Saiyan, his appetite was astonishingly immense, akin to that of Sun Wukong. Tors was somewhat accustomed to this, having known Yeyu for quite some time. But for number 18, witnessing the plates piling up on the table before Yeyu left her with a look of utter disbelief on her delicate face. "Are you not going to eat?" Tors inquired as Yeyu devoured his meal with fervor. Number 18, resting her chin on one hand and leaning on the table, cast a sidelong glance at Tors before slowly responding, "I don't need to." Just then, as Yeyu continued to feast while number 18 languished in boredom, a television in the restaurant crackled to life, suddenly drawing their attention. The screen displayed an image that made number 18's face flush with anger. In an instant, she leapt from her chair. Observing her intense reaction, Yeyu set down his food and turned his gaze towards the television. The figure on the screen was none other than Cell. At that moment, not only was the television in Yeyu's restaurant broadcasting Cell, but screens across the globe displayed his visage. "Greetings, Earthlings. I am Cell." He began with an exaggerated air of politeness. He then briefly elaborated on his intention to host the World Martial Arts Tournament. "In 7 days, I shall hold a tournament on a southern island, and I invite everyone to participate." As he spoke, Cell extended a finger and added with a grin, "By the way, should no one be able to defeat me, I will obliterate the Earth." "What? Destroy the Earth? This man must be a fool. Ignore him. Who would attend such a tournament?" Across the world, the populace largely dismissed Cell's ominous proclamation. After all, they were unfamiliar with Cell and unaware of his true capabilities. The notion of Earth's destruction seemed ludicrous. Yet, for those like Gohan and Master Roshi, hearing Cell's death threat sent waves of anxiety coursing through them. Though they had never faced Cell directly, they sensed his formidable aura and understood that he was not merely jesting. If no one could defeat him, Earth would indeed face annihilation at that moment. In the restaurant where Yeyu and number 18 were situated, an enraged number 18 stormed over to the television and smashed it with a single punch. "Hey, it was just a television," Yeyu exclaimed, exasperated, as number 18 approached. "This is your fault," number 18 retorted, taking her seat and pointing accusingly at Yeyu. "Me? What does it have to do with me?" Yeyu asked, bewildered. "Isn't it you who mentioned the World Martial Arts Tournament?" At her words, Yeyu's facial muscles twitched. "You blaming me? Even if I hadn't mentioned it, Cell would have organized the tournament anyway." Chapter 75. Number 18's new look. Meanwhile, while Yeyu and number 18 dined in the restaurant, Vegeta, Trunks, and their companions, under Piccolo's guidance, arrived near Karen Tower. "Who is that?" The white cat sage atop Karen Tower squinted at Trunks and his group as they flew towards the sky, prompting him to exclaim, "Hey, cat sage, how are you?" Krillin and Yamcha called out, halting to greet the sage leaning against the railing. The cat sage did not respond to Krillin but solemnly stated, "It seems Earth is facing a grave situation once again." Upon hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, then awkwardly replied, "It should be fine. We still need to visit the Supreme Kai at the temple, so we'll be on our way." With that, a powerful aura erupted around Krillin and Yamcha as they shot straight into the sky. Once they pierced through the thick cloud cover, they beheld a massive, disc-shaped edifice high above. The temple where the Supreme Kai resided. As Piccolo, and his companions ascended, the old Kai, who had been waiting at the temple, immediately called out, "You have finally arrived. Old Kai, you are aware of Cell's situation, right?" "Yes, and just moments ago, Cell made a death threat to the entire world, declaring that in 7 days, if no one can defeat him, he will destroy Earth, Nanny." The old Kai's words caused Trunks, Vegeta, and Krillin to change countenance. "Damn Cell." Trunks clenched his fists in frustration. Vegeta then turned to Piccolo, barking, "Hey, Piccolo, hurry and let me into that time chamber. Once I enter and train, I, Vegeta, will defeat both Yiyu and Cell. Wait for Kakarot to arrive. Let us discuss it then." Piccolo replied, somewhat irritated at Vegeta's arrogance. Vegeta's boastful claims. Piccolo responded with annoyance. "You re-saying that as if you can handle it alone. We only have 7 days until Cell's deadline. Who knows when Kakarot will show up? Are we just going to wait indefinitely?" "Everyone, calm down," the old Kai interjected, attempting to mediate the rising tension between Piccolo and Vegeta. Yet Vegeta dismissed him, snapping, "Shut up." Upon hearing Vegeta's retort, beads of cold sweat formed on the old Kai's brow. "What about my dignity?" he thought. "Piccolo, have you explained the conditions of the time chamber to them?" I believe I have," Piccolo confirmed. The old Kai turned to Vegeta. "Then you may enter, but only 2 can go in at a time." "Humph, I alone am sufficient." Vegeta crossed his arms, displaying his impatience. Seeing Vegeta's haughty demeanor, Trunks appeared troubled. "Who will go in with you, then?" Piccolo scanned Yamcha and Krillin, but both promptly averted their gazes. "Are you joking? 2 years with Vegeta in the time chamber? I'd either be beaten to a pulp or be rated to death. I'll pass as well. I doubt it'd be of any use." Given the vast power gap with Cell, Krillin chimed in, looking awkward. "Me too," Yamcha echoed, glancing uneasily at Vegeta. "Then I shall go." Trunks stepped forward, asserting, "Baba, you take Vegeta and the others to the time chamber." After Beak exchanged a few words with the divine envoy Bobo, the latter led Trunks and Vegeta directly towards the time chamber within the temple. Once the figures of Vegeta and Trunks had vanished from sight, the old Kai turned his gaze upon Beak. "Beak, come here for a moment," he called out. "What is it?" Beak replied. Subsequently, the old Kai began to discuss matters regarding their original unity, as one that Beak conversed with the old Kai. Yiyu, along with Android 18 and Tuasi, emerged from a nearby restaurant, with Yiyu exhibiting a look of satisfaction. "What are your plans next? You 1T just follow me indefinitely, will you?" Yiyu halted and inquired, gazing at Android 18. "I don't know," she replied, brushing a lock of hair from her forehead before shaking her head. Prior to her slumber, she had always been with Android 17, and now that 17 had been absorbed by Cell, Android 18 found herself at a loss for what to do. Not obtaining a satisfactory answer, Yiyu sighed and continued down the street, with Android 18 promptly following suit. "Teacher Yiyu," Tuasi suddenly called out as they walked a fair distance. Upon hearing his words, Yiyu turned to look back, only to find that Android 18, who had been trailing him, had mysteriously vanished. While Yiyu was momentarily taken aback, while Tuasi pointed towards a nearby shop. Following Tuasi's gesture, Yiyu noticed that, at some point, Android 18 had entered the store. After a brief hesitation, he called to Tuasi, "You head back to the spaceship." He then proceeded into the shop where Android 18 was. Inside, the store turned out to be a clothing boutique. As Yiyu stepped in, he saw Android 18 holding a garment and measuring it against herself. "This outfit suits you perfectly," exclaimed a woman in uniform beside her, showering her with compliments. After selecting a few pieces, Android 18 stepped into the fitting room. When she emerged, she had transformed her appearance entirely. Previously, she had worn a blue vest and a form-fitting skirt. Now she donned a black vest paired with snug jeans, accentuating her alluring figure flawlessly. "How do I look?" Android 18 asked, striking a pose with one hand on her waist as she emerged. "Not bad," Yiyu replied, casting a fleeting glance at her before averting his gaze, speaking nonchalantly. Chapter 76. Bringing Android 18 home. In a desolate hilly region of Earth, a massive spaceship, akin to a tank, was nestled within a mountain gorge. This vessel belonged to Yiyu's Legion. Just then, figures appeared in the distance, soaring towards the spaceship at an astonishing speed. Within moments, the 2 figures arrived above the spaceship and came to a halt. "We're here," Yiyu announced, hovering in midair and addressing Android 18, who had followed closely behind. At this moment, She was still adorned in the attire she had chosen from the boutique. If her previous outfit had exuded seduction, then this ensemble of tight jeans exuded youthful vibrancy. "Is this your spaceship?" Android 18 inquired, glancing down at the craft as she floated in the air before descending gracefully. "This girl truly doesn't consider herself an outsider," Yu thought, a smile playing on his lips as he followed her. "Wow, what a stunning beauty. Is this what Earth's women look like?" exclaimed Lap and Carter, along with other warriors, upon witnessing Android 18 enter the spaceship. "What do you think Yu intends to do with her?" they speculated excitedly. Just then, Yu entered the spaceship, casting a benevolent gaze upon them. "What are you discussing?" he asked. "In nothing," Lap and Carter stuttered, shrinking their necks and falling silent. "These are my warriors," Yu introduced, gesturing towards Lap and Carter as he turned to Android 18. Android 18 surveyed them briefly before lazily commenting, "Quite ordinary, Nanny." Although Yu maintained a neutral expression, Lap and Carter were incensed by her assessment. While they knew their strength was insignificant in Yu's eyes, they prided themselves on being elite fighters from various planets. After 4 years of rigorous training under 100-fold gravity, their combat power had surpassed 100,000. To hear their prowess belittled as ordinary by a mere woman was infuriating. "Even if she's a guest of Yu, Lap, will not accept this," Lap declared indignantly. "Yu, allow me to teach this woman a lesson." As Lap and Carter voiced their complaints, Yu glanced at Android 18 and noting her unperturbed expression, he replied, "Do as you wish, just don't go overboard." Although this last remark was directed at Android 18, Lap and Carter interpreted it as a green light for their intentions. The burly Carter stepped forward, clashing his fists together and grinning at Android 18. "Don't worry, Yu. As your guest, I certainly won't go too hard on her." However, Tuasi, standing behind Carter, interjected, "Well, this woman." Before he could finish, Carter snapped back, "I don't need your reminders. I'll be lenient." After all, his strength now surpassed even that of the former Jinyu force. With an air of unwavering confidence, Carter proclaimed a statement, and in the next instant, his fists clenched tightly, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped him. Under the impact of this formidable force, the atmosphere within the spaceship's cabin was instantly saturated with a chilling sense of impending doom. Before Carter could fully unleash his prowess, Number 18 suddenly launched a punch that struck him squarely. In a deafening crash, Carter's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, colliding forcefully against a thick mechanical wall behind him, one that even machine guns would struggle to penetrate in an instant. The wall crumpled under the force of his impact, and Carter emitted a guttural cry, spewing forth a torrent of blood. At that moment, the previously lively spaceship fell into an eerie silence. The crew of space warriors, including Rap, gaped in disbelief at the sight of the unconscious Carter. That it was well known that Carter's combat strength surpassed even that of Jinyu's. To think that anyone could inflict such damage upon him, even by ambush, was unfathomable, especially with such casual ease. After gazing at Carter for a considerable time, Rap and the others mechanically turned their heads, straining to shift their focus to the strikingly beautiful woman before them. What a fearsome presence! No wonder she's the woman brought back by Lord Yu. Such strength. We must avoid provoking her. It could lead to our demise, they silently mused, their expressions tense as they fixated on number 18. "Didn't I tell you to go easy?" Yi remarked, observing Carter's pitiful condition with a hint of exasperation. "It's difficult to control such power," number 18 retorted, casually sweeping her hair aside as she strode deeper into the spaceship. "All of you, hasten to take Carter to the medical bay," Yu commanded Rap and the others before following after number 18. Once the figures of Yu and number 18 vanished from sight, Rap and the others exhaled deeply, their hearts racing with relief that they hadn't truly attacked number 18, but otherwise, Carter's fate would have undoubtedly been theirs. Seeing Carter's tragic state sent a shiver down their spines. "I just informed you that woman is formidable, yet you refuse to listen." Torres approached the unconscious Carter, his expression serious. Upon hearing Torres, Rap and the others could only respond with a blank stare. "Hey Torres, who exactly is that woman? Do you know her? What is her relationship with Lord Yu? Is she his girlfriend?" They crowded around, their curiosity piqued. Torres shook his head, stating, "I don't know. I only know she is incredibly strong." As he spoke, flashes of the scene where Super Saiyan Trunks was effortlessly defeated by number 18 resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 77. The start of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Time flew by. And before long, the day of Cell's World Martial Arts Tournament had arrived. Early that morning, Son Goku and his son Gohan soared towards the venue of the tournament. There it is, as they approached a desolate island. They spotted a colossal arena below, where Cell stood with his arms crossed. Vegeta and Krillin had already arrived. Upon landing, Son Goku greeted Krillin and Piccolo with a wave. Goku, seeing Son Goku approach, delighted Krillin and Piccolo. Cell, Kakarot has arrived. Can the match commence? Vegeta, clearly impatient, strode towards the arena to address Cell. Hold on, Vegeta. One person is still missing. Cell, arms crossed and feigning indifference, opened his eyes to respond, though he did not name the individual. Vegeta, Son Goku, and the others understood he was referring to Yu. Vegeta's expression shifted as he thought of Yu, pausing momentarily before sighing in dissatisfaction that as time passed, the winds swept across the island. Yet Yu remained absent. Vegeta's fingers drummed impatiently against his arm, his patience visibly waning. What on earth is that guy doing, making all of us wait for him? If he doesn't show up, how long must we linger? Vegeta finally exploded, his anger directed at Kakarot. Hey, Vegeta, I'm not Yu. Your ire is misplaced. Son Goku leaned back slightly, hands raised in an attempt to placate Vegeta. Here he comes. Just then, Cell, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gazed into the distance. The Cell's words, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks looked up to see two dark figures approaching from the sky. As they drew nearer, the figures grew larger until it was clear that Yu and number 18 were flying side by side. Finally, Son Goku beamed at the sight of Yu's arrival. Vegeta muttered in dissatisfaction. Swiftly, under the watchful eyes of Son Goku and Trunks, Yu and number 18 landed gracefully. Though, your energies have certainly increased, Yu remarked, surveying Son Goku and Vegeta's group. He was aware that they had undergone intense training within the hyperbolic time chamber. But of course, my power has grown immensely, enough to defeat you. Yu. Just you wait. After I handle Cell, you'll be next. Vegeta declared with a fierce determination before stepping onto the arena. In response to Vegeta's declaration, Yu merely smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to comment further. Indeed, Vegeta had significantly increased his power following his training. Yet even so, he would not stand a chance against perfect Cell. Hey, Vegeta, you sly one. Jumping in first. As Yu contemplated this, Son Goku complained, eyeing Vegeta already on the arena. I was the first to arrive. So naturally, I would be the first to step up, Vegeta retorted coldly, then turned his gaze towards Cell. Shall we begin? Cell gave Vegeta a dismissive glance and replied, we can commence at any time. As Sheru uttered these words, he did not lower his arms, which were crossed defiantly over his chest. This indicated that he held Vegeta in utter contempt at that moment, upon witnessing Sheru's disdainful demeanor. Vegeta felt a surge of anger swelling within him. Gritting his teeth, he could feel his energy rising steadily. In the next instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's being, causing the weaker fighters, Krillin and Yamcha, to stagger backward. Simultaneously, a golden aura flickered around Vegeta as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Such overwhelming energy. Could this truly be Vegeta? Krillin and Yamcha were left in awe, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they sensed the immense power radiating from him. Sun Wukong initially showed a flicker of concern, only to break into a smile. Beside Yu, the beautiful android 18 also exhibited a look of shock, realizing that Vegeta's strength now surpassed her own. Oh, at this moment, Sheru, standing in the arena, felt the extraordinary energy emanating from Vegeta, and his expression shifted. He then lowered his arms and remarked, Vegeta, you truly astonish me. What kind of training have you undergone to elevate your power to such heights in a mere 7 days? Do you think I would divulge that information? Vegeta replied with a smug demeanor, his vanity greatly satisfied by the astonished expressions on Sheru and Sun Wukong's faces. Never mind, I was merely asking casually. Now, let us see if you can entertain me. With that, Sheru extended his hand toward Vegeta in a mocking gesture. Upon witnessing Sheru's dismissive action, Vegeta's fury ignited. In the blink of an eye, he moved, vanishing from his position only to reappear right in front of Sheru, delivering a powerful punch. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 5 million. just as Vegeta's fist connected with Sheru's arm. A mechanical notification echoed in Yiyu's mind. Now, let us see how much my combat power can increase. Yiyu exclaimed joyfully as the system chimed in. Chapter 78. Acquired Kamehameha Attribute Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 5 million. Ding. Congratulations, Host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 5.1 million. As the clash of fists between Vegeta and Sheru continued in the arena, the mechanical notifications echoed incessantly in Yiyu's mind. Meanwhile, combat power attributes continuously fell from the two fighters, each exceeding 5 million. Incredible. Vegeta has become tremendously powerful. How on earth did he train? Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment as they observed Vegeta battling Sheru. Having first-hand experience of Sheru's strength, they recalled how a mere shout from him had sent them flying. Yet here was Vegeta, managing to hold his ground for so long. Truly a genius, but he is no match for Sheru. As Krillin and Yamcha conversed, Piccolo, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan, Trunks, Krillin, and the others turned their attention to him. Why? Vegeta seems to be holding his own against Sheru. Krillin questioned, puzzled. Holding his own? Piccolo glanced at Krillin before his gaze shifted back to the arena, scrutinizing the battle. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Vegeta's breathing had become erratic, while Sheru remained composed and collected. Furthermore, Sheru had likely yet to unleash even half of his power. Upon hearing Piccolo's assessment, Krillin and Trunks gasped in surprise and immediately focused on the ongoing battle between Vegeta and Sheru. Indeed, Vegeta was drenched in sweat while Sheru appeared utterly unfazed. Suddenly, Sheru's speed increased, and he launched a fierce kick at Vegeta. Nanny? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid Sheru's strike. However, before he could regain his stance, Sheru had inexplicably appeared behind him, delivering a powerful blow that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Boom! As Vegeta was struck, he flew like an arrow, hurtling toward the edge of the arena. This is bad. He's going to be knocked out. Krillin shouted anxiously as he watched Vegeta's trajectory. In that moment, Vegeta performed a swift maneuver, slapping the ground with his palm. Instantly, the arena shattered beneath him, and he propelled himself into the air with the rebound. He was saved. Krillin and Trunks sighed in relief as they saw Vegeta stabilize his flight, but Sheru looked up at the panting Saiyan and remarked, Vegeta, truth be told, you should have been eliminated just now. That would have been the best outcome for you. You are not my match, and no matter how long we fight, the victor will always be me. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Sheru's words. Shut up, he bellowed, thrusting his palms downward toward Sheru. Buzz. In the next instant, a blinding light emanated from Vegeta's body. Hey, what is that? Piccolo and Krillin gasped as they witnessed the terrifying energy coalescing around Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you planning? If you unleash that kind of energy blast, Earth will be obliterated, Krillin shouted urgently. However, Vegeta paid no heed to Krillin's warnings, allowing the energy in his palms to accumulate without restraint. As time progressed, a colossal beam of energy erupted from his hands in the blink of an eye. The golden beam surged downward, resembling a dragon plunging into the sea, aimed directly at Sheru on the arena floor. Kamehameha! At that moment, Sheru, dismissively scoffing, assumed a stance. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Sheru's movement. Kamehameha wave! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized Sheru's technique. Energy wave! As soon as Shala's voice fell, the Kamehameha wave in his hands had already taken form. With a sudden thrust of his palms towards the heavens, the colossal Kamehameha wave shot forth like a rainbow piercing the sun. Ascending into the sky. In the following moment, a thunderous clash erupted as Shala's Kamehameha wave collided with Vegeta's energy wave. That instant, the world transformed as a torrent of golden lightning surged forth from the point of impact between the two energy waves. Yet, this was not mere lightning. Rather, it was the fiery sparks generated by the violent expansion of the two tumultuous energies. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kamehameha wave attribute. The Kamehameha wave and Vegeta's energy wave remained locked in a fierce stalemate above. A notification echoed in Yiyu's mind. Upon hearing this message from the system, Yiyu's brow arched in surprise. The Kamehameha wave? Previously, during his confrontation with Sun Wukong on Namek, Sun Wukong had also employed the Kamehameha wave against him. However, he had successfully repelled it. Nonetheless, on that occasion, the system had not bestowed the Kamehameha wave attribute upon him.